king is back. Took a little minute out the game, had to handle business now, flipping tracks. In the kitchen knocking Chrissy ranks. No lies, just spitting facts, brother rap for real. Had the deals, done with the talk, I want actual meals. Cash goes with tea like a splash of milk. Are you done, bruv? Everything fucked up, get my team pumped up. Coming like a young Bruce Lee with a nunchuck. Everybody with me on the grind till the sun's up. Get the funds up, cause I'm past caring. Man, I barbarian, laugh stare at them. Can't share with them, arms staring. Man, I bring the fire like a Targaryen. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, bruv, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Bruv, I've been burnt, and that shit hurt, it didn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, bruv, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. I was very mad when head and back, had to bury that, that's a buried hatch. Don't get me gas, cause once I'm gone, can't get me back. iPhone notes or pen and pad, BTN, yeah, I'm rapping that. Someone selling stories, I can smell a rat. Won't stop till my crib got the heady pad. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, bruv, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Bruv, I've been burnt, and that shit hurt, couldn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, bruv, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Bruv, I've been burnt, and that shit hurt, couldn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn.
In the grave, give a toast to the fakes in the past. Now they ghosts blowing smoke, got a gas. Throwing stones out of house, made of glass. Swerving in my lane, I'm living fast. I'm all in my bag, ain't looking back. I was down the hill, ain't going back. I got it out of mud, now I'm on track.
This is not enough. All tears gone down. Can't see you at the bottom, on my way up. Young killer, no doubt. Go hard and get out, listen up, get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. Can't see what I made of. Go get rough. Young killer, no doubt. At the top and never came.
Watch how I run it like bases. I'ma take it back to the basics. I'm the one they want, yeah, I got it out the basement. Now I'm sky high when I pull up in the spaceship. Face it, racks on 100, they ain't see me coming. Creeping on the comer base summer, now I'm stunting. I ain't never coming down, I'm on the summit, running. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind, don't let it phase ya. They monitor these moves that we make it major. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind, don't let it phase ya. Don't let it phase ya.
Not enough. All tears gone down. Can't see you at the bottom, on my way up. Young killer, no doubt. Go hard and get out, listen up, get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. Can't see what I made of. Gotta get rough. Young killer, no doubt. At the top and never coming down.
wax on.
Okay. Yeah.
Wax on, wax on.
Hey. I spit that flame, been in the game, been Hall of Fame, yeah. I cook these beats since 13 in mom's dining room, check. Can't let these tracks for Swift, Usher, and Chris. On my block, I was always on this. They can count you out, but you can count on this. I would never ever miss. Young OG, I've been low-key, like Steph from 3, I keep the key. Game on lock, I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get it? I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get them, the business. Hey, old habits die hard. Yippee-ki-yay, Bruce Willis.
Let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go.
Stadium song, let's go.
Wax on, wax on.
So real.
Wax on, wax on.
Hey, this right here feel like perfect timing. I've been shining, stars aligning. So many clips I've been grinding. No malice, I just been climbing. Keep it up, keep it up, beanie. I've been on top, doing the thing. Paris with Billy at Zenith the scene. I've been in shadow, stacking the green. Call me your highness, like I'm a king. If you've been hating, that's low self-esteem. We just been out here living the dream. Me and my team, nah me.
Let's get it, let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's get it, let's go.
You know what it is. Art school. Get on me. Yo.
Let's get it, let's go.
In the game like EA. In the game like EA. In the game like EA.
Wax on, wax on. Wax on, wax on. Wax on, wax on. Wax on, wax on.
Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes.
Motivation. 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 I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I won't quit. Got the juice, I'm so sick. All night, no days off. Days off and going hard, it's the payoff. Yeah, I train like a true dude. In the rain, in the snow, too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relenting. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, running from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline.
But I'm fine.
Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I use all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime. It's the moment of a lifetime.
One lifetime.
It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now.
Wake up in the morning.
Motivation.
I'ma keep on coming, yeah.
Motivation.
Tell them keep on hating.
Motivation.
Tell them keep on hating.
Motivation. Motivation.
Yeah.
Motivation.
Yeah.
Motivation. Sean, it's the moment of a lifetime.
Look, no limit, still standing. Waiting for this moment, better take advantage. Think you falling off? Show them your balance. Show them your passion. Move forward, not back. Go hard, be effortless, confident. Off the ground, might be safe for now, we ain't pedaling. Keep control, we ain't settling. Keep it going to the very end. Till you win, gotta try again. Ain't no limits, we gon' get it in. Hey! Started up, we finish. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I ain't limited. Coming to get it and pushing the limits. You better pray we ain't come to play. Went on a mission, you tunnel your vision. Now I can't hear what a hater say. Didn't believe they didn't need. Now they can see what time it is. Infinity, now you can see. High in the hills where I'm trying to live. Tell me how long this lasted. Never mind, we ain't waiting away. Chasing great, can't be jogging in place. If it ain't helping, it's taking away. You ain't helping, you just in the way. Limitless range, we take it to space. Chasing a dream, you can't relate. Time's ticking, I cannot be late. Started up, we finish. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless, never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. No boundaries, no end, no limits. Nothing is easy, and everything is earned. Be the last one standing. Be the best out. Be limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless.
Don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. I'm the greatest, I'm the baddest, no debating. I've been making big moves, know I got it. I'ma get it, never static. I'm the realest. I've been making big moves, so dramatic. I'm way big and I make big news. Hey, going with a bass, get loose, then stop me now. 'Cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Move a little fast, get it and I go. And I'm never last, you already know. I'm the baseline steady, showdown, I stay ready. I'm way big and I make big news. Hey, going with a bass, get loose, then stop me now. 'Cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back,
We coming. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. We coming. Start it up, start it up, start it up. Don't be scared. Time is up, time is up, time is up. We coming. When there's time left, we don't waste time. You just died on the battlefield of 8 times. It ain't like you win if you ain't down. It's you versus me, and you know that we ain't down. Got your whole team, and we ain't trying. How you the leader, but you scared, man, you stay high. Getting mad, turn the chat to a rage line. And we ain't playing when we say that it's game time. Look, you running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. Look, you're dealing with the savagery, time is even drastically while your squad is in agony. Better lean on the strategy, beating you is a staggering. You will leave as a casualty, it'll be deemed as a tragedy. You're exploring every option, I know that you are imagining all the info you're gathering. Your reaction is flattering, cause you know it ain't happening. Hope you know it ain't happening. We come at like what's happening? What's happening? Look, you running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. I don't think they heard me. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Game over.
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. They don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up. It's just a bit of static in your eyes. I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream, I'll fix up. Man, all these rappers out here cat. I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry to your lies, just give me a Sonic. I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. Hit your girl up for some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a simulation? Tell me, how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke the damn shelf. Why my out here losing weight like a Dell? He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. No. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no. They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no.
No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and then go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. We wanna C's, W's, no new friends, no none of you. All your real comical, we gon' see what stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh, I know you're tight, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got a chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all declined. Dripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. No. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No. Right now.
Kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Get me rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Crush it again. Never complain, we overcame all of the stress. Making my change, making my luck, playing my aim. One of these brothers is never the same. Don't you compare me to none of these lames. Travel these paths, folks in the road, over rainbows. We'll box the gold, stack up the bowls. We're ready to go. I said it, I meant it, I'm ready to get it. I'm out on the road. We done came a long way. Never listen what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Top floor down, penthouse dream. We here now. We made it. Never come down. Reaching for the cloud, overcame it all. We here now, we made it. Hey, we done came a long way. Never listen what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall.
Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. Set it off. I set it off. No justice, no peace. So I set it off. It's time to jump in the mix. Stand for something again. Fight for the right for your life. Remember and never forget. Gold all on my collar, king. I am Mufasa, straight up and I'm down. Honor me like I'm my father. I'm like the moment of time when you flee or you fight. This the line at the bottom, the height of my life. What's wrong or what's right? The pressure to fold, but I'm from the dirt and I'm solid as gold. Power to the people, power to the people. Got the right to bear arms when you fighting evil. Went from picking cotton to threading the needle. Now all we do is stunt like Evil Knievel. Set it off. Set it off. Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. stars looking like survival. A million man march, that's revival. The writings on the wall, that's all I know. Got the slave master's boot like you seen a ghost. It's all truth in my dialogue. I live for the same things I die for. Gold on my collar, excuse me, your honor. You're looking at a king and I will not be conquered. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Power to the people, set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Power to the people, set it off.
Bitch, I'm on the top of that high rise, switching up the flow. I'm a fly guy. I don't really know about your timeline, but I need your time right. I just left the house, went straight to the bank. I was smelling great, ayy. Smile on my face, I wonder what I bought today. That's a lot of haze, dripping like a wave. Silver surfer mode, call me Young Galactus, cause I'm searching through the cosmos. Yeah, hop up out that weight, what? I forgot what I was saying. You just want that pay cut. You might need a different plan, is that why you don't say much? Running around like you the man, you claim you want that fame, but never seen you working for the bank. Custom made Louis Vuitton, my baby got it on. Swear that we be dripping like the faucet when there's something wrong. Yeah, I'm feeling incredible, I might just let it go, only be puffing a ganja. Medical lava got hot as the sauna of Mexico. Every day working, they stop it, I never could.
I don't wanna watch from the sidelines, reading all the headlines, got me feeling like fuck all of the stop signs. These nights I don't wanna wait, I want a green light. Beachside, don't wanna stay on the east side. Whoa.
Look out the window, waiting for sunshine. Just past the time that left behind. Now wait a minute now. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. I came here to be great. You should be great too. Know you got much weight. Take the weight off you. I came here to be great. You should be great too. I know you got much weight. Take the weight off you.
Easy. Okay. Easy. All right now. All right. This is intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy. Okay. You great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Yeah, life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. I am divine. I am designed to only be broken and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky. My power is flawless. I'm the strongest alive. Yeah, I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes, it's time for glory. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. Unlimited power, I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine.
this round. You ain't tough enough for this round. Let's go. This round. This round. You ain't tough enough for this round.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Hey, Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top here. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise here, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, ultimate hub for all things LOL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans with a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LOL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
To the Esports World Cup.
I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I
I won't quit, got the juice, yeah, I'm saucy, all night, no days off. Days off, been going hard, it's the payoff. Yeah, I train like a true dude, in the rain, in the snow, dirt too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. Motivation, 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 motivation. It's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime. It's the moment of a lifetime. One lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now.
Wake up in the morning.
Motivation.
I'ma keep on coming, yeah.
Motivation.
Tell them keep on hating.
Motivation.
Tell them keep on hating.
Motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime.
Welcome to First Stand 2025 here in beautiful Seoul, South Korea. Day 4, where TL and KC will have the opportunity to secure an important win. I'm Dracos. Today, I'm joined by the incredible LCK duo Wolf and Ox, who are here to give all of us in regions not named the LCK a healthy dose of copium. How are you gentlemen doing?
Pretty good. I mean, HLE doing pretty well, so I feel like it's been a very smooth tournament for us.
Yeah, it has been pretty good for Unrelenting Esports so far. Some eclectic picks, some Zed, a little bit of Vladimir, a lot of winning. Our region's been doing a lot of winning. It's been very nice to watch the space where we normally actually do LCK from home, but now I'm actually here doing it. Feels new, but also very comfortable.
Yeah, I should ask, how's your region? Have you been having a good time?
You know, I think we've gone up and down. So we can maybe start with just the highlights and just forget all of the lowlights entirely. Can we all just handshake on that? KC fans of the world. Look, We're more than halfway through the round robin stage, and things are getting kind of closer than initially expected. And that is because of the one KC highlight that I will probably ride. This will be my ride or die for the rest of international esports for the year. Hopefully not, but maybe. It was KC winning over TES yesterday. So looking back on that, how did you guys feel watching from home, looking at this match unfold? Is it everything that the KC fans wanted it to be?
I'm a pretty big top esports fan, so there was a lot of pain watching, but I wasn't too surprised. It does feel like they are the team if they're going to underperform at internationals. But I think to say this is top esports underperforming is true, but also doesn't give credit to KC really showing up. And I think everyone was really waiting for this team that we'd seen domestically to show up on the international stage. They obviously had a rough start, but they really showed what they can do against top esports.
I mean, for me, very broadly, I felt like in the first 2 days, KC didn't perform to the level I saw from them in the LEC. Felt very disappointed. You could see in some of the press conferences with Yike as well that like they were kind of not trying to make it sound like an excuse, like this is not us performing, but it felt genuine. And when we saw that top esports series, you felt like it was true. You felt like, okay, leading into that series, we weren't seeing the best of this team. They weren't playing to the best drafting, I think, that they can showcase, and it looked a lot better yesterday. So I'm glad to see that upward trajectory, because to bomb out of an international tournament after so much hype would be so disappointing.
It definitely would be. So at the very least, we got a little glimmer of hope from the LEC perspective. But before we talk more about the stakes today and tomorrow, which are, of course, just getting higher as we get further into the tournament, I do want to talk about the meta briefly and one champion in particular. We hit a little bit yesterday. I've seen a lot of people talking about it. Kalista, perma-banned, winning every game when she did make it through in the off chance. We come into this tournament. She's making it through bans finally, but she's losing every game, even in the hands of world-class players. What's happening here?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things at play. She did get like a slight nerf, not on this patch, but the previous patch. But, you know, 4 of our regions, weren't playing on that patch, and so I didn't get to see it. But I think part of the problem is because Kalista has so much weight in the draft, she's first picked on blue side if she's left open, and then teams who are leaving it open are doing it as a conscious choice, and they'll prepare picks against it. Like if you look at the 80 carries she's been played into, it's Asha Varus. If you look at some of the other picks that are on the map when she's been played, it's like Poppy or Talia, who both make her life hell. So I think Kalista in herself is still strong, but I think maybe not as that first pick on blue side. Maybe the strategy could be you first pick something on blue side that's good into Kalista, and then the red side team has a choice. You take Kalista in a bad matchup, or you leave it, and then blue side has a chance again to secure that Kalista further on.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more jungle pathing towards the Kalista when you do have those unfavorable matchups as well, like the Ashe and the Varus, where you bring the jungle attention down there. The Kalista can get back control of the lane because you just let the Kalista sit down there, as a lot of our teams have thus far, in a matchup that's tougher to play out, where you're outranged or you're playing into Ashe, you're going to get slowed. And then picks like the Talia, which have made it really difficult to team fight, you're going to have a tough time. So I think just grabbing it because it's available isn't necessarily the best plan.
And we did see KC, to their credit, yesterday in the game versus Top, also punished with something like the Ashe that you brought up. But that brings us to today's matches, and we can take a look at how the round-robin stage has started to unfold, because not all matchups are created equal, and we're hitting the point where if we take a look at this chart behind me, you can see that some matches are going to be a little bit more important than others. Ox, if you want to highlight them, I will use this wonderfully positioned hand.
Thank you so much. So to be clear, if there's ties in terms of series score, the first way to settle it is head-to-head. So I think as K-Corp getting that win against Top Esports was really important for them, really big. But the fact that they've already lost to CFO and Team Liquid means if they end up at one win and both those teams, or either of those teams are, they will end up losing out in the head-to-head, which is why it's really important that either one or two things happen if we want to see them make it to the next stage. They either need to beat Unrelenting Esports and get to 2 series score, or they need Top Esports to lose to CFO and then be tied with them at 1 win. Either of those can give them the possibility to get through.
Yeah, and I think that contextualizing our first match of the day is really important too, because you want to see CFO beat Team Liquid if you're a KC fan, so they can ride that momentum into a little bit of a shakier Top Esports that we did see lose yesterday. Kind of an underperformance, I think most people would agree with Top Esports yesterday. But if CFO are able to take that momentum from today into their final match, then it's more likely that we'll have that Top Esports 1-3 that KC has the head-to-head win in.
And it's a very weird position to be in, as anyone who's followed international tournaments, where we are once again preying on the downfall of an LPL team. But in this case, it's surprising to me that CFO and Team Liquid feel like a sure thing. They're through. It's looking so smooth sailing for them. And Hanwha is the team towering over all others. Now, an LCK team towering above. There's something we're not a stranger to. But we've just ended up in this very weird position where TES, because of that loss to Hanwha, are suddenly in very hot water as we look ahead to tomorrow.
Yeah, it still feels very dangerous for every team behind Unrelenting Esports. But the thing is, CFO, Team Liquid, that series. If you get to 2 wins, you'll most likely save. So winner of that can feel a lot more secure. But I think ultimately it's been such a short tournament, so intense. You haven't had much time to sort things out, but also these losses have mattered so much.
Guys, I won't get to have you on the desk tomorrow. So quick and dirty predictions. I didn't warn you about this previously.
Oh.
Who's getting 5th?
I think
only one team going home after tomorrow's games.
I hate to do it to you, Dricos, but I think it might be KC.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, I poked the bear. I shouldn't be surprised that I got an answer.
I don't think they're going to beat Hanwha Life Esports. I think Hanwha will play a little bit fast to lose some laissez-faire drafts, a little bit of fun gaming yesterday. But even still, they were able to pull it off. So I'm not too hopeful at the moment.
We'll have to see. That is our second match of the day. I will hold on to my hopium. But yes, when a team picks Zed and Vladimir and it looks goofy and they win anyway, they're looking like the tournament favorites. But before we get to see them play up against KC, we get to see TL facing off against CFO in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Team Liquid and the Flying Oysters face off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Oysters came out swinging, dismantling Carmine Corp in a dominant 2-0 victory.
He just put his Leandri together, so he does a lot of damage, but they look for the Rel, who just says, I'm going to Magnet Storm you, and then even crashes down forward. It's going to be a win here for CFO.
Now they set their sights on Team Liquid, aiming to establish their dominance over the West. For Team Liquid, an organization with lofty international goals, this is an important match to show their strength and redeem themselves for their disappointing Worlds run last year.
Team Liquid firing it off here as the Void Grubs are already secured by FLICKR, but a massive face sealed over the wall coming out from Quad. They triumph over Team Liquid yet again.
With the round-robin stage nearing its end, there is no room for mistakes. Will the Horse or the Oysters come out on top?
I'm here with Impact ahead of TL's match against CFO in our Verizon Game Day interview. Thank you so much, Impact, for joining me.
Thank you, too.
So first off, welcome back to Korea. How have you been enjoying First Dance so far?
I went Korea at 2022 in the Busan, but still, I first time playing the roller park. So I'm really enjoying the moment and vibe. Like I can see crowd to every view, and just stage is so nice. So I was happy to play in the roller park.
Great to hear that you're having a great experience at Low Park as well. And today's match against CFO is very crucial. Winning this one will put you in a very, very good spot. So how are you and TL going to approach the match today?
We know that we are still in the good spot because we won against KC, but still we have to win against CFO, because if we win against CFO, we have a chance to be second place too. So this matchup is really important for us. So I think we play same as what we like it, what we play good at. So yeah, I think it can be not easy matchup because they won against KC. How they played actually aggressive to fighting well. But I think we're gonna win against them. Yeah.
All right. And since you have been performing in NA for such a long time, the Korean Impact fans were not able to see you perform in person for a long time as well. But today, they're right here with the Team Liquid Honda jersey supporting you and the team. So anything you would like to say to them directly? Facing them, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. Actually, 한국말 할게요. Yeah. 아니 저희가 이제 미국에서 게임하다 이제 한국 와서 이제 처음 보시는 분도 있을 것 같고, 저희를 이제 좀 저를 옛날부터 아시는 분도 있었을 것 같은데 응원해 주셔서 감사하고요. 저희가 일단 저번에는 약간 좋은 모습을 보여주다가 안 좋은 모습 많이 보여준 것 같아가지고 오늘은 꼭 더 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하고 지켜줬으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So to briefly summarize Impact, that there could be some fans first time watching me play, or also an old time Impact fans in the audience as well. But last time we were not able to end strong. So this time around, today we will make sure to solidify our performance and the match in a good note as well. And that was Impact for the Game Day interview. And back to you. Thank you so much and good luck in the match today.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun and Impact. Always nice to hear and to see that moment. So cool that he gets to come back to Korea, to have so many fans still standing beside him despite the time that he spent in North America, the LTA. But as much as I like talking about Impact, if there's any indicator, top lane, maybe it'll be crazy, maybe there'll be some dancing, but we got to go straight to the bottom side of the rift because Dago has been taking names. Yesterday was a little rough, but overall he's still looking like a big, strong point for this roster.
I think North American fans will definitely remember a previous international performance when we had him at MSI 2021. He was part of that PSG Talon lineup who beat C9 2-0 in a really important match. And I think that tournament as a whole, Dago was really making a name for himself. I think a lot of fans will remember him really showing up. And I think a performance like that really could make a big difference for them today.
I mean, we're hoping to see the best from Dago, right? I mean, a player who has a ton of experience, who has played in these international events, come up big. I feel like so far, though, in this tournament, it's been a little bit lackluster. While he has had some pretty weak performances inside of lane, outside of lane, I feel like he's been one of the more consistent members. His positioning has been really good. His team fighting has been really good. And even in some of the chaotic losses, I feel like he's had a pretty consistent performance overall. So hoping to see the best version of him going into this series. That being said, though, he has strong opposition on the other side of the rift.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say Jan has been just so reliable, so consistent for this TL lineup. A terrifying threat. Dago, like you said, goal difference early on might always be the best thing. He's bringing it back in team fights. But Jan has been incredibly consistent, as we did notice when he crushed KC with Lucian, which is something Western AD carries aren't supposed to do. But he is the only Western Lucian that is allowed to bring it out on an international stage ever. And on top of that, he had this incredible Varus performance. And this is a guy that I think everyone has their eye on when it comes to TL's international success.
I think coming into the tournament, the big sort of viewpoint from LT casters was that, Jan is the best player from their region, like, comfortably. And, we've really seen that on display. There's so much trust given to him by the team, bringing out picks like the Lucian Army and just completely dominating, despite even dying in that 2v2 on lane. And with how the team plays as well, it's not just like we have a good AD carry, he fills a role, we have this team where everyone does their role. It really feels like he is the centerpiece of how Team Liquid functions. He is that driving force who wins them games.
He's so consistent, despite having some middling lane stats, he has the top damage per minute across all 80 carries of this tournament so far. He's played 5 unique champions, so he's not really relying super hard on anything. A lot of people said going into this tournament that TL were super reliant on lane swaps and they might struggle in lane. That has just been completely false. He's been arguably the most consistent AD carry player in this tournament. I think for Dago, it's going to be a really tough matchup into him.
Definitely. Crucial matchup. We'll have to see how it unfolds. But for now, let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. Calling the match for TL with 51.3% of the vote. And I gotta say, that's impressive. That is a lot of Korean TL loyalty, because this is a late time slot for the North Americans out there, depending on what time zone they are in, of course.
Yeah, I think it's probably close because a lot of fans saw Team Liquid dunk on KC, but they also saw CFO dunk on KC, so made it hard to judge.
It's gonna be tough. This is gonna be one of the closest, most crucial matches of first stand so far. Let's see who comes out on top, TL or CFO, as we send it to our first game. We're going casters, we're going to a video. Let's check it out.
한순간에 사라지고 패배 직전의 한 수가 판을 뒤엎는 게 바로 FST죠.
I think against CL and CFO we didn't play good, but now at least we wake up against TES and we play good.
Oh, that was a disastrous Baron for TES. Army Corp are finally at the tournament as they are looking to take the 2-0 over top Esports right now.
Now we are here against the hope of Europe. We will make everything possible to win against HLE and keep going.
그래도 유럽 리그를 우승하고 온 팀이기도 하고 절대 방심할 수 없다고 생각해서 잘 준비해야 될 것 같습니다.
Huge props to Yike for a massive turnaround series for him. Huge props to KC. They're gonna get it done.
그 선수가 요 몇 년 동안 계속 최상위권의 정글러로 활동하고 있는 걸 알고 있고 그리고 항상 우승도 많이 해왔던 선수라 하르민 코프랑 재밌는 경기 치러서 승리까지 가져갈 수 있도록 노력 많이 하겠습니다.
It's always fun to me to play against Peanut. I think he's a very strong jungler, so I think this team is looking very, very strong. If we come with the right mindset, I still think we can beat them. And I hope we made you guys proud, and we're still gonna keep fighting. Équipe baguette, allons-y.
하나는 진짜 죽었네요. 그냥 무난하게 뭐 아트록스 같은 거 뽑을 수도 있었잖아요. 근데 그게 아니라
뭐 데뷔, 블라디 이런 거 나오니까 사실 CF 입장에서 가혹한 경기였다는 생각이 듭니다.
因为最主要是我们虽然是1胜1败，有一个1败在，但这个1败是给汉华的，所以我觉得，其实我觉得，如果赢下一个比赛就是对上 TL 赢下嘛，然后我们就高几率会在第3名，所以我觉得这样子会让我们更有机会进到决赛。
I think, at least myself, I'm less concerned about making top 4, but more so, at least, potentially try and still make top 2.
TL 这个队伍，因为他们也是有很多的老将，然后也是有很多的韩国人，所以也不能轻敌，所以要好好的去认真研究他们。
Hong Q, he's like a super rookie, but he looks just like super talented, at least for Hong Q. I know when games don't go your way easily.
听说他这个人很喜欢就逼对手，然后比赛的时候我会把他的表情给禁言掉。
You can get kind of nervous and start to make mistakes, so that's what I'm looking forward for you to do.
我们是新生的魔力，我们会让你们常常
변수를 만들거나 차단하거나 어떤 선택을 하시겠습니까?
And here in Lowell Park, I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Vedius today for the action that is about to unfold. And this first one, I think, is guaranteed to be a banger, my friend. Team Liquid going up against the Flying Oysters.
I mean, how can we not be excited? I know on your side of the pond, you guys are a little bit nervous, but for me, this is going to be a great matchup because either way, it's going to deliver. The stakes are on the line. The competition outside of HLE seems to be heating up, and every single outcome is going to matter massively in qualifying for the semifinals.
Both of these teams currently sitting at 1-1, going up to 2-1. You're going to feel pretty comfortable about your chances moving forward, making it to that bracket stage. Dropping down to 1-2, it can get a little bit dicey. You might start sweating a little bit more, my friend. So for both teams, this head-to-head is critical because when you think about remaining opponents, CFO's still got to play top, and Team Liquid still has to play Hanwha. Those are the predicted top 2 teams of the tournament, so both have to be looking across the aisle right now and saying, hey, we can beat these guys.
I mean, CFO, if they get a win against Team Liquid, they could be riding that high against the top esports who looked fallible as well. So I feel like that this is going to be very representative of what we have left in this tournament, and I think that there's going to be, as you've already highlighted, a lot on the line. We set our sights on the bot side of the map. Yon, he's just been a superstar for the Team Liquid roster. I love the fact that his domestic performance has translated here on the international stage.
Exactly. When you look back at Team Liquid throughout this first split so far in 2025, if you would have asked a lot of North American fans in January, will Team Liquid be the representative at first stand, they would have said, hell no. It was not the greatest performance. There were some collapses on the top side of the map, but even when the team was struggling, Yon and Core JJ in the bottom lane were having a lot of success. Yon is, in my opinion, the best League of Legends pro player on the American continental landmass. This dude is absolutely smurfing. So far in this year, he is having amazing performances right next to veteran Core JJ. These guys are stacked, but going up against the Flying Oysters, we've seen Doggo and Kaiwing plenty of times before. This is also a very experienced duo.
Now, of course, Team Liquid, they did fall short to top esports. And I think that the expectations surrounding them was that Team Liquid would show a little bit more, especially when, having spoken to Spawn, he was telling me about how when they last faced top esports at MSI of last year, it revolutionized the way that they approached the game. They wanted to show more, and I know that this team has more in the tank. So we'll see what they prepared for us against CFO, who seem to have a true style in terms of their team fighting. A roster that is traditionally built around Junja in the jungle, the carry player that loves to get given resources and utilize those to initiate fights. He's been showing a versatility of different champions so far at this tournament, and I'm wondering what style he's going to bring out today against other team.
And last night, I was going back and watching through some of the VODs from the games that have already happened so far here at First Stand, just to refresh my memory, get things right back to the frontal lobe there. One thing that I was noticing from a lot of the Oysters games so far is they want to scrap early.
Yeah.
They are not afraid to get in your face with only a couple of minutes on the clock, and Team Liquid will need to be ready to answer that aggro. In the domestic LTA competition, a lot of teams won't be able to pressure them early on like that, so I want to see if they're prepared for the CFO aggro. Let's go ahead and jump into it here. Team Liquid on blue side here in the first game. Skarner, Zyra, Yone banned for them. Callista and Rumble banned so far for CFO, so they are not buying into the Callista is actually bad narrative here just yet. They're going to keep that one off the table.
Yeah, they're a team that has so far very much avoided the pick. I wonder if Varus will join the ban pool. We've seen Talia really be a powerful champion so far in the meta, and with these powerful AD carries taken off the board, especially with Skarner, does Maokai now raise in priority for Umpty becomes the immediate question. Because when we know these teams like to fight, Maokai just provides so much value, but then Azir becomes another question as well. Is Azir going to be a high priority in this series and for these mid laners?
Umpty loving the Maokai pick historically. When you've seen him before with Team Liquid, when you've seen some of their big success, it was Maokai and Sejuani that were two of the biggest ones that they would continue to put him on. Lots of options available though, and it will be that Talia, APA, plenty of experience on this champ. Team Liquid knows how to play well around it. APA becomes a very good facilitator to rotate up top, maybe make some picks with impact, or even better, facilitate Yon and Core in the bottom lane.
I think it also just acts as an effective answer into the Azir possibility that we could see from Hongq, just because of its ability to get early prio, the roaming and side lane threat that you can provide, along with the ability to just match. Even if you don't quite have the same scaling team fight threat that Azir does have, it's something that is a pretty solid matchup. Now, with the Azir locked in, you imagine that with the Ezreal locked in, you imagine the Azir to follow, and just like that CFO locking in with their traditional style, that front to back that we very much expect from this roster.
And although Talia might have a good answer into Azir with the Unraveled Earth, remember that Ezreal, because his Arcane Shift is a blink and not a dash, he has a bit more safety against Talia than some other AD carries might. Over on the Team Liquid side,
how stressed are you now, Flowers?
I am very stressed. I subscribe to the LS school of thought. Vi is bad.
Yeah.
That is my opinion. I am not a coach. I am not a professional player, but it looks like Team Liquid is saying, okay, if they want to go front to back, we're going to disrupt them, because you've got Talia that can cut off the lines they're trying to draw, and Vi and Kai'Sa are telling me it's time to dive.
And KC adopted a very similar approach in their series against CFO, and they shut that down. They love it when you try to initiate onto their team fights. I think a Maokai would be great. No, instead they're going to go for a little bit more of a different frontliner in the way that Xin Zhao can act as that initiation tool and can provide a lot of space with the ultimate. I'd like to see some follow-up. You're looking at things like Rel that can be effective. Leona, also nice pairings in the bot side of the map. And given that you do get that first pick priority on the second half of the draft, wouldn't be surprised to see things like Braum potentially banned, Alistair, Nautilus as options for CFO.
Both teams still need to draft both top and support picks on this one. We do have not really a whole lot of flex potential anywhere with the first 6 picks so far in the draft. Jax is going to be the first ban for CFO, going towards another one of those dive-style heavy threat champions, and one of the ones that Impact knows how to play.
I'm telling you right now, Rest, when he comes in the first game of the series, Cassante is normally the champion. They like to put him on. He's a very good Cassante player. We know him for a lot of his carries, but with the Jax ban, definitely leaning towards a Cassante for me in the direction of their... and then they can counterpick with their support as well. The Leona going to be taken away. I wonder if TL will consider the Ral themselves, assuming that they give over the Cassante, they can trust Impact to have an answer. The Nautilus, interestingly, going to come through from CFO. I thought they would remove something like the Gnar as a possibility on the top side. Instead, going to mitigate that bot lane pool. And I think it's wise, because I think if they chose to ban away the Rel, Nautilus Kai'Sa looks like a really good bot lane matchup for Team Liquid.
I mean, Nautilus Kai'Sa, that's just one of the all-time classic duos that you think of for bottom laners that like to dive. So I like the ban there from CFO. I wonder if Team Liquid will just ban this Cassante that you're predicting so heavily on the other side. No, instead, they are going to shut down a notorious anti-dive champion in Poppy. Very good at neutralizing a lot of the mobility that's required to get into the back line, stop that front-to-back game plan of CFO. But let's see. We're expecting the Cassante here, right?
That's very much what I'm expecting, unless they want to shift their priorities and want to give counterpick to Rest, which is a possibility. But he is a player, like, they often put him in game one, even though he's more of the carry-orientated player, the one with the slightly more different picks. They usually trust him to play the Cassante. And so when he's in the roster, if Cassante is up, they're going to lock it in. And throughout this tournament, we've seen teams repeatedly ban this champion away from him, but he's finally going to get his hands on it.
Well, Team Liquid will call the fight. They'll say, all right, throw the gauntlet down. We've got an answer for the Cassante, but what will that answer be here for Impact? We see plenty of dive already in the first 3 picks. I have to expect Team Liquid is going to stay on that theme. Impact on Ambessa, it's not been a good pick for him so far. I'm telling you that right now. As soon as you just said that, somewhere out in the distance, I guarantee you Azael just said, I hope not. Like, that's, I
But
know.
in terms of the draft, I mean, that would make sense to me. I mean, Cassante, Vi Ambessa was known as a very effective dive combo because of how quickly they can access a single target. The follow-up, regardless of which ultimate lands first, it's just easy pickings.
Gwen! Okay, it will be Gwen packed in the top lane to try to cut through the tanky Cassante. This is one of those champions that traditionally has fared well in the matchup against him in lane.
It also does quite well against these longer range compositions just because the fact that she can mitigate so much of that damage. Her W and Xin Zhao's ultimate's pretty much identical, right? And so when you have Ezreal and Azir trying to hit you from the other side of the rift, it's just not going to be as effective, which is why Gwen can act as an effective front-to-back style teamfight comp, especially in these long-range compositions. The problem is when that mist does in fact fade, then Azir and Ezreal, I mean, the execution on these fights is going to be crucial, and so eyes will be on Umpty. He's got good follow-up with Core JJ on the Rakan, but in terms of execution, CFO's composition on paper looks like the traditional front-to-back, easy to play, or easier to play, I should say. And the burden of execution is going to heavily fall on TL. They can't afford to have the Gwen fall behind. Going to be an effective side lane threat. They do have incredible skirmishing power with this Talia Vi. It's such a powerful early game mid-jungle duo that I want to see TL leverage to get those early objectives, force earlier fights where you know you have the advantage before Azir gets to a problem point. And then with this Rakan, with the amount of mobility it has on the map, I want to see Core JJ being proactive in looking for these early game plays.
So which draft do you favor?
I mean, on paper, I do think CFOs is easier to execute, but I think TL's gives them a lot more agency. So I would say, because I don't really trust TL, I prefer CFOs.
That's totally fair. That's the kind of answer that I'm looking for here. So the pressure is on Team Liquid to be able to execute, to be able to not allow Azir and Ezreal to just stand there at these massive artillery cannons and destroy before they can get into the back line and do their jobs.
But crucially, and this is one of the things, the reason why I'm a bit of a pessimist around Xin Zhao is because he is a champion that can very easily commit without proper follow-up. And so timing and patience is crucial when you're playing these more front-to-back style compositions, because if you go in too deep and your Azir and Ezreal is left isolated, that Gwen is going to snip, snip, snip.
All right, let's do it. We're onto the Rift for game number 1, day number 4, here at First Stand, Team Liquid versus CFO. Both 1-1, both would love to go up to that critical 2-win point that just feels so much better for breaking into the bracket stage.
Oh, it certainly does, especially given that both have that win over KC. Even though KC got that win over Top Esports, the fact that both these teams have separated themselves from KC and have that winning record just put them in a favorable position. So whoever wins here really puts them in a comfortable spot for top 4.
All right, nothing crazy here at level 1. Nobody's going for any sneaky invades just yet. Looks like, 1:15 on the clock. Doesn't even appear to be some delayed action, but you can see down in the bottom lane, they are camping the brush, seeing if maybe they can get some cheeky damage as their opponents try to enter into the lane. But APA versus Hongq, this is one that I'm really interested in, especially since we saw at the top of the day, APA was talking about in the teaser how Hongq's, he's this really young player. He's fresh to the international stage.
Very respectful.
Yeah, but then he said, I want to get in his head. I want to make him make mistakes. I want to play mind games with him. And that's exactly the kind of player APA is. And I want to see how that game plan plays out for him.
Yeah, I mean, APA really has transcended internationally, the BM. Everyone knows who he is. Yapped in America, I should say. Has really made his presence known on the international stage. And I think that he's had highlights and lowlights throughout this tournament. We've seen him get solo killed twice. But he has also made some fantastic plays that have been crucial to the success of Team Liquid, especially decisively in that series against KC as the level 2 comes through.
Immediately engaging. TL in some trouble down here in the bottom lane. Doggo wants Core JJ. He gets away for now. TL barely hanging on here as the last Mystic shot connects onto Core. The level 2 immediate engage from Kaiwing gets the better of TL easily. Meanwhile, back in mid, HongQ and APA trading equally, but not near as close to death as the bot side fight.
Doggo committed both of his summoner spells to that engage. He thought that if I can flash in range of Core JJ, that I can guarantee a follow-up Q, and as long as I keep hitting these auto attacks, this is a guaranteed first blood. But, oh, the dive.
All right, 2v1, Yawn popping the barrier, needs to stay alive here. Kaiwing, one more shot might just kill him. First blood over to Yawn in the 1v2. Does he get the kill credit on the second one? No, he didn't tag him. So it's 2 dead on CFO, but only 1 credit. Back over to TL.
I mean, so the good news for CFO is that they denied that wave. So in terms of XP, there's a slight advantage. But the fact that Yong could still get a kill back is kind of the best case scenario for him. That ramping tower damage, you really saw the impact of that in the bot lane.
Yeah, those things are no joke when they're heating up early on in this. Like you said, though, the minion wave being crashed into the turret does mean a little bit of EXP deny. Kaiwing now rotating up here to guarantee that Junja can secure this crab without any difficulty. APA knows he doesn't want to go anywhere near this river. That control ward dropped in the brush now, going to help remove a little bit more of that vision, and APA knows he needs to play towards the top side of this mid lane. Let's take a look at the dive here in the bot lane again.
So, of course, the CFO bot lane still only level 2. Doggo connects the Q, but all he can do is auto attack. That final auto coming in from Yon as well. And then just the ramping tower damage. Very little to break down as CFO. I mean, the good news is that the tower did get the execute. If Yon had gotten 2 kills, that would have been much worse for CFO's bot lane 2 versus 2. But with this stacked wave, there is the threat of a dive, good vision coverage on the bot side of the map, and now they'll spot out Umpty, which means that information will be known and they should be relatively safe in the bot lane.
All right, Junja doing a good job there. Gets the entirety of the chicken camp before Umpty can show up, try to steal any of it away. But Umpty will continue pressing all the way forward, trying to force Junja out of his own jungle. And Umpty's going to start up the Krugs here, but Junja wrapping the long way around to try to contest it. But Impact has also left the top lane as he's ready to rotate over and help his jungler. Umpty's still sticking around a little bit longer, fighting for the baby Krugs. But despite the fact that it looked like we might get a scrap there, everybody just decides, hey, Krugs are gone, nothing to fight for, walk it off.
Umpty, ooh. Nice knockback from APA.
Shove, yeah.
Just a bit of damage will come through. The mana relatively low from HongQ. Oh, but those auto attacks, hang on, APA. Whoa, whoa,
yeah,
whoa.
APA really overplaying his hand there. Thought he might be able to stick around, bait HongQ into a bad spot. But that's just a free summoner spell, now spent by the Team Liquid mid laner.
That was definitely a misplay from APA. He was so close to getting solo killed. I imagine mana was the reason why HongQ didn't commit to the play. He gets the flash out from him. But I was about to say, I love that Umpty is playing really well around his prio. Impacts and APA are doing a good job of keeping the waves pushed in their respective solo lanes, and Umpty utilizing that to try and steal away some camps. He gets the top Krugs, he also gets his full top side. But regardless, Junja still finds himself with a camp lead. He's going to secure the Gromp on the bot side of the map. He's going to be pathing this way. Flash still available for Yon. And I wonder if there will be an angle. Oh, look at the roam coming through from APA. The ping's already coming through from HongQ.
Yep, they're thinking about it. Nice. Doggo doing a good job there, utilizing the buffer capability of the Arcane Shift. Even though he technically gets tagged by the Grand Entrance, he can still move out of that knock-up anyway. As Junja hanging out in this bot side river, they know that APA is 6. They know that Team Liquid wants to look for some type of a roam time or some type of a play to make here with the Weaver's Wall, and they want to shut that potential down in the bot lane as Umpty will take the opportunity. Okay, APA is drawing their attention towards the bottom side of the map, the bot side river. Let's go for the top side, look for the Void Grubs.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map and notice that Core JJ is moving on the map, whereas Kaiwing is actually staying. Junja looking to contest this is dangerous because even though they've gotten the push in the mid lane, the push from... Oh, Impact deciding not to move just yet. Now he's going to make his way down.
Okay, APA. Nice flash there from Junja. Escapes the seismic shove that would have been a seriously dire circumstance for him. So both junglers have already committed a smite to secure one of the first 3 grubs themselves. That last grub now being taken by Umpty. So no credit towards feats on this first pack of the grubs, but still a slight advantage for the TL side. HongQ, good job again with the buffer through the seismic shove to dash away from that one. Yes, he still got hit by a little bit of the stun from the Unraveled Earth, but it does not matter.
Yeah, I will say that the Herald was definitely the Herald, the Grubs, was a little bit of a mess because I think that TL had the numbers advantage, but because Impact decided to move so late, they couldn't really leverage it. So that meant that because they were able to get the push in mid thanks to Honkyu, they could contest in the 2 versus 1, force empty back, and they still had access to one of those grubs. So it will deny one of those early objectives that contribute to the feats of strength, which ultimately, considering how hyped up they were at the beginning of the split, have largely tapered off. Their ultimate value is not as game-changing as I think that we initially believed, especially after the nerfs came through. And now Ginger's going to convert that pressure onto the bot side of the map into their first dragon of the game.
Yeah, feels good for CFO. Should be able to pick this one up with no contest. Umpty just going to utilize the opportunity, steal away the red buff from the enemy jungle at the same time. Wants to be up here toward this top side of the map. You can see as Impact had that big wave that he was pushing up to crash it into the turret. They want to make sure they can get that crash. The biggest individual gold lead in the game does belong to Impact. This is the nature of the Gwen versus Cassante lane matchup. Gwen can zone him away from a lot. You can see first item, Negatron Cloak after the D-Shield, purchased for rest just to endure some of that damage, because Gwen can be very oppressive for Cassante to deal with.
Certainly can be. And now they're setting up for a dive onto Rest. The roams come through from APA as well.
Okay. Now, Vedius, I have seen this play many times before, and many times I have seen it go wrong. Cassante is a tough champion to dive, and Team Liquid's going in for it. Rest doing a good job buffering away. All out on APA, and Team Liquid is made to play the full. Rest puts him to sleep.
Rest just broke their ankles. He played that perfectly. He buffered the unstoppable, he connected the ultimate onto APA, and then the flash in from Kaiwing to provide that support. Rest, though, he may have always said he's welcome the TP coming through.
Yep, Umpty and Impact trying to put the work into him here. They need to use the last cast of the Gwen ulti and cut him down. Now the TP from Honkyu. Impact doing a good job to just use that hallowed mist, not be knocked back. So TL does get one in return, but man, Rest was so ready for that tower dive.
Now some of the lane swaps have come through as Honkyu moves his way into top lane. He should stick around to catch that wave, but we'll look back at this play and notice the timing here from Rest. So the first thing he's going to do is create space, so he dodges away from the Vi. The ulti from Vi actually goes into the Unstoppable, and then he connects the ultimate onto APA. It's unfortunate that Kaiwing ends up getting the kill, but the fact that he was able to outplay that is only kind of usurped by the fact that he then tries to push in an extra wave. He should have had support from his jungler to escort that wave underneath the tower, as both Impact and Umpty stick around to punish him. And the TPs this early in the game, they take so long that Honkyu really can't offer much support.
You know, Vedius, the League of Legends player in me is proud that I predicted that diving at Cassante could end in disaster. The North American fan in me is sad that I predicted that ending in disaster.
Hey, the good news is Impact still gets a kill. You have a 700 gold lead on the Gwen. And ultimately, Impact is in a great position to be a carry, and you kind of look across the map. That could have been very bad, mainly because not only did APA die, but Honkyu had an opportunity to push in that mid wave, get an extra play. More farm would have been lost, but he TP'd to top. And then APA even went to top himself, so in terms of the gold difference, just the carries are still in a good spot. So even though the dive looked a little bit sketchy, it's still a very good position for TL to find themselves in this early game.
Well, we've got about 25 seconds until that second set of grubs makes its way onto the Rift. This one, I feel like, is one of the objectives that's almost always contested in every game of League that we see. CoreJJ making his way towards the mid lane now. You can see he's very close to level 6. There it is, that minion secures it for him. Back down in the bottom lane, Impact with a slight EXP lead over Rest, but Rest also is about to hit that level 9 breakpoint. You can see the teleports are ready for both of the top laners. If this does turn into a full battle up here in the topside river, they will be ready to join, but it is still a pretty slow channeling time. So we'll see if anybody decides to commit early to that, because right now it's CFO with control over the river.
Spotted out Kaiwing on the flank. Gets some good vision as Honkyu is awkwardly separated from his team. Here comes the ulti from APA.
Okay, Weaver's Wall's going to fly in there, but it's not doing a whole lot here just yet. CoreJJ trying to make sure that Honkyu can't get up towards the rest of CFO. TP is going to get committed. CFO, they've already claimed two of the grubs. Team Liquid trying to go in for some kind of a play. Yes, they knock Honkyu up into the air, but what else do they even get? Nothing. Team Liquid, they've lost the grubs. They're trying to force CFO out, and CFO is happy to take their exit with the grubs under their belt. Nicely done. Yawn going in further after Honkyu now. Goes for the Killer Instinct to cut off the escape route. Yawn has found the enemy mid laner, but he does not quite have the damage he needs to secure the kill. CoreJJ wants the rest of the chase, but Honkyu can just use the shifting sands to slide away.
A heavy commitment there from Yawn as he flashes in to apply the autos, knows that he has the ultimate to cut off his escape escape route, but then he just changes his route. He creates a space where he can just glide over the wall with his EQ combo, and he's able to avoid any potential kill being picked up by TL.
So critically, I did miss in the Grub fight. There was one Grub claimed by Team Liquid in that one, so the Grubs do end up being 3-3 overall. Though again, like we mentioned earlier, no credit towards the feat since it was a 2-1 split and a 2-1 split. So those are all not going to shake out to any Void Might spawning or any major impact, really. Jinja just going to secure another Scuttle Crab down here on the bottom side of the map, 25 seconds before the next Drake spawns. CFO ready to try to overload this side of the map, see if maybe APA gets a little bit too greedy, see if maybe they can force a play onto this Taliyah early on. Kaiwen waiting around just in case APA steps up, but the Taliyah will not give them that opportunity. Yon needs to clear out these last couple of minions here in the mid lane, but it is CFO, again, Vegas, who are first to the objective.
Certainly are. And with this Trinity Force spike on Doggo, it might be a scary fight to take. I mean, Umti's really not in a position to contest. Doggo goes in, nice damage, but the tower shot combined with the W from Yon is able to trade back fairly evenly. This is going to be another contribution to the feats of strength. And I think that this is wise from Team Liquid. They don't feel confident enough to go for the fight right now. Umti will be spotted out, but I don't really think Kaiwen can punish this.
He stole away some little chickens. That's something. Doggo tries to follow it up. First Mystic Shot gets blocked by a chicken. Yon and Umpty still need to run away from this one, I would have to think. Doggo trying to fire into Yon, but it's Umpty caught out, punished. Beautifully done from CFO. That is kill number 3. That's the first feat secured.
I did not think that Umpty could be punished. He had flash up. His Q did get interrupted, but he still had the ultimate if he really needed to kind of utilize some kind of CC immunity, and he just gets flashed on. He just gets punished, the collapse comes through, and it's a kill handed over to CFO. They will get 3 kills. They find themselves 2 objectives up, and the gold is dead even. So again, like, I look at this and I'm thinking, okay, well, the team is very far away. Kaiwing might be annoying here, but it should be fine. So at this point, like, he can just ulti the Alistar, but okay, he chooses to just walk away from that point. But bear in mind, he still has flash, and he chooses to channel the Q, doesn't respect the flash engage possibility, and he just hands over a kill. So CFO happy to pick that one up.
Can see the frustration on his face with that one. Just giving away a free kill in a game that is this close really feels bad. They don't want to just have that extra gold injection in their opponents before they're going to have to get to these bigger fights. I mean, you're talking about a game state where you've had the surrender, the first 2 Drakes to the enemy team already. You don't want your jungler falling behind. Lane economy snapshot done by MasterCard here. You can see, yes, the biggest advantage is still that of impact up there in the top lane 1v1, but a lot of the other bars are looking pretty red.
But I will say that if you are a TL fan, that bar is really the only one you need to pay attention to, because impact is going to be a problem for CFO. The great thing about these carry top laners that have been largely reintroduced thanks to the lane swap meta dying is that it becomes a side lane threat and a potential team fighter that who really deals with them. And if CFO can leverage their range, they can outpace the Gwen and they have tools, but right now CFO is setting up for a dive.
Yep, they want to focus where the Taliyah is as APA is ready to ride away. Core JJ with the grand exit, but it's not grand enough. APA needs to keep on kiting, but CFO wants to keep fighting. A nice seismic shove to knock Junja away, but it's still +1 for CFO. They go right where the enemy roaming champ can be and force him to roam all the way back to base.
On the opposite side of the map means that there's not going to be any counterplay possibilities. Rest is more than happy to just hold the line here as the threat of the dive is so low. Meanwhile, CFO being proactive on the map. They set their sights on the bot lane tower. They execute cleanly. They get the flash out from APA as well. And that's going to be first tower secured. So this early game has only gone the way of CFO as they continue to scale up in this game 1.
Yeah, CFO is feeling great about this one, up 1,500 gold now. They've already got the first 2 Drakes. If you get to the point where you're now 3 Drakes to nothing here in 2 minutes and TL has to then come to you and challenge for every Drake thereafter, you're just feeling so good about this front-to-back team fighting that you can set up at TL hasn't had an answer for yet. Now let's see where the Herald fight goes, as Core JJ is going to be in some trouble here at the very start. Herald low, but not low enough, down to a little bit under 4,000 health. Impact makes his way down into the the river now as Kaiwing could be in some danger. A nice seismic shove, flinging him back into the unraveled earth. Kaiwing still burning. Team Liquid on the chase, but no kill secured. Impact would have needed another needle, and he finally finds it. Stitches up the body bag, and Alistar's down. Rat knocked back into the unraveled earth yet again. Yon wants a little more, but Cassante is too tanky. CFO walking it back into the mid lane after losing their support. Team Liquid, they claim the kill, and they'll claim the Herald for the reward.
And Impact is only continuing to get stronger. Nice punish on the engage from Kaiwing, as even though he's durable on the Alistar, he's not quite durable enough to stop the chase through coming from Team Liquid. Remember, this was the dive that happened earlier on, and after a play like this, CFO should feel pretty confident moving into the fight around the Herald. A good punish as AP is forced to flash away. They hand the kill over to Hongq as well, and while they can't convert it into an additional kill on APA, it sets up for this fight around the Herald. APA, though, with a really nice knockback onto Kaiwing, forces him to use the ultimate early, and just look at Impact's positioning here. He's such a threat so early on into the game already. CFO is forced to retreat from the fight. No engage really comes through, and Team Liquid find themselves the Herald along with another kill.
All right, we'll see what kind of value they can get from that Herald. They are still 1,000 gold behind. Their opponents have still claimed the feats of strength, and that next Drake is spawning here in 15 seconds. Doggo with the Trinity Force completed with the tier fully stacked. All he needs is the gold to purchase the Manamune. It'll instantly evolve into the Muramana for a massive power spike, but it does not appear that he'll have time to do so. CFO so far has been doing a great job of being in the river first for neutral fights. Core JJ already losing half his HP there to some of the poke. Doggo hurts so bad right now.
Certainly does. They've sent Hongq up to go and match Impact on the Gwen for the time being because the TP is available. APA grouping with this team. I'm impressed that CFO could still get prio on that mid lane. Typically, it would be a little bit harder without the Azir, but Rest acting as a wall. Third Dragon of the game, quickly going down.
Yeah, 6,000 HP remaining on that one. Rip Carroll going to be summoned up in mid lane as a response. Dragon already down to 1,500. Team Liquid is too late to the party. Nothing's going to happen. It is sole point for CFO as Team Liquid gets that Herald charge onto the mid lane turret, but it's not even enough to claim the thing, so no gold injection from that objective use here as Hongq now walking through the topside river. Umpty wants to find him here with a Vault Breaker. Sees the shadow there of the red silhouette, but does not decide to engage. CFO was moving up rapidly with the rest of the squad, so Umpty choosing discretion as the better part of valor on that one, while APA takes the opportunity with everybody else from CFO heading towards the top side to protect their mid laner. He's going to try to take out this bottom turret here, but won't quite have enough damage yet. Again, both mid and bottom lane tier 1 is for CFO, just barely hanging on by a thread.
I mean, so far, Flowers, you know, you've been a neutral commentator, just stating on the facts of the state of the game. But
yes, sir.
As we're in a lull, you know, objectives not available on the map, how's the North America in you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm sweating bullets.
You're sweating?
Yeah. Oh, I'm
it's a tense game,
bullets.
man. The gold is dead even. And CFO with a slight advantage. Right now, I don't think that anyone has any significant lead. Ooh, APA, he's going for this fight.
Yeah, APA goes for the seismic shove there, but Rest, it's just so easy for Cassante to use the Pathmaker against something that's as telegraphed as seismic shove to just say, no, I'm never getting shoved. So can easily get out of that one. Ruinous Otacon has spawned down there in the bottom side. Now, Vedius, this could be a very chaotic situation because we have a game where one team has 3 dragons very early, means every dragon subsequently then has to be a fight. And we also have
Chemsol too.
And we have Otacon right next to it. So if either team ends up getting some really heavily favored team fight, 4 for 1, 5 for nothing, whatever you want to call it, you can not only claim the dragon, you can claim the Otacon right after. Doggo with that Muramana that I was talking about, the purchase is complete, and this guy hurts so bad. Just a couple of Mystic shots to anybody on TL, and those health bars are bleeding.
I like the lane assignments as well for CFO, just because APO being forced to group, I mean, Impact is getting a lot of experience. Don't get me wrong, he has that full level lead over Rest, but Hongq is benefiting in the same way. About to take over to level 14, he's able to hold the Gwen, thanks to the wave clear that he's gotten. Keeping Azir in a side lane is a very safe thing to do, and while Cassante will lose out a little bit, remember, his role is to be a bodyguard. He's supposed to be a frontline. He's going to be there to make life as difficult as possible for Impact, who's going to look to be the main carry in this game.
Let's take a look at where everybody's itemization is at right now. We already mentioned Doggo hitting that Muramana point, which is really huge. You can see the Seeker's Arm Guard completed for HongQ. Massive outplay potential on that one. Over on the other side, not quite a second full item completed for APA in terms of mid laners either. And Yon is still working towards his second fully completed item on the Kai'Sa as well. So Impact is feeling really good. Everybody else, things seem to be pretty neutral or favoring CFO.
Yon. His spidey senses were tingling. That brush did not feel safe, and he was right. There was a Viper sitting in that brush waiting to strike, and he will navigate his way to safety. Catches that mid wave. Keep your eyes on the top lane, though. I notice a bit of trading happening between both HongQ and Impact, but again, it's that slight range advantage that is really benefiting HongQ, and you'll notice on the HP bars at the bottom of your screen how he's able to just get those favorable trades, and he can just keep the wave pushed in, and he's at no real threat, which is why I love these lane assignments that have come through from CFO. The TP, they're committing to this. Umti spotted on the top side of the map.
It's a full send. It's a full send from CFO towards the Otacon. They're saying, all right, you want to send your jungler up there? Everybody's coming down here. They've already got the thing down to about 40% HP. Nobody from TL is close. Impact's going to make a TP nearby. CFO, surely they've already got this. Team Liquid caught completely unaware. CFO takes the Otacon, no challenge.
Just a fantastic play from CFO. The level of awareness is HongQ now in a bit of danger. Umti on the flank.
Ooh, Doggo clearing out the control ward here. Junja jumping over the wall. Umti, instead of finding an opportunity, only finds a grave. Junja jumping right back towards him. Another Vault Breaker is going to be needed to get Umti away. Immediately they turn it right back on HongQ. He gets the shuffle, but it only hits Umti. Yon and Core have to try to get away, but CFO have already found the first kill here with the fight. Kaiwing looking for something into the back line, and he grabs APA. That mid laner from Team Liquid, so very low, but not quite dead. Kaiwing taking everything as one final Void Seeker finds the mark. It's Yon versus Doggo, and a little bit more damage is going to get it done with the Acathian Rain. Impact keeping Junja and Rest busy as Yon continues disengaging. Rest with the flash forward for the Intofo strikes as Yon with a supercharger has to try to get away. Impact finally shut down by HongQ as APA and Core try to get out, and Rest kills Yon. CFO scrapping with Team Liquid in this battle.
What a crazy skirmish around the blue buff. Rest interrupting the backs.
Rest in a little bit of danger here, potentially.
He's in a lot of danger.
APA needs a lot more damage because Rest is still Cassante. He's still just walking away from most of it. He's still using the Pathmaker to block any CC, and he'll walk it off. Dragon Soul claim CFO.
I mean, that whole skirmish started with Umti being caught on the wolves. He was trying to create a flank onto either Doggo or HongQ. He gets spotted out, and it devolves into this crazy fight around the blue buff. Notice here, he's getting interrupted. He's trying his best to escape. He flashes over the wall. Nice use of the blast cone there from HongQ. And then HongQ sees an opportunity to make a massive wall happen, but the charm from Core JJ buys him a little bit of time. While Umti does go down, a lot of resources now committed. The TP comes through from APA, while Impact is to come in from the flank. And this flank from Impact is crucial because Doggo gets separated from his team. Kaiwing falls, Impact doing good damage on the back, and with the arrival of Rest, it just devolves into chaos.
And look at HongQ's health. He survives with 50 HP. That hourglass, that stasis that I mentioned earlier through the Seeker's Arm Guard is the difference between HongQ dying and Impact dying here. Absolutely massive outplay from the CFO mid laner on that one. And then Rest cleans up Yon down here. He waits for his cooldown so that he can't be punished afterwards. Now we'll see if Team Liquid can find anything, because CFO, they got the Otacon. They got 4 Drakes to nothing. They've got feats of strength. They've got everything. Despite the fact that the gold is still so close, CFO has made Team Liquid look silly multiple times this game.
I mean, the thing that I love about CFO's style is they're not overcomplicating it. They did the exact same thing against KC, where they know they're good team fighters, they trust in the champions that they have confidence on, and they're executing well. Team Liquid haven't been able to find good dives. We haven't seen any dive combination coming through from Umti, Yon, and Core JJ. We haven't seen the picks from this Vi Talia combination. While Impact continues to get leads, so far they're not converting it into any significant presence on the map. So Team Liquid only continues to lose more, and now with the Soul gone, Elder becomes a massive threat.
The Elder Dragon, the ultimate equalizer. For Team Liquid, it could be a way back into the game, or it could be their final death sentence. CFO has done such a good job managing the threats from TL, and I go back to the draft and what you were saying, Vedius, where the burden of execution is on TL, and that burden has felt very heavy this game.
Certainly has, John. You should be safe as CFO set their sights on the mid lane tower. Good damage comes out from Doggo as that tower is sure to fall now. But the Arakan as well, equalizing a lot of the experience deficits that they found themselves in earlier. Notice Rest, you can see from the pink bar at the bottom of your screen, he's above Impact now after being a full level down, and that was the value of picking up that Arakan from earlier.
So much value in that thing, man. And CFO now, Hongq level 16. Remember, this guy is such a young player, man. Only 17 years old. And going back to what APA was saying about, oh yeah, he's a rookie, might get nervous. We're just trying to try to get into his head. 2-0-1, up 1,000 gold, 2 items fully completed, 2.5. He doesn't seem too nerfed to me. Ooh, this was a very strange engage from Umpty, decided to commit the Vile onto the Alistar.
Damage from
just walks out of it. Team Liquid looking desperate to find something here.
I mean, desperate is the right word, Flowers. Doggo. No, can't quite steal that from Hongq.
Oh, Hongq wanted to get the shuffle, but a flash out from Umpty keeps him alive. CFO seeing if there's chase potential. Seismic shove onto Junja. Yeah, CFO, they might not have got any kills there, but they've got the health bar advantage. They've got control over the topside river, and they've got Baron started up.
Keep your eyes on Impact. He is going to be crucial as the Baron drops to about 50%.
Team Liquid looking to try to stop this. Baron at half HP. Impact zoned away by Red. Junja tagged by the Void Seeker, but the Baron's already down to 3k into the pit goes Core JJ. A lot of damage given to Hongq, but he keeps himself alive. Given the stasis, Baron secured by the side of CFO. They got to try to keep getting away as now Impact has to come back over the wall, and Rest is doing a great job zoning everybody out. Umpty is already dead. Team Liquid, they lost the Baron. They lost their jungler. They're about to lose even more. A seismic shove is mistimed, and APA is dead. Junja and the rest of CFO in hot pursuit as a Mystic shot finds another kill. Team Liquid lose everything, and CFO leaves them with nothing left.
Hongq just feels unkillable. His use of the Zhonyas, the slide and glide to get away to safety as the front line of CFO just refuses to fall. The Baron, the inhibitor, they set their sights on the Nexus.
And it doesn't look like there's a lot TL can say about it. It's a full 5-man push from CFO. The first Nexus turret is already down, and Kaiwing on the front line has no intention of joining it. Umpty's gonna fall yet again. Another shuffle guarantees an ace for CFO, and they'll take game 1.
Incredible stuff from CFO. Again, they stick to their game plan. They execute effectively, and in the team fights, they just play it better. CFO looking strong.
You said it back in draft, Vedius. They had the easier to execute comp, and Team Liquid couldn't rise to the challenge in this first game. Now we're going to a break, but we'll be back real soon.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
And face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Happy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't cease fire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. I will arise. Yeah. And get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. I am divine, I am designed to only be broken and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky. My power is flawless, I'm the strongest alive. Yeah, I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless, I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine, yeah, the kingdom is mine, yeah, I will arise, take a look in my eyes, it's time for glory, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless, I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution, I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times, spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't cease fire. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up from Jack in the system.
Many times I have seen it go wrong. Cassante is a tough champion to dive, and Team Liquid's going in for it. Raz doing a good job buffering away. All out on APA, and Team Liquid is made to play the full breath. Puts them to sleep.
Rest just broke their ankles.
A seismic shove is mistimed, and APA is dead. Shunja and the rest of CFO in hot pursuit as a Mystic shot finds another kill. Team Liquid lose everything, and CFO leaves them with nothing left.
Respect to Captain Flowers, a true professional, casting with so much passion as he watches the light fade from his region. I'm kidding, they're still doing better than KC. They're having a fine time. Guys, that game was absolute chaos. That mini roll summarized it pretty nicely, but kind of messy from TL from start to finish.
Yeah, I feel like TL really needed a lot more to to be a lot less indecisive in that one. They had a composition where, you know, you're very dive focused, you're playing into Ezreal, Azir, not easy targets to get on, and yet every time they were setting up for a fight, it felt like they were just scrambling to find someone to go on to. Led to some situations like Vi ulting and Alistair, who had ult, which was just very weird.
So let's take a look then, Wolf, at this sequence of play, which kind of summarizes the chaos nicely, I think, from start to finish. A good start to the Otacon, we must call out.
Yeah,
CFO.
I mean, Honkyu ends up teleporting in. There's no one to stop him from coming down here. They just kind of dupe TL, and TL decide to all in on trying to push and get turrets. They get the turret at the top side, they get the mid turret as well. So ends up being at least they got something back. But remember, this is a Drake stacking CFO, so the Otacon value is going to be much higher than those turrets, especially with TL being this far behind. And then TL don't actually commit to a single target here. They kind of just trickle in after getting those turrets, which gives a huge opportunity for a team fight win here for CFO.
And honestly, it starts to go a little bit more towards TL from when it initially started, but the fact you've already lost your Vi without her doing much makes it hard, and as the fight goes on, you still have this Ezreal pumping out damage. Eventually, Yon has to overcommit to try and take him out, but there's still 2 full health members on the side of CFO hunting down exit kills.
Yeah, unfortunately for TL, it felt like this moment was where they were hoping to try to win a decisive team fight and punish that Otacon take. I think they probably should have just been more happy backing away and taking those turrets and looking for opportunities elsewhere, for example, moving into Baron or the upcoming Drake fight, but instead really over-indexed in this play. And the composition they were piloting needs so much coordination. We've seen this from TL in the past where they are coordinated, even though the draft's tough to pilot into the Azir, into the Ezreal. They have the know-how to pilot these types of draft. They try to play around the cryo of the Gwen in the top side, but the coordination just really was quite lackluster around it. So I think Spawn gave them solid draft here. Unfortunately, the execution was really the main issue.
Yeah, and when we talk about this draft, I think it's safe to say we saw the same thing from KC on day 1 versus TL, right? Like, TL, I think, took the high road. They took the Ornn, they took the scaling, absolutely smashed them. This time around, they're the ones who tried to play this really difficult draft, and it really didn't work out for them because the second they made 1 or 2 of those mistakes or Rest lived on a tower dive where he shouldn't, the game started to feel very impossible to play.
And the problem is you pick this Talia, which is a great pick for APA, but then immediately you get this Ezreal Azir response. And you're like, well, they outrange the Talia, so we want to close the distance. So they commit to all these engage tools, but you're engaging onto Ezreal Azir, which is so hard. And they finally end up with this Gwen. And, you know, if I think of TL and who they want to amplify and who they have been amplifying, it's been the AD carry, not that top laner. And this draft, if you had like HLE with Zeus on Gwen, I feel like that's a different story. I just don't think it suits that team that well. And also, it resulted in a scenario where they're so magic damage heavy, right? AP damage solo laners, you have hybrid of the Kai'Sa. So like when you had like the Azir with the Liandry's, with the upgraded Merc treads, it just felt like you weren't even cutting through an Azir quick enough, let alone the Cassante was just immortal.
I think, you know, we talked about Yun so much and how successful he is and how well, like how self-sufficient he often is, even with, you know, middling lane stats, he gets a ton done. Kai'Sa isn't that champion, especially in a comp like this. You're so reliant on everyone else. You can't actually make a big impact on Kai'Sa unless you're set up to do so. So I'd like to see Team Liquid move away from this type of drafting, putting on something that scales really well, can have a powerful mid game where you can be the main character. Because in this one, he was just following up or trying to in the chaos.
TL, though, will get to return to blue side, right? We'll see how their priorities shift. Talia, notorious APA champion, didn't pan out that time, but you saw in the post-game breakdown, right? This game did feel so close in terms of gold. It was neck and neck for so long, but it was just CFO getting more objectives, playing a little bit cleaner, ultimately getting that soul that made it easy. Now we look ahead, they've swapped Driver back in, so potentially even more aggressive stuff happening in on the top side of the map. What do we actually want to see for TL? Is it just simplify the game plan, something we talk about a lot when it comes to Western teams?
I think give yourself solid teamfight win cons and put the emphasis on your AD carry. I think having the Gwen pick, even though it made sense because like you're into Cassante, we have Canna pick, want to try and do something, it's not been where you've been shining. And Impact has been phenomenal on tanks. He's been phenomenal as being able to neutralize threats and play those team fighting roles, lean into what works for you and has worked for you so far in this tournament.
I think drafting for Prio is also fine. Just try to get Prio in your lanes and give Umpty a little bit more leeway because it felt like he was really trying to overforce a lot of those plays in this first game. I'd like to see them have a little bit more of a relaxed pace so that they can actually get Yun to a place where he can actually impact those later objective team fights instead of trying to force on the opposite side of objectives, failing those and then losing the objectives on the other side of the map, which is kind of how game 1 played out.
Yeah, I feel like if you've had a tough game 1, just simplify. You know, I like front to back. I like pushing lanes. Just like strong core League of Legends drafting principles. We'll hope for the best. That's enough from us here at The Space. We'll send it over to the casters to bring us into game 2.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and welcome back, everybody, to First Stand and game number 2 of our first series of the day. That first one was the Oysters flexing their muscles, pun intended. I think that was actually a good one. I think that was actually a good one. Okay,
Well
I just had to make
well
sure.
Done.
They were
Medic
flexing.
would be very proud.
Okay,
I know.
that's what we'll have to do. I'm going to have to hit up him and Free for some feedback on it. But honestly, the feedback I have from game number 1 is, well, damn, CFO, that was a performance. It felt like they were running circles around Team Liquid pretty consistently. It felt like Team Liquid was really out of sorts. I agree with what the analysts were saying. It looked like they were just kind of scrambling, trying to make plays, and they couldn't find what they needed.
My criticism comes from, I think that CFO didn't surprise in any way. They did exactly what you expect CFO to do, and I just didn't like the plan that TL came in with. So we'll see if they adapt here in game 2.
All right, let's do it, everybody. It's about time to hop back in to our Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. If CFO win this next one, they are going to a 2-1 record, which feels so good.
And then they'd only have top esports left to play, who look fallible right now.
Could be a big, big win for them.
All of Europe would love that.
Yes, absolutely. For Team Liquid, though, they really want to bounce back here. They really want to recover and have a chance to move up to that 2-1 spot themselves. A quick update on the Team Liquid coaching staff side. Coach Spawn has had to step away for the rest of the tournament here. You can still see coaches Swiffer and Rainover on stage with the team.
So let's see how TL are adapting. They're going to pinch Doggo's pool a little bit more by focusing on the Misfortune. The Zyra also going to be banned away. Rumble on the side of CFO makes a lot of sense, removing some of those AP carry threats on the top side of the map. But again, Maokai Sejuani is still very present. Yeah. And you have to remember that they are just great team fighting junglers. I feel like both these teams want to lean towards the team fights, and so I wonder if that pool will be pinched or instead if both will be left open.
It's also such comfort for Umpty, right? Like, Umpty has had so many successes in North America on the Maokai, on the Sejuani. It's like, that was honestly, for a lot of Team Liquid fans, some of their biggest concerns coming into a fearless split is, well, wait, Umpty's got Maokai and Sejuani as his core pool. It's not a very wide pool. What's going to happen? We'll see if they end up playing that. It will be the Skarner banned alongside that Zyra and MF you mentioned. Over on the other side, Rumble and Kalista taken out. So talk to me a little bit, Vedias, because one thing we do see is the change in the top lane, right? We now have Driver in there for CFO. How do you expect this to impact the draft?
He's going to be a lot more of a frontline facilitator, which I know might seem weird considering we saw Cassante in the previous game, but Rest is just someone that, in the context of CFO, they really value his Cassante. They really like to get it, and so in the Fearless context, they use him for the Cassante. If it gets banned away, then it gets banned away. But then the priorities shift. So things like Sion become a really big thing. Ornn, also another big pick for Driver. And so he's the expected traditional tank frontliner that you would see, I guess in many ways you would associate Impact with in many ways.
Okay, well, on the first draft, or the first pick of the draft, excuse me, it's Team Liquid picking up the Corki, presumably for the bottom lane.
I mean, that's the beauty. It is a bit of a flex. They can put it into both the mid and bot lane role, but I agree with you. It's very much likely going towards Yon. I think they want to give Yon and Core JJ a strong 2v2. When I saw them play against KC, it was that bot lane 2v2 domination that I think gave them such a leg up in the early game. The wanting to get that back makes a lot of sense.
Well, over on the other side, it will be the Maokai locked in first for Jinja. This is also, again, like I was saying earlier, a pick away, a denial from Team Liquid to not give that to Umpty. We'll see what else they want to lock in. Remember that last time in the draft, we saw mirrored lane picks for the first 3 for both sides. We got to see the junglers, the mid laners, the AD carries. We'll see if that stays consistent here as the Tristana locked in for CFO.
Tristana, a big comfort pick for Hongq, something that he's often defaulted to, and it synergizes nicely with the Maokai. You've got this double AD carry comp likely going to be building on the side of CFO, which, I mean, we saw Team Liquid utilizing on day one of first stand. It's still a very common composition, especially in the context of the Maokai. It also raises the value of Rel and Leona. I wonder if they're going to lock that in or if instead they'll want to grab their AD carry. The Ziggs to come through from Team Liquid, we imagine that this is going to go to none other than APA in the mid lane.
This is the APA pick. When he first came into the league, everybody was talking about how the guy was a Ziggs and Aurelion Soul 2-trick, right? Like everybody always says, ban Ziggs against APA, ban Ziggs against APA. Even whenever he wins on this champion, he tweets out, wait, didn't they know that you're supposed to ban Ziggs against APA? Like this is the most synonymous champion with him, I feel like, from all the games that I have seen. So that locked in alongside Sejuani for Umpty. Again, I like Team Liquid's composition so much more when Umpty is on these frontliners, on these hard CC champions like a Maokai or a Sejuani. So far the draft for TL, looking good.
Very much turning into a front-to-back teamfight style, which is kind of what I expected from both of these teams into this series. The Leona rounding out. We discussed this a little bit earlier, where both Leona and Rel offer a huge amount of value. With Alistar already taken out of the pool, things like Braum and Rel could be good bans from the side of CFO, given that well, I mean, supports are really the only thing that make the most sense in the context of the ban, unless they had a top laner that they had in mind that they wanted to lock in. But they can save that top lane pick for last, given that you now know how things are going to be panning out in the rest of the draft.
All right, let's see how they want to approach it here. I agree with you. I feel like taking out some of those supports that can be that frontline extra power would be great. The Nautilus, we saw this as a second half ban from CFO in the previous game. In that situation, it would have been paired with a Kaisa, which is one of the all-time combos. In this one again, though, being able to set up for the damage from the Corki could be a scary thing. Also, the lock-on potential with the ultimate is one of the few tools that can be very good at locking down the normally very mobile Tristana.
So the only caveat I would throw in that Team Liquid need to be cautious about is that Doggo, for those that remember when he debuted on the international stage, Tristana was one of his go-tos.
You're saying the swap?
Yeah, there's always the possibility that they actually put the Tristana bot and it's a Leona Tristana bot lane. It's just something to bear in mind, because obviously they expected the AD carry pool to be pinched, which is normally why in this situation you would traditionally see the AD carry locked in as well, because if you're already locking in an AD in mids, your pool is going to get very narrow very quickly. So you can then leave supports open and then just save your support pick for later. But by locking in support, it makes it so much easier for Team Liquid. They could get rid of things like Draven. They could also get rid of... Oh, okay, they're not going to get rid of any more AD carries. Instead, they want to ban out a few more AP options on the top side of the map in the Gragas.
And you can see the Pantheon ban by CFO. For a lot of teams, this could be focused towards different roles like jungle, right? I guarantee you when you're banning it against Team Liquid, you're banning it against Core JJ. Yeah. Core JJ was the progenitor of the pick in North America. He plays a lot of it, but the answer for CFO is exactly what you were talking about, Vedius. It's the old switcheroo. It's Tristana going into the bottom lane, piloted by Doggo, and Hongq is picking the Yone into the Ziggs of APA.
Which means that this Maokai likely going to go AP, and I wouldn't be surprised to see CFO round things out with a tank. How does TL round out their draft? Do they want to go for something a little bit more... I was going to say, will it be a carry on the top side? I do love the Jax in this composition. Against things like Yone, it offers a lot of value. I think also into Tristana, you can match in the event that Trist wants to try and go off in a side lane. And the Poppy mitigation against a lot of the potential dashes from things like the Leona, the Tristana, and the Yone, I think can offer a huge amount of value, especially with the disengage tools that you provide with both a Leona and Maokai that want to start off these fights.
Plus, let's go back to start of the draft. As soon as we saw the Corki, you're saying, yeah, draft a strong 2v2 for Yon and Core JJ. Steadfast Presence having such value against both Zenith Blade and Rocket Jump can really give an edge, just not only for the whole composition, but that specific matchup. As we wait for the last couple of seconds, and okay, Driver is not going frontline. He has accepted the Battler challenge in the top lane. It is now Jax versus Gangplank.
I mean, it's like Impact to me is one of the Gangplank players. You know what I mean?
He is.
Historically, he's someone that should know this matchup really well. For Driver to bring out the Gangplank, that is absolutely crazy. I'm super excited to see this back on the competitive stage. I've heard rumblings about the champion returning to pro play, but I wasn't sure if it would actually come through, but we're getting to see it from Driver and Gangplank. So, the ultimate value that you have in terms of your ability to cross-map mitigates the split push threat that a Jax can provide. The team fight value, the things that both the barrel and the ulti that can provide are absolutely monstrous. And also the fact that level 6 skirmishes. Oh, you want to fight us in a 3v3 on the bot side of the map? bang, 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 the ships have been called and the support is going to be coming in from the GP ulti as well. The ulti just provides so much value and what is a very like map-wide meta. I'm excited to see his impact.
And I also want to see how well Impact can play the barrel mini game of shutting those down with the trading in lane. Because you talk about someone who is a Gangplank player, they are much more familiar with the timings and when they need to outplay those versus somebody who might just, you know, lane against it occasionally.
True. It's a question of how good at whack-a-mole are you? And we're going to find out in this game. A lot on the line for Team Liquid as CFO find themselves one game up. We're jumping into game 2. Can the LTA squad bounce back and bring us to a game 3?
That's what they've got to do if they want to keep themselves with a positive record here at First Stand 2025. Let's rock and roll. Let's get into it. By the way, APA is playing Corki. Yon's playing Ziggs.
I missed that.
Yeah,
we
I didn't call it out because I didn't know if it was a graphical error. Sometimes I've seen the draft like just have characters in the wrong spot. No, it's APA on Corki, Yon on Ziggs. Team Liquid switcherooed into the switcheroo.
Wait, I gotta check the seats. Hang on. No, Yon's still in his spot. He's definitely playing the Ziggs. Yeah, I mean, that is a surprise because traditionally when I saw the Ziggs locked in, my instinct was that it was going bot. That was kind of what I thought was going to happen. But of course then, you know, you mentioned it, and I'm casting a Team Liquid game, so you would imagine it's going to go in the hands of APA, the Ziggs player himself. I don't know how I feel about them swapping things around like this.
My forehead's got a lot of sweat on it. That's... I'll just be realistic with you for a second here, Vedius. I'm nervous. It's one of those things where, you know, Yon is such this mechanically talented player. You expect to see him on an 80 carry that has the opportunity.
He does have a bit of history on the champion, though, doesn't he? I swear, maybe I'm misremembering.
Well, it's one of those. I'm trying to remember the exact definition of it myself because it's definitely not on the level of APA.
Sure.
I can tell you that. But it's one of those things where if you draft Ziggs and APA is on the team, you're very surprised to see it not be APA.
That's fair.
Now, I'm not saying that Yon can't play it. I'm saying that I'm surprised to see it swapped around.
Well, I mean, what else can we do but wait and see?
Yeah.
The bot lane 2 versus 2 is going to concede push in the early levels, as is... You've probably heard most casters say you're waiting for that early lost chapter before you can... You need the mana before you can really push a few more levels in the queue that will give you that wave clear. Driver also going to concede some pressure in the early laning 1v1, as APA will also look to have that early game control. Junja, he should have been spotted out on that ward. APA smartly positioning on the bottom side of the lane. And he should be pretty... Oh, he's just going to have to flash.
Immediately flashing away from it. Junja getting some instant pressure there in the mid lane. Nicely done.
Yeah, no W on the Corki. Means that that's going to be a flash conceded.
Oh, but Hongq. See, if APA still had a flash, that could have been a kill.
That could have been.
Hongq, though, still going to be fine on this one. Does still have the potion that he can drink, heal himself back up a little bit. APA's mana bar is going to be the issue for him here. Run pretty low on that.
A nice stun, but both junglers clearing through their respective camps. Of course, with Umti getting a small advantage due to that detour that Junja took by looking for an opportunity in the mid lane. We'll open up the top grab, and I was going to say maybe even a top dive, but I think it's a little risky this early on. You don't have the assistance of APA as well, and it looks like they're going to avoid it for now.
Plus, man, it's Gangplank. The orange with the CC cleanse plus the heal can just give you so much deceptive durability. And Team Liquid learned something about deceptive durability in top lane tower dives last game, I would have to hope. So Driver just going to continue hanging on just fine up here. You can see in the mid lane, it is the teleport to return first for APA. So Hongq will pick up as many minions as he can. Maybe do a little bit of damage on APA. Just get the most value possible before you have to take the recall of your own. As Impact continues with control over the top side, but Driver also has a pretty significant health advantage over him now.
And Impact, I'm surprised to see that he still has that pot. I would have thought that he'd already used it, but Umti setting his sights on the respawn of the Raptors. The ward will spot this out. Junja's on his way to contest, but thanks to the prio that APA has in mid, it's going to be difficult as Junja finds himself in a numbers disadvantage.
Ooh, smites away the big chicken though, so at least fights off some of that counter jungling potential as Team Liquid with the control over the push here in the bottom lane. The bottom lane already going better for TL in this second game than it did in the first one because they didn't get caught off guard by that level 2 all-in that we saw Kaiwing and Doggo do in game number 1.
For now, It's just a matter of pushing back and forth. Yeah, I think you're right about the Poppy. The steadfast presence does make all-ins that much harder. You kind of have to lead with the Q on the Leona to then follow up. And Doggo's got to really commit or be patient and wait for that steadfast presence to get used early. But CoreJJ, he literally only has to wait until he sees something like the Tristana W coming through before he has to burn it. Resets coming through as a few items are being picked up.
Remember when we see these mages in bottom lane versus AD carries, the battle is the AD carries health bar versus the mage's mana bar, right? You can see Yon almost completely out of mana down there now, so he's not really that much of a threat anymore because of the fact that, well, the resources are all spent. So Team Liquid, with that wave crash, they're going to take the opportunity, go for their first recall. Yon hits the critical point of being able to purchase the entire Lost Chapter, which is exactly what you want with your first purchase for one of those mages in lane. Back over in mid lane, APA still level 5 while Hongq is first to hit 6. Driver versus Impact, it's also a first level 6 advantage for the side of CFO. Impact now getting the ulti of his own as CoreJJ makes a rotation up to the top side, but CFO is aware that he's there. Umpty trying to slide there into mid lane, but considering the Sejuani has no Glacial Prison, there's not really an opportunity to go for a kill on Hongq.
Map really opening up now as those grubs have made their way onto the rift. Good push comes through from Team Liquid into the middle lane. It looks like CFO wisely choosing to just cross map. They don't want to try and fight them this early on. Instead, they'll be happy to secure the Drakes. And I mean, it panned out for them beautifully in game 1. They stacked those Drakes incredibly quickly. They didn't need the Eld to end up winning out, but getting that Soul largely uncontested through some really good fights and map movements.
Yeah.
They're looking to replicate that performance here in game 2.
But one thing Team Liquid will get in this one compared to that first game is the full set of 3 grubs up there on the top side of the map, since Jinja is still taking away this Drake. But Impact's coming up. He has made the rotation down to the bottom side. CoreJJ with a slam into the wall, and it's first blood for Impact on the Jax. The cannon barrage is coming down. The Drake is secured, though, by TL. Doggo and Kaiwing trying to come up and interfere with it with the help of the GP ulti, but it ain't going to happen. TL first on the board.
A clever collapse comes through from Team Liquid. Beautifully done. CoreJJ and Impact just catching Junja off guard. I mean, he was left isolated. He was just killing that dragon by himself. He wasn't expecting these 2 members to come through. I mean, it makes sense that you would think that CoreJJ is on the top side of the map, but he's sitting there saying, I don't need to be. Yon is perfectly capable of farming by himself. What's a gangplank going to do to him? And so they get 2 objectives just like that.
Nicely done from TL. First Drake, first 3 grubs. Impact jumping in here for the counter strike. Lands on both Doggo and Kaiwing as CoreJJ makes his way into the scrap, but he does not want any more of that. Doggo loses about half health, but can still heal up with the cookies, with the refillable potion. Back over in mid. I feel like this is what happens every single time you jump mid in a Yone matchup, is he's just away from his soul, stab, 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 immediately jump back.
You don't like that champion, do you?
I really don't. I can't say most of my opinions on Yone on the show, Vedius, but we do have another engage from Impact here, just trying to keep Doggo and Kaiwing away, but they will secure the plate before their first spec. Ooh, nice engage there in mid from Umpty, but that was a Yone moment, Vedius. Fate sealed, buffering through the CC, getting him away to safety.
I mean, it was mega anime, that's for sure. Stun.
That's for sure. Impact in some danger here, has to get away from the explosive charge. Kaiwing and Doggo taking the opportunity here, unafraid of the Jax and Poppy combo. Kaiwing now with his Solar Flare completed. This is a nice power-up for him, especially in the Poppy matchup. It gives you the ranged engage that cannot be blocked by the Steadfast Presence and kind of removes that only walk up and press Q type of play pattern you were talking about earlier.
Gone with the TP into bot lane means that he can quickly catch this wave as well. They send Impact back to top, and Team Liquid doing a really good job here in the early game. Doggo forced to flash, thumbs up as Yon will respond in time. And TL taking a nice advantage in this early game.
And Team Liquid with these rotations around the map, these lane assignments that allow them to not miss waves, reposition everybody by working together as a unit. With Team Liquid is the best team in North America, a lot of the time it comes from their mastery of the macro game. When you think about how good they were last year, how everybody was expecting them to be the top squad going into Worlds and everything like that, it's because they were out macroing everybody so well. They were so much better at lane swaps. They were so much better at assignments. And I think that Team Liquid always looks at their best when everyone is coordinated on their map-wide movements like this.
Yeah, and you love to see it, especially after game 1, where it felt like that they were uncoordinated. They weren't really able to force much with what was supposed to be a stronger mid-jungle duo, that Bai Talia. I was expecting them to be a lot more aggro on the map, leveraging that combo to forcing skirmishes, and we didn't really get to see it. Umti, though, utilizing his prior well, once again sets his sights on the Raptors, and this time around, Junja's too late on the play to really contest. Umti, I mean, has a small camp advantage, but the gold relatively even.
He loves stealing away those chickens. I feel like that is, we very commonly see him going after
chicken.
I love chicken, my friend. It is one of my personal favorite foods, and Umti clearly subscribing to the Church of Chicken himself, as Team Liquid seeing maybe there's something to find here as they set up for what may be a dive if they can get somebody else around, but not going to happen. Driver walking down into the river. We still have, CFO is, they've got 4 players nearby. Driver's going to go for the recall here as Hongq will be the one stepping up. This is a ton of patience from Core and Umti. Flash out from Yon, reset position from Hongq. He no longer has the Fate Sealed, but Junja and Kaiwing are here to help as well. TL now bringing an APA. Everybody's come to the party as Hongq and Junja have to try to run. They've already secured the Scuttle Crab though, so they'll have that if the fight continues over the Grubs. We did have quite a few resources spent on that one. Umti ulti, Core JJ ulti. Over on the other side, Fate Seal is down, as is the Cannon Barrage. Meanwhile, Doggo just trying to get another wave crashed into the mid lane turret. Junja slammed up into the wall with a ton of damage, coming down with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Team Liquid's already found the first kill, but now Umti's going to be in danger. Yon providing covering fire as the Yone barely escapes back to his own body. Hongq at 150 HP, and Doggo could be the next target for TL. Core JJ immediately tackling into the Tristana, but he's got to be careful. Core survives with 1 hit left, and Doggo put down. Core JJ survives, and Kaiwing is knocked back into a minefield. Here comes the chopper, and there goes the bomb. Team Liquid 4-0.
Nice punish from Team Liquid and good target focus. The combination from Umti and Core JJ that was missing in game 1. They recognize that Junja, while he does have the flash, they don't give him room to move. He gets knocked up, he gets slammed into the wall, and you mentioned it, Flowers, no resources. It's very difficult to follow up. That interrupt from Yon's W is just made even cleaner as this collapse comes in from Impact. Look at the left of your screen, though. You'll notice Kaiwing tries to flash in, get this pick on the Core, but he completely misses, which means that it's another easy kill picked up, and CFO end up losing another member.
It's a tough one, man. When you go for those flash, I gotta kill this guy moments, and you know it's a one-way trip, even if you kill the guy. Once that skill shot misses, man, it is just sad times, as Driver is pretty happy with these trades against Impact here. The Gangplank with Trinity Force fully completed, very ferocious. Just the quick burst trading with those procs combined with the barrels and parlay. Very scary stuff, as the second Drake of the game is alive, and CFO are ready to contest for this one.
They've set up good position. The mid wave has been pushed in by Yon, whose wave clear is going to be much stronger now that the first item has been completed. Junja has to be careful. He's conceded the bot wave. Right now it's Hongq underneath his tower. CFO in a lot of danger here is TL.
Core JJ jumping in with a steadfast presence. They immediately go after Kaiwing.
Nice ulti from Doggo.
Doggo knocking him back. Meanwhile, it's APA interfering with Junja down here towards the Drake. Hongq stepping up, gives them enough time to secure it this time around. They cannot steal it away on TL's side like they did with the first one. Nice cover from CFO.
Oh, Driver really getting ahead in the matchup now. Trading beautifully. As Impact, even though he has his 2 kills, Driver, ooh, isn't this just a kill?
Yeah, I think that's probably just a kill, Vadius, as there comes the Cannon Barrage. There goes Impact, disrespecting Driver, who just roadkills him underneath the top lane.
What was that from Impact? Like,
a mistake.
I mean, you mentioned disrespect, and like, that is crazy disrespectful that he even contested the wave there. Such an easy kill for Driver, getting CFO on the kill board.
Oop. Now the flash away, Driver in some danger with a Mega Inferno Bomb coming down. A little bit more damage is needed. Driver lives through it. This guy is making the difference for CFO. Poor JJ burning down to about 40% HP, but it's only Leona and Maokai, so they can't get the kill. CFO are not backing down. That's only their first kill of the game, Vedius, but they are staying dead even in gold with Team Liquid.
I mean, CFO, it's kind of unfair that they don't have just one good top lane, they got two.
Yeah, man.
Back-to-back performances, rest with this Cassante in game one. Now Driver on the gangplank, just absolutely smurfing. A lot of resources invested by TL will make it harder to contest these grubs, but Driver now with so much control in the side lane, getting that solo kill could be massive for CFO now, because dealing with this gangplank is going to become a problem.
Yeah, this guy is absolutely out of control right now. You love to see it for CFO fans, having this trump card up their sleeves, just ready to go. Beautiful stuff from him. But across the rest of the map, ooh, let's not worry about the rest of the map. Let's worry about Junja coming in here with a Maokai ulti, APA getting dove by Hongq, and there's no way out. They made it look so easy, man. Junja and Hongq pick up the kill in the TL mid lane.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Flowers. I mean, that was just clean and simple. APA had so few options, and the kill score is closing. TL 4-0 after punishing CFO in the mid lane. But now, they find a solo kill, they find a pick, and we look back at this and, like, you look, Impact, you got a base, man. At this point, you have to base, but he sticks around for the wave. He thinks to with his E, but he doesn't even mitigate the Q damage. The ultimate into the Q cooldown, even if he gets the level, I mean, he even flashed!
Yeah, it was nothing but a tragedy up there in that top side, as now a TP coming in bottom. Impact staying alive this time. Wants to keep the pressure on Driver as the rest of his team shows up. The recall about to complete for Kaiwing, nicely stopped by Umpty just in time. You could see that channel about to complete as Driver ready to get himself away with a defensive TP. Umpty just, it takes a little while for Sejuani to kill somebody, even if they're low HP, but he gets it done.
I think this is worth it for CFO, though. Yon doing the wise move of setting his sights on the mid lane tower as the Herald is being started off. There's no one to contest it. First tower likely going to go in favor of CFO, unless Ziggs has something to say about it.
Nope, not quite. That first turret barely in time, but barely is enough. That one claimed by CFO up there in the top lane. Also the Herald going over to CFO. Team Liquid wanting to get another turret down here in the bot side. Remember, they do have 4 grubs, so they get a little bit of Void Might power. But TL starting to stumble a little bit here in the mid game as CFO finds some advantages in both individual micro fights and greater map movement.
Now, securing that bot lane power is big, as Umpty going to be the target a bit.
Yeah.
Optimistic, I would say.
Yeah. Would like to at least be able to smite this crab away. Does get it before Jinja can show up and try to contest that. Lets him have the Team Liquid logo there, so still feeling
the
it.
thing about that tower is Hongq got a lot of gold securing that top tower, and he was starting to build a pretty significant lead, but APA getting a solo tower of his own closes that gap a little bit. That's not going to stop the fact that this Yone is really starting to get rampant, and we talked about the solo laners of CFO. They're continuing to get stronger. And it's a question of CFO, I know them to be a team fighting team. They love to 5v5 you, but this composition is very much about being able to play the side lanes, being able to leverage those numbers advantage by going 1v1, 2v1 across the map rather than fully committing to the 5v5. But that's not to say that they don't have team fight tools as well, because remember, Leona plus Maokai, all the utility in the world, the Gangplank ultimate as well.
Or JJ getting jumped on here as Kaiwing and Doggo just pouring the damage into the property. Buster shot and Korgot got Doggo getting it done. Beautiful from CFO. And again, it's disrespect from TL. They're falling apart, and CFO are the ones dismantling them.
Pick after pick, another tower likely to go in favor of CFO, but APA and Umpty here to try and contest.
Hongq does so much damage here with the Yone. Umpty wants to lock him down. Fate Sealed gets him away as the Glacial Prison will be spent on the Leona. Flash out from the CFO support, making his way up to the waiting arms of his AD carry and jungler, means he will not die there. So again, TL gets nothing. Yes, they might claim a couple summoner spells, but it's another objective going the way of CFO, who have now once again earned feats of strength.
At the very least, they're putting a bit of pressure on the map. You'll notice that by stopping these backs, they're pushing in this bot tower, stealing away these camps, looking for a pick. They've abandoned the mid wave. I would have liked to have seen Yon actually stay mid, push in one more wave.
Ooh, nice damage there, but not nice enough. a couple of these moments. So close, but not close enough for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid did a good job of chasing them down, but you kind of look at the map state, and it's Doggo that actually got the push in mid. The bot wave was abandoned, meaning that APA had to go back and catch that wave, so they can't really convert it into much tower pressure or enemy jungle pressure. They were able to steal away the Grom, but aside from that, they don't really convert it into much. So I think a bit overzealous from Team Liquid, and again, a bit of desperation trying to force a few kills on the side of the Flying Oysters.
All right, Team Liquid starting to feel a little nervous here, it looks like. Junja wants to control this top side river, but Umpty wants the same thing. Doggo's still hanging around in this side brush here, ready to protect if Team Liquid overcommits onto one of his frontliners. Doggo with the Yuntal Wild Arrows already completed, still working towards that second fully completed item, as is his counterpart in Yawn. The Rift Herald getting summoned up here in the mid lane by CFO. The charge alone will not kill the tier 1 turret. They're going to need a little bit more on top, and they're bringing everybody in to join the party. Driver right behind it. Misfired the parlay, I think, into the barrel there, so got it just slightly early before it would explode. But Team Liquid clears the Herald away before the turret falls, but it's so low now, all it really takes is one wave crashing into the turret and one player nearby to tap it once or twice, and that thing falls.
And you gotta remember, Tristana still a tower-taking monster.
Yes, sir.
Use of the E. Now, this is a good lane assignment from Team Liquid. They want that Jax into the Yone. That was the idea behind the pick. The problem is, how do you deal with the Gangplank? Because you'd think Corki would be good, right? Range matchup, but the barrels, man. Barrel, barrel, barrel. I guess that's what you do. You hit the barrel before I can blow you up. Again, that game of whack-a-mole. APA locked in.
Yawn in some trouble. Doggo really wanted that one, flashing forward, forcing the counter flash from Yawn. Yawn still losing about 3/4 HP on that Mega Inferno Bomb. Connects, but only on the outer rim to Doggo and Kaiwing. APA using his teleport to make his way into the fight now, but a nice buster shot coming out from Doggo, staying alive for now, but it won't matter. Core JJ ends up getting the kill with Ignite. Team Liquid finally get one back, but it's at the cost of the tier 1 turret down in the bottom lane. APA had to teleport away to make the play. That means nobody's defending against Driver, and he just keeps the money flowing in.
I was a little bit worried when APA committed the TP to that play because I wasn't sure they were going to convert it into anything, but fortunately, Core JJ saw an angle and he was able to force it. Ultimately, just a good punish on the flashless Doggo as they set their sights on the AD carry of CFO. APA gets knocked away initially. Core JJ gets CC'd under the tower, but that two-man ulti comes through. The damage from APA is strong. He has to commit his flash, but the problem is the Gangplank ultimate comes through, stopping them from utilizing a wave to put pressure on the tower, and as you highlighted, Driver securing the bot tower himself. So in terms of the gold, CFO still find themselves with a 1K gold lead.
CFO still down in kills, has not mattered. Even when they were at 0 kills, they were so close in gold, and the Gangplank building up so much just through the parlay, the masterful side lane usage with the Yone and the GP, really feeling good for this squad so far.
The thing about the gold is it's a little deceptive. We need to look at the items, because you'll notice the mid laners pretty much matched in terms of itemization, so that's not a big deal. 80 carries, Yon actually has a bit of an advantage. As Umpty sets his sights on the Kaiwing, not going to convert into much. The real problem is the Gangplank. He is like a full item over impact, and that could very well be the difference maker as we get closer and closer to that crucial fight.
We do have a crucial fight coming up here soon with another Drake, 55 seconds away. We'll see if we can get a big battle out of that one. Team Liquid might just opt to let it go if they're not feeling confident about their strength. But again, I kind of want to go back to what you were talking about earlier. Although CFO might be known as a team fighting team, this composition, especially with the way that HongQ and Driver's leads have played out, would love to play 1-3-1. Can Team Liquid force them to show up for an objective? Can Team Liquid hard force like that and make CFO play into something that they don't want to play?
I mean, the thing is, it's an interesting dynamic because I think that TL have much stronger poke simply due to the fact that they have the Ziggs and the Corki, but the barrels can be such a difference maker in these fights. And with the Maokai setup that you have, the ability of CFO to force these fights is very potent, especially with the Leona follow-up as well. So I'm curious as to how they both approach the objective. Right now they've kind of set their sights on the Artican.
Okay. You also have Impact completing that second item now with the Sundered Sky. Teleport available on him and Driver both if a big fight breaks out here in the top side. Doggo getting caught out by Umpty. That was the Glacial Prison spent. That was the Mega Inferno Bomb spent. And that was just Tristana's W spent to get away from it. Very mobile champion. Unfortunately, not enough damage there for Team Liquid to make it happen. Hongq now needs to try to get away. APA, Core, and Umpty coming in to try to stop him. But Hongq knows if he kills the Corki, none of the other two can kill him instead. A lot of CC done to Hongq. He critically gets away just in time. And Junja's already killed APA. Core's trying to eject the enemy players, but it's a little bit too late. Finally, a kill back onto Hongq comes out from Yawn, but Umpty is gunned down by Doggo. Core trying to get away from Kaiwing and Driver, but Doggo's ready to back him up. Impact jumps in after the enemy AD carry, but he jumps only to his own demise. Another bullet might just take him down as Junj is going to cut off Yawn, and Team Liquid absolutely falls to pieces. CFO wipes them off the rip.
It's an ace for CFO as they come out convincingly ahead in the fight. What was supposed to be a pick onto Hongq ends in devastation for Team Liquid. The confidence on this young man in the mid lane to not try and run, but to turn and fight against the impending Team Liquid squad was the difference maker in this play. Keep your eyes on Hongq. I thought he was going to try and use his Q and ult to go south to get away, but no, he goes in. He's saying, I think I can get this kill onto APA. He gets so low, the shield bow keeping him alive long enough to allow for Junja to come in, get that kill onto APA, and while he does fall, the arrival of Driver and Doggo swing the fight in their favor.
Really nicely done from the 17-year-old mid laner of CFO, recognizing there's 3 guys but 1 threat, turning it back onto APA, putting the fear in Team Liquid despite their massive man advantage. And honestly, CFO now have a really seriously powerful lead. Not just the gold, but you think of all the flower petals that they got from the Ruinous Otacon, all of the extra stats they got from that. Last team fight damage out to champions. A Gangplank ulti raining down on top of everybody for a little while. That's going to do that for you. Here we go with a Maokai ulti flying out. Finds a root into Umpty and Core. Not a whole lot more than that. Nice deny on the barrel there from Umpty. Jumps back in, wants to go after Driver. Throws out the ulti from the Sejuani, but it's not going to get a whole lot more. Impact continuing the chase. Driver has no oranges. Hongq trying to escape. Driver's going to get gunned down. And now, can they turn anything else around? Impact's next to die, and Core tackles it on top of Junja. Now he's got to be careful about his own health bar as Umpty charges forward, but where's the backup? Doggo fires back. APA's got a ton of health, but where's the rest of the backup for him? Now another re-engage coming out from Hongq and Kaiwing, and they're going to take out APA. Doggo's ready to grab more. He takes down 2. Umpty's left to deny next. Doggo just destroyed him. CFO are so much better.
A triple kill for Doggo as he makes the outplay a reality. Team Liquid found such a promising start to the fight. They wanted to capitalize, turn it into a massive comeback, but it ends up falling disastrous once more. CFO hold their ground, and it starts with a bit of an overstep from Driver. He uses the oranges very early. A big ulti from Junja comes through, but there's not really a conversion into a big team fight. The frontliner is the one tanking up all the damage. They punish Driver, force the oranges out from him here, force the flash away. Good damage onto Hongq, forces him out, and now CFO is split. Impact wisely sees an opportunity. Hongq does what he can, but Kaiwing and Junja go over the wall to get back into the front line to get a kill back for themselves. Look at the HP bars from that Gangplank ultimate on the backline. Yon brought so low just from the GP ultimate. Gave that opportunity from the stun from Kaiwing into the follow-up from Hongq, and then Doggo goes beast mode.
Doggo, just the way he's got the buster shot at the very end, so there's no way for Umpty to have enough damage. 7-2 now on the Trist. Honestly, just an incredibly impressive performance from CFO ever since the midpoint of this game. The last 15 minutes or so have been all CFO all the time. Team Liquid, whether they're short by an inch or short by a mile, they are coming up short as another Maokai ulti flies in, another death for APA, another march down mid for CFO, and this game might be closer to the end than we might think, Vedius. Impact and Umpty trying to get something back, but the ulti is a whip. CFO want even more as Doggo jumps over the wall. Impact can't do anything to stop them. And CFO, they've taken the tier 2. They're going to march it up to the Baron. And who's going to stop them?
Doggo flashes the icon of the flash walls. the iconic team from the LMS. I mean, this is the new breed from APAC, the young promising mid laner, the veterans of Junja, Doggo. I mean, this roster coming together and just defying expectations. Yes, they fell short of Hanwha Life yesterday, but they are on the precipice of a huge victory today. APA gets forced back, but look at this Gangplank ultimate. Oh my goodness, the devastation. The Black Pearl is envious of what this GP is bringing to the fight as CFO just tear Team Liquid apart.
Team Liquid are living in a ghost story right now, my friends, and they are the only ones who have anything to fear as CFO are 10,000 gold ahead. Their carries are absolutely massive, and they're just running into the enemy jungle, setting down vision, choking Team Liquid out of the rift. Umpty has no choice but to retreat, because you never know how close the rest of the team is right behind Kaiwing. Doggo and Hongq putting the work into the tier 2 in the bottom lane, while Driver gets the wave pushed up in mid. Hongq and Doggo now ready to threaten onto the tier 3 bottom. APA can't do a lot to defend, and now it's Umpty caught out, burst down before anything else even happens. CFO 5v4 for the next 45 seconds.
They can keep playing through these two lanes, splitting Team Liquid up. Their wave clear is good thanks to Yon. Hongq sets his sights on the mid lane. Just going to be clearing out some vision, but this bot lane tower is sure to fall, and it will. The inhibitor soon to follow.
There it goes. Inhibitor down in the bottom lane. Mid about to be treated the same. CFO looking to just end the game here. Doggo jumping forward, completely unafraid, has the lifesteal to trade and heal right back up. He wants to keep going in, may have gone a little bit too far. Shut down over to Impact as Team Liquid now at least has a chance to continue the game a little bit further.
I mean, Doggo was feeling himself a little bit too much.
That was a wild Doggo right there.
Oh, it certainly was. Team Liquid, they find the punish, but really, it's just crumbs, given the advantage that CFO have. Umpty, he just, I mean, at this point, only level 13 to the level 17 Hongq. It makes sense that CFO will just look to shut him down. And Doggo says, hey, I think I can play this. But yeah, a little bit too much there as he goes back in. Nice knockback from Yon to set up into the sun onto the wall. A big shutdown heading over to Impact. But there's still a 2.6k gold difference between the two top laners. And CFO right back out onto the map. I think they should set their sights on the top lane, but it makes sense. The soul is what they want. And with the Baron soon to follow, I say that they still have the Baron. What am I saying?
They are locked in, man. They are ready to go. That Baron timer, you can see 2,000 gold right now on the Red Bull Baron power play with it about to expire. Feeling good about that one. 15 seconds until the Drake spawns. The TP already committed from APA to be here and ready to fight. Team Liquid knows that the clock is at 11:59 and some odd seconds. It ticks ever forward, and CFO are about to close this game. APA collapsed on with a twisted advance. He's dead before he fires a shot. Core, Umpty, and Impact all scatter as the Mega Inferno Bomb hits Doggo. But again, it's not enough. Umpty's gonna die to the explosive charge. Impact locked up by Junja, Kaiwing, and Driver. He'll fight for a second, but he's not getting away from this one. The stasis won't save him, and Junja's gonna erase him. Now Hongq back in the enemy base. He knows they're ready to end this one. They're ready to end the game. They're ready to end the series. They're ready to end Team Liquid. CFO getting it done, and getting it done clean. Core the only man alive, and what is Support Poppy gonna do against the Yone and the Gangplank that have been running the show since 15 minutes? GG CFO, 2-0.
An impressive performance from CFO. After getting stomped by HLE yesterday, they just brush it off, and it's just another day at the office for them. They convincingly defeated KC, convincingly defeated Team Liquid, and APAC looking to make a name for themselves here on the international stage once more.
And you already said it, Vedius, their last remaining matchup up against a top esports squad that is looking very mortal. This is a team that you should be scared of here with CFO, as they have proven to be monstrous versus everyone except the tournament favorites. And hey, have you heard? You can subscribe to LOL Esports on Twitch right now to support your favorite teams, use custom emotes, and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the buy, have you heard, in-game emote. We're taking a quick break now. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LOL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LOL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top here. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
To the Esports World Cup.
Noxus, you honor me this day. But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance. The strain of sacrifice. The story of our people from the beginning. And the only truth that matters when you face your reckoning. Strength above all.
Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. This a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal is trying to go faster. We can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this. We up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the to your Debo, calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God-given, this divine like a cheat code. Multiply, grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic while they've been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only knew what they were up against, they'd probably be better prepared for self-defense. They've been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood, yeah, I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been to war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I've grown immune to the poison. My blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA, you know one. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up, I'm Jack in the system.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on the phone. Okay. Flash check. Okay.
Go here on two. Coming. Leon's coming as well. I think we got it. You got it? 15 ult.
I have 20 seconds. I'm coming.
I'm coming.
I have a flash.
Can I beat you? I think he'll jump out first.
No flash, no flash.
So fast. And they're going to take out APA. Doggo's going to grab more. He takes down two. Humpty's left in my neck. Doggo just destroyed him. CFO are so much better. Doggo just destroys him. And they're also getting danced on. Ooh, parlay to the screen. Shot straight to my heart. Man after my own heart right there. That was a beautiful Gangplank performance. On top of that, an incredible Tristana performance. Guys, that was not close. That was a slaughter.
Yeah, there were so many close moments for TL, right? Like so many near kills, so many chases that ended up empty-handed. And it felt like, for me, my biggest takeaway for TL is why'd you put Yun on now another champion, his first time playing it in Tier 1, the Ziggs, instead of putting him on an 80 carry where he could pop off and carry like he did leading up until today.
Yeah, maybe like an 80 carry who scales well, has a range, has resets, you know, maybe like a Tristana that we saw from Doggo. I mean, really be a carry performance for him.
It's a genius transition, Ox, because Doggo was smurfing on Tristana in our HyperX Reflex replay. And if you for some reason missed it, we can watch it one more time. Very long, drawn-out fight. And at the end of the day, a lot of heroic moments here from a lot of different players, but Doggo still the star.
Yeah, it ended up being like a super scrappy one. This is when CFO were ahead, but the fight didn't start super favorably. We saw the GP going down, but in these messier fights, a champion like Tristana really has an opportunity to shine, and it becomes so close. So many low health bars, but it's this moment here where Kaiwing turns around onto APA. He's the only one with a significant health bar. They manage to burst him down, and then he goes for the play.
The terrifying thing against Tristana, too, even when she's low health like this, is all these low health bars means Tristana can get jump resets over and over and over again. Fantastic ult here from Doggo really guarantees the cleanup there. He ends up getting a triple, I believe, in the end on that one. Just a phenomenal performance from him. Great performance once again by Driver in the top lane. And this is the only team in this tournament that's really utilizing 2 players in a specific role. We very rarely see that throughout the extension of a tournament. Sometimes in international events, it's for like day 1 or day 2, and you're trying to figure out a new patch. We had a lot of big changes coming into first stand, of course, but it doesn't feel like there's necessarily a clear theme as to when Driver is in or not. But when he is in, he plays really well.
And I think also when we talk about Fearless, you know, as you get deeper into Fearless, when they do get to like best of 5s, being able to switch when, you know, one player's champion pool being hammered away at to another player can be a really strong strategic advantage.
Yeah, and I think for CFO, we just need to see how high that ceiling goes, right? Taking down so many different teams. HLE obviously still a tall task, but if they can take down TES tomorrow, they're looking like the clear second best team in this tournament, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to dispute that. For now, though, we need to take a look at our upcoming matchup, KC versus the aforementioned HLE, and KC fans sweating. But ultimately, after yesterday, they have been instilled with a little bit more confidence.
I think this was such a huge series for them. It was a lot of doom and gloom after the first 2 matchups, but managing to take down top esports, getting this big upset, was just huge when hope seemed to have gone away, and we saw a level of play that we'd really missed from them. I think ultimately, you know, the expectations were quite high coming into this, but we know they're not as experienced at internationals compared to G2, and just seeing them deliver on what we saw domestically was so big, and so big for the confidence. Today's a bigger challenge, but they've shown that they came here and eventually managed to play a game like they have done regionally.
Yeah, I mean, this team has always been great mechanically. Like, the hands are fantastic, right, in the mechanics, but I feel like this is the first game that we saw from them all tournament long where they actually had a great read in the early game. Yike, masterclass performance across both games, and they just looked a lot more cohesive. I don't know what changed, but perhaps finally got adjusted to the jet lag. Finally, we're starting to actually get the practice that they needed to get back into shape. They looked like a completely different beast.
Definitely did. I think one matchup, excuse me, just lost English there for a second, so downloading the patch. Okay, one matchup I'm especially excited for, Kana versus Zeus. Obviously, I have a ton of history, but I think across even the losses, even those tough first 2 days, Kana really was that rock for this team. Now going up against, I've called him the best player in the world a few times, and I have yet to regret that statement. Like, this man is a monster.
Now, remember, Zeus replaced Kana on T1. Like, Kana went into Nongshim, right, and was one of Nongshim's worst years, one of Kana's worst years. And I think a lot of people were like, Kana's done, right? This guy's not going to recover. Came back on KC, main character for this team in a lot of big moments. So far in days 1 and 2, felt like the only character, the only one getting relevant things done. You look at his stats here across the tournament, really strong. The problem is going to this matchup, though, that the strongest top laner, the guy who's called the GOAT of top lane, has stronger stats and is by far the best top laner in the tournament. So your strong point has a stronger point on the opposition.
I think ultimately, though, to play safe, to play a more defensive pick, to try and neutralize Zeus might even be a mistake. I think as much as Zeus is a phenomenal top laner, and I give him the edge in this matchup, you need Kana to challenge him. I think you need to show up. If you pick like a tank, we've seen KC not really work when Kana's on these picks. Yes, it's a long shot, but, you know, in a matchup like this, I think if you play defensive, you're just going to lose and give Zeus free reign. Challenge him, put some jungle pressure there. Zeus has been known to sometimes be disrespectful of the enemy jungler. But if you let him have a matchup like this, he will just take over the game.
It was one gigantic highlight reel through all of that series yesterday. I mean, even when it was the Rumble, a more standard matchup, and then into the Vladimir, this guy is terrifying. But I think for KC fans, they're pretty excited, especially about jungle. You brought up Yike earlier. And we took a look at the stats, and I think that they tell a pretty clear story about what we might need from Yike, especially in the champ select department.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me was when he was playing picks where he had to kind of be, he's a little bit squishier, right, on the Vi, especially the brand. He had to be the one who's carrying and actually really making the big plays. He struggled, but when he was facilitating plays, the Sejuani, right, the Ivern, the Skarner, these are picks where he's actually set his team up incredibly well, especially in the early game. You could see a massive difference in the stats. And for me, I saw him in that emotional press conference. He was like, got asked, like, you know, why aren't you playing like what we saw from you in the LEC? Kind of disappointing performance from you. And he basically didn't have an answer. He's like, look, we're not playing as well as we know we can. And to have him have that bounce back, come on the desk with you guys as well, and to clearly be jazzed up and ready for a really tough matchup has got to be feeling good for the KC fans.
Such a confidence boost as well against a jungler like Kanavi, who's such a veteran established jungler, to have a performance like that. Going up against Peanut, similar in terms of his reputation, but Peanut, you know, throughout his career, especially like more recently in the LCK, he still had those moments, those games where he's kind of been out of form, he can be challenged. So I think Yike, if he's playing at his best and Peanut has a bit of a poor performance, we could see KC have the advantage in that matchup.
But I need you guys to level with me. As excited as I am to hear you build up Yike, to talk about maybe Kana contest, all this history, what are the odds that that's going to happen? Are either of you giving KC a game? And I don't need you to do this out of pity, and I don't want you to hold back. I'm here. I'm the European pundit. You're not punching down. I just need to know. I need to know the truth. What are we looking at here?
I don't think getting a game doesn't matter. Series win will make a big difference for KC. I put it at like 10%. It's rough. It's possible. We've seen crazier things, but it's still a hard matchup against the best team in the tournament.
I think it'll take a big mistake out of Hanwha for that to happen.
It's definitely a tall task. We see the players now taking to the stage. Look, we're getting ready for this one. Loose optimism for me. You know, I don't want to say anything crazy. I don't want to hype this up too much. But I do think KC, after yesterday, European fans could use another dub. It could be okay.
On n'en a rien à foutre, l'analyse. Écoutez-moi, de toute façon, croire en l'Europe, on a bien vu que de toute façon, ça ne marchait pas. On va essayer la counter curse pour une fois, parce que de toute façon, ces clowns, hier, ils croyaient pas en vous. Ils en avaient rien à faire. Je ne veux voir personne s'exciter aujourd'hui. Si les choses se passent bien une game, on se tait. Si on gagne une game, on se tait. On n'a pas besoin d'espoir ici. On a besoin d'un putain de miracle pour que KC arrive à le faire. Donc vous allez faire comme eux, vous allez vous taire, vous allez regarder les games, et on va attendre que ça se passe.
Bonjour. I agree, Law. I agree. Don't you, Flowers?
Voila.
Exactly what I like to hear. We're getting ready.
Yes, sir.
For what will be, well, I'm hoping an exciting matchup, and it will not just be a beatdown. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, Vedius, HLE are currently not just the only team in the tournament that have not lost a series, they are the only team in the tournament that have not yet lost a game. They had two games with top esports that were close for 25 minutes or so, and then they weren't. They had two games with the CFO that weren't really close. So this is a squad, everybody's tournament favorite pretty much, for good reason. They're super elite, but on the other side, KC, they started off struggling big for the first 2 days, but yesterday's series was an amazing turnaround from them.
I know that for a lot of the KC players, I mean in particular Vladdy and Kalist, this is a massive opportunity for them, because all they wanted as players was the opportunity to go up against the very best, and they're going up against former world champions.
Yeah.
And like, not just one, not just two, right? Like,
it's a lot.
This roster is just absolutely stacked. So I know that these players, regardless of the result, are just, they're itching and they're eager and they're ready to show what they can do against the very best. And what's great about these players is that under pressure like that is often where you see them perform the best, because they know what they're up against and they want to show that they've got everything on the table.
Right, well, here's a little hope. Here's a little hopium for you, all right? It might be a little bit of a big huff.
Yeah.
But KC's losses were against Liquid and CFO, which were lower power ranked teams.
Right.
Their win is against the #2 power ranked team, Top Esports. So if they continue with this inversion principle, they just might have enough gas in the tank to take out the #1 squad. Now, it's still a long shot, don't get me wrong. HLE are monsters, but we're getting in to Champions Select powered by Omen and HyperX right now to see how it goes. KC gonna start off. They banned Peanuts Nidalee. Now, Vedius, I am a certified card-carrying member of the Nidalee Haters Club. I do not like this champion.
Understandably
Peanut
so.
is one of the few players who can actually change my mind on that. I understand this ban. Jason Yone, Soul Lane's being targeted here by KC. Meanwhile, on the other side, Skarner and Kalista, this feels like just standard power picks being the bans for HLE.
Yeah, I mean, still respect, though, because there's a world where Viper could say, I'll play my Ashe into your Kalista, but they're sitting there respecting Kalista and his potential on the champion, so instead they will look to remove that. A lot potentially still open. Talia, we know, has risen in priority a lot so far at this tournament. Azia was going to be another one, and they're going to look to ban that one instead. Maokai Sejuani hasn't shown to be a first pick, even though I know they would be good picks for Yike. Instead, the Rumble for Kana, going to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, first picking that one there in the top lane. Kana versus Zeus. This is going to be a really fun matchup, I think.
Yeah.
Zeus is personally my favorite top laner to watch in the world. I think that this guy has had such incredibly high highs. Like, just he's insane to see, and I really want to see him just like throw down the gauntlet against this Rumble and be ready to scrap with it. HLE though, first and foremost, they're going to pick up the Varus. You know, we might have had the Callista band away, but Varus, another one of those power picks. Vi locked in for Peanut.
Now, the advantage of being Peanut is that while you can criticize Vi as a champion in success, you can't criticize Peanut.
Okay.
And so whatever champion he plays,
It's immunity.
he tends to make it look good regardless. He's going to be on this champion that he did have a fantastic performance on yesterday in Game 1. I'm expecting HLE to go a little bit more in the dive route. They've decided to move away from this Kai'Sa-Vi combo, but remember that Ambessa is still available as a potential pick, with the Ezreal going to be the safe option for Callista in the bot lane matchup.
Yeah, the Ezreal picked up. I always like to see this against Vi because Vi's whole thing, point and click, take out a carry. Ezreal's ability to arcane shift backwards and instead just drag her into the rest of his team where then she's fully committed to that engage, I think is always a good way to answer it. We know that Callista has the ability to pilot these types of champions very well at the same time, and it looks like the answer for Yike in the jungle will be the Xin Zhao. Now, Vedius, the Yike Xin has not done it for me so far. I feel like his performance yesterday on the more supportive picks, like the Ivern, like the Skarner, was so much more impressive than his day 1 and day 2 Vys and Xin Zhaos.
The difference is that you need skirmishing power.
Okay.
So against the Vi, against like HLE, you can't just afford to play safe and concede. You have to be willing to meet them where they're going to fight you. So Xin is an important pick in the context of giving Casey some early game skirmishing power.
Okay.
So when you think about Rumble plus Xin, that's a tough 2v2, right? Now that doesn't mean that Zeus can't pick a strong top laner that can help support the Vi, but what Casey is laying the gauntlet down and saying on the top side of the map, we're ready to skirmish, we're ready to fight you.
Okay, it looks like HLE does not want to deal with any more anti-dive power. They know they're already running in to a Xin Zhao that has the ability to disengage with Crescent Sweep, to a Rumble that can lay down an Equalizer, create a zone of control, Ezreal's ability to shift back. They don't want Braum blocking that as well. The ban from KC, targeting that Ambessa that you already mentioned that was still up, that can be a dangerous combo with the Vi, well, not this time.
Wondering if Poppy, oh no, Karma gonna come through, denying that away from Targamas just to give the Ezreal a powerful 2 versus 2 lane. They want to make sure that Viper and Delight have that winning bot side. KC looking to likely remove something else from the top lane pool, maybe a potential Aatrox. I wonder how worried they are about things like Zeus' Camille as a possibility. I mean, the problem with Zeus is his champion pool is so deep.
There's a lot.
There's a lot, but the good news is that Rumble is a difficult champion to play into, and the Galio, I think, makes a lot of sense, something that we've seen used as an answer into the Rumble, and they're going to deny that.
It also works really well with Vi and Aurora,
100%.
since Vi gives you the thing to immediately ult on top of. Aurora can go between worlds and just create that massive area that it's hard to escape, so really like that ban from KC, but what will the pick be here for Hanwha? I still need to see a support. I still need to see a top laner.
Well, Hanwha Life, I imagine they're going to lock in their top lane pick here. They go for something safe, and there's the Poppy that we talked about. Of course, the beauty of this, still a flex pick.
Yes.
Right now, you're not getting a huge amount of value because there's only really the Xin Zhao that acts as a dash. It does dissuade things like Leona and Rel. Not to say that they can't be played in this matchup, but it does make them a little bit harder playing into a Poppy.
Right, Rel into Poppy is pretty much like Crashdown can never be cast unless Steadfast Presence has already been used. We'll see what they want to go with here. There's a Talia that you mentioned earlier that has risen in popularity, has risen in priority, and is going to be the pick into the Aurora of Zeka.
I did consider Victor. Vladdy's Victor, it's one of his favorite champions. He hasn't had the opportunity to play, and I thought that with the dive coming in from the Vi, maybe he'd want that long-range mage, but instead wants that follow-up and setup alongside the Xin Zhao. Now they want to round out with support, and it's just going to be the Leona. So nothing too surprising. I think that it's a perfectly fine matchup into the Poppy that I expect to be played in the support position. It does give Casey good setup on the bot side of the map, potential early game gank opportunity for Yike. Now what will this top lane pick be for Zeus? I'm excited. We know how deep his champion pool is.
Give me something spicy. Silas! Okay.
Wow, is the Aurora top and the Silas mid?
Ah, okay.
I mean, we don't know yet. Of course, the ability is that you can flex them both. I mean, Zeka is the Silas player, right? His Silas and Akali became world famous very quickly.
They became world famous for the World Finals for being a world champion at Worlds a couple of years ago. This was just so much of what this guy could do. And whenever I see Silas Vedius, I always immediately look, what kind of ultis do we have? The Leona ult can be so powerful to steal away. The Xin Zhao ult also, those defensive type of ultis for Sylas can have so much value in keeping him alive as he dives in. Crescent Sweep can make so much space.
And so it looks like that the Aurora top is going to be the answer. I think it can be a really good matchup for the Aurora just because you have that range. You can get those short burst trades into the Rumble as well. And it just facilitates the follow-up engage that is going to be coming through from the side of Hanwha Life. They've got a lot of skirmishing power. They've got a lot of AoE. They do have that teamfight strength. I think their engage is a little bit lacking, but they can compensate for that given the amount of ultimates that can be stolen on the side of the Sylas. So KC have got a lot of comp pick for themselves. Okay. I think that Game 1 is going to be a strong indicator because if they can have a strong performance on comfort, they can showcase that Hanwha Life are mortal. And that is the first step when going up against the first seed of the LCK, proving to yourself that this team is beatable, that you can overcome the hump that is one of the best, if not the current best team in the world. And it's going to be an exciting one. What can the European champions do against the Titans of the LCK?
The question on everyone's mind, you talk about proving that they're mortal. Well, HLE have not yet dropped a game here at First Stand. KC coming off a 2-0 smashing of Top Esports, recovering after a rough first couple of days here. The biggest individual performer, I think, in that third series versus the first two, for me was Yike. I thought that in the first two series, he had so many plays that were just head scratchers, so much trouble dealing with their opponents in those two series. And then yesterday, he was all over the map. He was where he needed to be. He was constantly making the difference. And I feel like against a squad like HLE, he's going to have to be the same guy he was yesterday.
100%. 100%. He's going to be super important in this series. And of course, he is no stranger to the international stage. The last 2 years on G2, while he has seen some positive results. Oh, Zeka's going to be spotted out.
Yeah, Zeka, he's been found, but he waits to skill, immediately goes for the abscond to get himself back out of danger.
Ward, and he will get it. Viper, though. Got a bit of damage down.
Yep.
You know, that comment I made earlier about those nameplates, right? It's got to be a crazy feeling where, remember, Clist, only 18 years old himself. Viper,
second youngest player at the tournament,
yeah,
right?
I mean, he was supposed to join the LEC last year, but the age rules ended up changing, so his arrival was delayed a little bit. But it's one of those things where his age is something that always kind of gets, like, we're getting old now, Flowers.
No, we're not. We're still young. We're only twice as old almost as he is.
But, like, he wasn't even playing the game when Viper was already at the top of his game. You know what I mean? And now you're in a game against him, and you have to imagine what that feels like, and that's why that first game is so important to kind of get over that mental boundary of who it is that you're playing against.
I mean, when you think about it, League of Legends came out at the end of 2009. That was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
So what is it? Honky was 1 and Kalist was 2. So it's definitely been a long ride. The game's been around for a long time, and we'll see how well Kalist can do into this one as Zeka does get shoved back by Vladdy here in the mid lane. That last rock does not hit the HLE mid laner. And again, going back and kind of talking about Zeka a little bit more, because you did mention, you know, he's famous for this Sylas. When you think of Zeka as a player, you think of him on these powerful melee champions like Sylas, like Akali, like Yone, and putting him on one of those here in this first game, I think is a very strong move for HLE as Delight makes his way into the enemy jungle. Yes, he doesn't stop the buff from being taken, but he slows it down and puts a little bit of a road bump there on Yike's tempo. Zeka with a long range of dots! First blood solo kill over in the mid lane, knocks the rock out of Vladdy's hand.
Wow, catching Vladdy off guard there, the electrocute burst doing wonders for the Sylas. And we saw this before from Cream, but just that surprise burst can be so massive for finding advantages in the mid lane. And Hanwha Life, they draw first blood.
Off to the races already for HLE. We were praising the Sylas. It might have seemed like we were really going in on how great it is, but there's the immediate payoff for Zeka in the mid lane. Gonna be enjoying that one. Goes back, makes the purchase, gets the extra starter item, plus the boots. He's got refillable. Feeling really good about the state of the lane. As up in the top side, you can see Zeus with control over this wave as well, just utilizing what you were talking about with those powerful trading patterns. But here's another look. Max rangey.
The level 4 was really crucial. That level difference, along with the electrocute proc, giving Zeka the opportunity to find that solo kill. Really nice punish from him. And Vladdy, well, He wanted the experience, and now he's getting a taster.
That is indeed the experience of going up against a world champ, man. Vladdy's going to have to make sure that this does not bleed over into something more dangerous. As we take a look back down into the bottom lane, Delight back in position now after having roamed to slow down Yike like we were talking about earlier. The 2v2, not going to go any further, but both supports willing to trade some of that health bar, get nice and scrappy, kind of just test the waters, see what their opponents are feeling here.
Poppy, once you commit to the play, it's very hard for you to disengage. We'll give Kalista a little bit more reign back over the matchup, but right now that's really the only bright spark when you look across the map. Of course, Zeka getting that solo kill, giving him an early gold lead. Peanut has just been power farming through the jungle. He does have that slight advantage due to the delays that have come through, but also getting the double scuttle crab on the minimap. Getting that solo kill along with the early prowd that he had on the bot side of the map allowed him to secure both river crabs, and it's given him that slight gold edge. And meanwhile on the top side of the map, Zeus leveraging the strength and the range that the Aurora does have to bully out Kana and gain a small lead for himself as well.
I feel like Delight is the jungler's dream for support. You get to have both crabs just because Poppy decided to roam into the enemy jungle, slow down that red buff take. Feels really good for Peanut in that type of situation. As Zeka just says, all right, thank you very much. Orbital Laser now locked in with the stolen Leona ulti. Vladdy shoves him back a little bit here. Peanut is going to clear a ward away, but Targamas wants to flash follow. Zeka's in danger, and Vladdy gets one back. KC are on the board.
Love the confidence there from Targamas. Even though the ultimate gets stolen away, he just fully commits to the play. And it seemed like Yike wasn't that interested in following. He thought that it would just be a bit of chip damage, but it ended up turning into something much more. And Vladdy, crucially, gets a kill back for himself.
Nicely done from KC. Now they're going to try to transition this into a follow-up grub take. Yike with a smite, ready for the first one, secures at least that, and now starts to back away. As Delight is nearby, Viper is also rotated up. Peanut with the smite to secure the first grub for his side, and it looks like Yike is saying, all right, we're not going to fight for this anymore. Backs away from that. Kana and Zeka will pass one another like ships in the night down here towards that bottom side river as the third Void Grub is stolen away. Kalista's managed to grab it, and now KC's got more men. Viper's got to try to get out as he flashes back over the pit, but it's not going to matter. Kana's in hot pursuit. Viper gets knocked the wrong way, but he's still living, and KC get a second kill.
A lot of victories there for KC as they not only get a kill onto Viper, burning both of his summoner spells, but they also secure 2 out of the 3 grubs. We go back to the play that happened earlier in mid lane, and again, you kind of look at Yike, he was pathing away. He has to move backwards towards the mid lane after the knockback comes through onto Vladdy. Peanut knows that he can't really contribute much in this play, but after Zeka flashes, Targamas with the quick follow-up. I imagine we're immediately going to jump into the next replay.
Yes, sir.
Kalista able to steal away that grub. Viper gets split away from the rest of his team. Kana commits to flash. I don't think Vladdy really needed to flash here, but he really wanted to make sure he got that kill. Kana is the one that picks it up as they secure 2 grubs and force Peanut out. And again, coming into a matchup like this, confidence is key.
Yes, sir.
And it looks to me like KC is playing with nothing but confidence.
Viper maybe playing with a little too much confidence there. It was a really just uncareful path through the mid lane that got him caught. Now, as the chains of corruption from Viper set it up with a slam into the wall from Delight. One more shot from Viper gets it done with a rain of arrows. HLE tie it up 2-2.
Nice punish there from Hanwha. As Targamas, they knew that he had no flash available to him. They had control around the brush, and there was really little jungle support that could turn that fight in their favor. Zeka was even roaming in the bot side river as a potential collapse as well. And this is the scary thing about Hanwha Life. They're not going to rest on their laurels. Okay, fine. They ended up dropping a few kills. They lose a grub, doesn't really matter. The state of the game is still a very even one, and they're going to be looking for opportunities wherever they can. Right now, the Dragon is the focus. Ping has just come down from Hanwha Life to indicate that this is an objective to be considerate of. Zeus getting good pressure on the top side of the map. Zeka's flash still on cooldown for the time being.
Yep, Zeus does have the minion advantage up here in the top lane by about a couple of waves, but it is Kana who is slightly ahead in gold thanks to the kill that he was securing earlier after they caught Viper out of position. HLE still just happy to sit underneath the turret here. They'll catch this wave. Kalista will try to get whatever poke he can, but it does give opportunity for Targamas now to walk a little bit into the enemy jungle, see if there's anything going on here. There still is nothing else on the map besides that Drake to try to contest right now. 90 seconds until the second set of grubs. So if we go that entirety of time without anybody really making a play for the Drake, we might just end up on another handshake objective split.
Something I'm noticing that Targamas definitely has to be careful of is he's roaming a lot, but he's conceding a lot of XP. Notice that Delight about halfway to level 6. And he's going to have that available at the next scrub spawn, but Targamas is still a full level behind. And that ultimate is crucial, especially as people are ticking over that level 8 mark. Delight going to be sharing XP in the mid lane as well. Targamas now ticking over to level 5. And as the grubs draw closer, both supports making their way towards mid. I imagine Callista's going to be making his way out of this bot lane soon as well.
Yep. Zeka left down here to deal with him. Low mana here on the Silas, but not in any danger of anything. You can see, though, a move towards the top lane. Kana gets caught between worlds. Zeus, however, missing a little bit of the follow-up damage, but does tag him with a weirding. A teleport showing up as HLE getting back away. Delight in some danger. Gonna get cooked up by Kana as Peanut heads all the way out of town. Ballbreaker ready to jump, go right back in against him, but Vladdy has arrived here with a Weaver's Wall. Kana still in danger. Flash in, coming out from Zeus. Another TP is about to arrive. Very low HP on Peanut, but the feat of warfare is going to be claimed by HLE as Peanut holds on by 50 HP.
I can't believe Hanwha Life got away with that. They collapsed so quickly as 5 onto the top side of the map. The bad news for Hanwha Life is that they ended up losing the dragon. Yike testing the waters here. He's still at a numbers disadvantage, but he's making it harder to get back into mid lane. Kalist looking to try and push this wave in. Zeus wisely pushes in the top side of the map to make sure that KC don't really have that many lanes to play through. But they end up getting a kill onto Targamas, and it looks like they're going to have to concede at the very least some of the grubs.
All right, first grub secured by KC. Peanut hanging out on the backside of pit. Second one, Yike should have this one taken care of as well. That's already 4 for the side of KC, and it looks like it's going to be a 5-to-1 grub split for Karmine Corp.
Okay, so grub secured, dragon secured. They might be a little bit behind in the kill score, but losing Targamas, not the end of the world there. I think the bigger thing is the fact that where the kills are sitting, Zeka and Viper, the ones that have been able to pick those up. The gold advantages they found, nothing too crazy for the time being. But you're seeing the skirmishing strength, and honestly, KC were close, and I think it was wise of them to disengage just because of how quickly Hanwha Life collapsed as 5 on the top side of the map.
Zeka stealing away another Leona ulti. Again, the power of this thing, I'm pretty sure it has a 1.0 AP ratio or something very similar. Zeka with the abscond to get away. Wind becomes lightning, does not hit him. Critically, just the very tip of the spear, not connecting there as Kalist is left here out the wave in mid. Still about minutes left to try to farm some plate money for either side, as the gold Betty is really super close 12 minutes in.
Certainly is. I mean, you can see the CS discrepancy in the top lane matchup as,
Zeka jumping in after Vlad. He takes a ton of damage. Has to back away from it, but does force the flash out of the KC mid laner.
Crazy that Zeka can play with that kind of HP just because he knows that Delight has his back. Delight wisely shadowing his laners to help get the push in so they can go back to base. Meanwhile, Peanut stealing away the Krogs on the bot side of the map. And in terms of the farm, across the board, HLE have those advantages, and it's starting to mount in the gold as well. We look back at this skirmish that happened on the top side of the map. Delight looks like he should have been killed here.
Yeah.
Kana doesn't have the ultimate available, which is crucial because they don't quite have the damage. Peanut going back in, gets the ultimate off, buffers the stun with that ulti, but then the TP comes through and KC's just saying, you know what, we have to disengage. Vladdy's thinking to himself, maybe I can get that kill. But then the arrival of Viper zones them away, and they know that they can't stay any longer.
The list spamming a couple of animations there as Yike finds Delight in his jungle. Poppy can just really walk it off, though. The steadfast presence gives him a ton of speed. Nobody else from KC is around to try to collapse. Delight just being a nuisance constantly in enemy territory, laying down vision, just getting as much information as possible for HLE as Viper steps up. One arrow is all he needs, takes the turret plate, doesn't want anything more. Delight and Peanut both hanging around in the tri-brush here as Yike wanted to check and see. Immediately ejected, though, and Delight flashes forward, ready to slam Vladdy back into the turret. HLE surgically precise with it. Immediately get there, man. That's the punish on the lack of flash from the play earlier.
That was just phenomenal in terms of execution. The way that the Poppy uses the ultimate to knock Yike away, immediately combos that into the stun underneath the tower. They then commit into the kill, and before Peanut can get CC'd underneath the tower, he uses his ultimate to get out. Like, that was crazy.
That was, let's watch it again.
Again, like, the Poppy ult comes through, immediately flash, stun, commit underneath the tower, the chain CC, Vladdy can't move, and then Peanut doesn't get CC'd under the tower. He uses Target to get away to safety. That was crazy clean in terms of execution. And just like that, Hanwha Life extend the gold lead to 1.5k.
You know, Vedius, I think the #1 team from the #1 region in the world might be pretty good.
Quite good.
At League of Legends.
One could ascertain, yes.
These guys they mean business, man. They are here to play. HLE, there's your MasterCard lane economy snapshot. They are ahead in 4 out of 5 roles. The only role that does not have a gold advantage right now is Zeus up there in the top lane. Has built up a 3.5 wave advantage for himself in terms of farm. But again, it's that kill for Kana that keeps him slightly ahead.
Delight's been having so much impact in this game. Might not be super obvious, but just the way he's shadowing his lanes, the vision investment to constantly keep track of where Yike is on the map, allowing HLE to have numbers advantage in a lot of these plays. The Dragon going to be started off. Silas still in the top side. He wants to tick over to level 11, which he should be able to get off this wave. There's the level up. Has the TP. Doesn't have the TP available. I stand corrected. I think that HLE are just going to have to concede this one and instead trade it for that top tower. Not sure exactly how low that tower is, but given that KC have committed their members on the bot side, now they have to set their sights on this bot tower themselves.
Yeah, Zeus and Delight will be assigned to try to defend it, but they are backing away now. It is a 4-man effort from KC moving towards the tier 1. Targamas dropping everything here on Zeus as Yike is ready to jump in immediately here with a crescent sweep. Knocks him back. Beautifully done. KC got one, and they're gonna get the second. They overload the bottom lane, and it's too much for Zeus and Delight to handle. KC walking away with 2 more kills, tying the game up in that regard as Zeka takes the top lane tier 1 turret.
Zeus still had his flash available, but he thought that with his ultimate he'd be able to get out, but the low cooldown of the Q on Targamas meant that he had nowhere to go. Kana going to invest the Rumble ultimate in mid to keep that tower alive as Vladdy was sent top. Peanut respect flashing, knowing that KC members are resetting back out onto the map. Ultimately, the reason why that play was so good because on the top side, the tower goes down in favor of Zeka, and so KC have to commit to this bot tower. And you'll notice here the chain CC makes it very difficult. Yike wisely holds on to the follow-up before the steadfast presence is gone, and that ulti, because Zeus was stunned up, he didn't have a way to move to the other side, getting him to safety. Doesn't commit the flash. KC get 2 kills, and now the Herald being started off. I think KC are a little too late to contest this play, and I think wisely, because you think about all the time they spent on that last play.
Yeah.
Committing to this would just be a little bit too much.
Yeah, I feel like trying to go to the Rift Herald at this point is just conga lining in there when it's probably already been claimed, so a wise decision. But now Delight finds Yike in the enemy jungle, but Yike is far enough away that he shouldn't be in any serious danger here. Herald claimed. We'll see where HLE wants to spend that as Kalista. Ooh, nice moves from Viper there, sidestepping away from the Mystic shot. Fires back some damage of his own. Kalista get him, all right, you win that one. Just a quick trade of skill shots between the two. Where is the next play to make Vedius for KC? Since, honestly, coming into this series, you know that HLE are the big tournament favorites, but KC's been doing a good job so far keeping this game close.
Well, the outer towers become the easy objective to look at. So for Hanwha Life, they set their sights on bot, and already, if you look at the minimap, you'll notice Light immediately transitioning his vision towards the bot side of the map. First, those initial wards used as entry to some of the bot side jungle entrances to kind of test the waters, get what he can, but then what they'll do is they'll use the pressure that they have in mid, translate that pressure into the bot side jungle, and set their sights on this tower. And ideally, what KC would want to be doing is cross-mapping on the top side. The problem is, Hanwha Life have done such a good job of making Vladdy uncomfortable on the top side. Notice he's very afraid to approach that wave. He doesn't have really the support of his team, who's trying to contrast on the bot side of the map, but it becomes these outer towers that these teams kind of set their sights on, and if they can't secure it, then a Herald in the mid lane will do a nice easy job.
Yeah, this mid lane tier 1 turret low enough. The Herald charge should be enough to just guarantee the death here. Shelly rears back, Shelly goes forward, turret goes down. They won't get anything else from that, but they don't need it. The tier 1 out of the mid lane should open up the map even more for an HLE team that has already been doing a lot of invading of the enemy jungle.
But notice how efficient HLE is on the map. They immediately send Zeus top, push out that top wave. He can now start to rotate down while maintaining some vision control on the top side river. Now, remember what I said, they get that mid prio and they use it to move into the bot side jungle. And this is why Delight was so crucial. He used those wards on the previous base to kind of get access into the entrance. Then KC used their resources to clear, but he's now already replenished. So he now comes back in, and he can start to get that deeper vision and set their sights on the bot lane tower. Of course, camps need to be cleared, so Peanut going to concede that pressure for now, but this back and forth is going to keep going. And the problem is that KC isn't really putting pressure anywhere else on the map, so HLE is just gaining a lot of control over the map, especially with the dragon spawning in about a minute's time.
The Dragon in a little over a minute. Otacon is going to rear his ugly head here in a little over 30 seconds. Looks like we'll get a topside Otacon this time around with only 8 kills in the game. I'm going to assume it will be Voracious Otacon, especially since, you know, we've seen a lot more Ruinous recently, though.
Loads more.
But I still think with just 8 kills, it'll probably be...
Well, the thing is, it scales a lot more with damage done as
Oh,
well.
yeah, that's true.
So
that's true.
The thing, right? Kills aren't necessarily the biggest factor. The thing I want to draw attention to is very close to that Mana Mune for Kalist, which is a huge item spike. Yeah. The 2 items for Zeka is also massive. He is just dominating in the side lane right now, and he is very difficult for KC to deal with. Like, look at the minimap. Notice how confidently he's just pushing. Also, I think that's a Ruinous Otacon once again.
Okay.
Based on the minimap icon at the very least, because normally Voracious is a little more orange in the tint.
Right, yeah. He looks like he's more angry. So, okay, Ruinous Otacon could be the play then. Let's see here if we're going to get a fight for the Drake. Targamas taking a very low amount of damage. Man, Leona with the with the shield plus the Aftershock, just so difficult to put any meaningful hits into. As Kana wants to defend this tier 1 turret here in the bot lane, Zeus would much prefer the opposite outcome. Needs a little bit more damage to fully secure the kill on it, as the Drake is alive. Remember that the first 2 this game have on KC's way. And now, with Zeka here in the mid lane, the tier 1 turret for HLE will not fall yet, as it looks like everybody is coming to town to scrap for Drake number 3. It'll be Soul Point if KC gets it, and that would be absolutely huge. But HLE wants to stop it. Zeka wants to go over the wall, but he misses the second part of the E. The Dragon's down to 1,300, but it ain't dead yet. Secured by Peanut, and Targamas is down. HLE, they get the objective +1.
I mean, I feel like Delight just has an aimbot on Yike right now, because every time Yike wants to get involved, Delight just says, nope, you're out. Nice ulti onto Yike to prevent him from getting close to the steal. Peanut testing the waters there.
Ooh, the waters are filled with sharks, my friend, and the sharks have KC logos on their fins. He does not want anything else to do with that one. Immediately has to flash back away to avoid the seismic shove. Zeka will be left down in the bottom lane to keep that push going, as Viper returns to mid to continue to keep the waves from taking the tier 1 turret of HLE. Now some more trouble for KC, as Yike once again, you said it, Vedius, Delight has a bead drawn on this guy, and there's the kill going over to Zeus, as Kana keeps retreating. Zeus tags him with a weirding. Targamas can't get in there with a Zenith Blade, and HLE pick up another kill. They get the first kill on Yike this game, and with the enemy jungler down, Otacon is the target for the first seed from Korea.
You can see how such a small mistake can be colossal in the face of Hanwha Life. They collapse so quickly as 5 on the top side of the map. KC are going to struggle to answer this as Zeka acts as gatekeeper.
Yeah, Zeka not afraid to jump in, immediately force Kana away. Zeka knows that he has the stolen Crescent Guard as well, makes it so easy to engage in what looks like a 1v1. Then even if it's not a fair fight, boom, press R, Xin Zhao ulti, disengage. It's Otacon secured for the side of HLE.
And now the landscape of the game is very different, because that level advantage that Hanwha Life have built thanks to that Otacon is massive. You look across the board and it's just a full level in favor of HLE across the boards. We'll look back at this fight and the idea is that both Targamas and Yike go in together, but Delight, I mean, he just knocks out the jungler and then it's not a fight anymore. It's a nice rumble onto the backline, but KC really can't follow up on it. The idea being that if Yike is there, it can be good, but then HLE just clearing out vision. Yike, a poor place to back. Kalist now caught to mid.
Kalist not where he wants to be either, and again, another kill over to Zeus. The weirding just blasts him. And that's an Aurora that's now 2 fully completed items on him as well. HLE continuing to snowball the tempo that they've earned for themselves in this game. 3,000 gold lead. Peanut in the enemy jungle, stealing away the red buff. Delight again, securing more and more and more vision. Zeka with a stolen Leona ulti. He's got Viper and Delight both nearby, but the wave is about to fall. And meanwhile, Peanut and Zeus can easily put some pressure onto the tier 2 in mid. They back away as the Weaver's Wall is committed by Vladdy to guarantee they don't lose any more just yet.
The map movements are just so smooth. Like watching the minimap of this team, like there's just very few wasted movements. They assign their lanes correctly. They utilize the pressure that they have. And again, look at the minimap here. All 5 members setting their sights on mid lane. They collapse onto Callist. He has nowhere to go because Delight is covering his flank. It's just, he has no options. He thinks that he's safe, and in Europe, maybe he doesn't get punished for a play like that, but against HLE...
We're not in Europe right now, my friend.
Definitely are not.
I feel like this game, if you're someone who wants to be a better support player, if you want to learn like what this role is supposed to do besides sit in bushes and place wards, this is your masterclass game to watch.
Yeah.
Like, Delight has just done everything right this game.
I mean, he did it throughout pretty much the entire start of the year. Delight hasn't really had a bad game this year. He's just been so consistent, and he's maintained that performance here at the First Stand tournament. And now, while it seems that Hanwha Life have taken their foot off the gas pedal, they're sending their sights on the Baron. And again, as 4, they control the space. They make it hard for KC to get the vision that they're looking for. KC do push them back a little bit as Kana gets the push in the top side of the map. Zeka going to go and answer that wave. But meanwhile, on the side lanes, Hanwha Life keeping that pressure up as Zeus is pushing in that bot lane.
KC trying to get the mid lane wave pushed up because, Vedius, we are less than 60 seconds away from our next big battle. It will be the 4th Drake of the game. Remember that number 3 was claimed by Hanwha. Meanwhile, it was KC securing the first 2. Delight just takes the Hex Gate to get right on out of that one. No harm, no foul. Zeka continuing to push the wave up in the top side like you were talking about. Wants to create these points of pressure. If they're going to dance around Baron, or not around Baron, excuse me, dance around the Drake, you want to make that dance awkward for the side of KC. Make them feel the pressure in the side lanes at the same time. And there's Vladdy immediately committing the Weaver's wall up into the top side to try to save the turret, but it's not going to matter because Zeka has already claimed it. Now back in the bottom side river, Zeus tags Targamas with the weirding. Peanut jumping right back over to where the rest of his team is. Nobody doing anything too crazy just yet. Still 15 seconds until the Drake spawns. Zek with the abscond duck, jumping in right on top of Vladdy. Hits him with the chains. Vladdy with a flash out. Zeka with a flash in. A little bit more damage required. Stasis from Vladdy ain't gonna do a damn thing. And Zeka puts him in the ground. But the follow-up from KC. Targamas wants to try to stop the recall. At least get something from the HLE mid laner. But Zeka's not gonna stand for that. He wants to stay and fight because he knows the rest of KC is coming to try to stop him. The abscond abduct is not getting away that time, and Callist ends up getting the revenge kill. But it took so many resources for KC to make that an even trade that the Drake goes the way of HLE. The bottom lane tier 2 goes the way of HLE. The top lane tier 2 already went their way to start off the entire fight.
The map is just being run by HLE because the idea is that KC want to contest around the Dragon, but they can't because of the side lane pressure that Zeka's putting out. He then knows that in the 1v1, Vladdy can't do anything. He flashes away, but the follow-up flash from Zeka results in the kill, and now KC looking for a bit of a fight.
Yeah, they dive in on top of Peanut, do a ton of damage, but not enough to kill him just yet. He'll finally burn down. There to Kana on the rumble. Viper forced a flashback over the Wild Bell 2 as a slam into the wall. Delight's going in after Yike, but he can't quite find him. HLE losing men left, right, and center. KC, ding, 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 we got a winner. 3 dead bodies in HLE jerseys. KC roared a life in the enemy jungle.
They would love to start the Baron right now, but it's Zeka and Zeus that are still alive. The TP gonna have to come through from Kano as he quickly goes back to base.
Oh, there goes your Baron attempt. Zeus just walked up and knocks Yike out.
You can see the hesitation because of the HP bars. KC were wary of the positioning of Zeus, but he walks out of the fog of war. But let's look back at this replay. 2 versus 2. KC know they have the numbers advantage because Zeka is dead. They get the collapse onto Peanut, and they're able to get the burn down. Yike commits his flash to make sure he can get that kill, turns it onto Viper, who also burns his flash. They almost get that kill onto Yike, but he's able to just buy enough time for the rest of his team to support him, and then Callist ease over the wall, knowing he can win out on the 1 versus 1, and is able to get that pick.
The fans loving it. KC unafraid in the face of an HLE squad that has been taking over for the past 10 minutes or so. But then, like you said, Betty, the HP bars are low enough that this is scary, and this is why.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus, he's just, yeah, I'll take that one. Great, thanks.
Yep. Easy, just pick it up. But honestly, I'm not going to blame KC for trying it. It feels like
the Baron was for sure the play.
Like, that is your moment. You go for it. If they can manage to pull that off, then damn, it doesn't work out. but that's what you gotta go for. Kana trying to take his own red buff. Peanut immediately ready to jump in, goes for the ball breaker. I feel like when I watch Zeus play Aurora, the champ just does more damage, Betty.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it? Meanwhile, you look at the sideline again. Zeka pushing in the top wave. The bot camp's falling in favor of HLE. They know they have the numbers advantage. Kana still does have the TP available, but at 30 seconds till he's alive.
Oh no, Kalist caught out by Zeus a little bit there. Loses half his HP, but he also returns half of the health bar of Zeus as the cost. The Aurora finding his way all the way out. Yike, Targamas, and Vladdy. KC stepping up. They don't want to allow their opponents to take this for free. Light misses the ulti. That could be huge. Zeus jumps in. Yike here from the front line. Low health bars on HLE. Into the back line goes Zeka. He wants to kill into Kalist. He needs a little bit more damage to fight, and he finally got the shutdown. The Ezreal's dead. Leona joins them. HLE got 2, and they aren't done yet. Peanut continuing the chase after Yike. Xin Zhao does not have a lot of defensive mechanisms to get away from this one. Peanut with the smite to slow him down. And this kill is going to be desynced critically from the rest. Zeka stealing Kana's ultimate, jumping in on top of him. Kana with the stasis manages to outplay.
KC still crumble in the fight, and Zeka is such a problem. The way in which he accesses the backline is something that KC cannot deal with. Just keep your eyes on Zeka in this play. So initially, Yike sidesteps the ultimate from Delight. Delight's falling short. Zeus does commit the ultimate, but then Zeka uses the ulti to get onto the backline. 2 versus 1. He forces Kalist out, gets the kill onto him. Vladdy gets chunked by Viper. And in this numbers discrepancy, HLE easily convert the fight in their favor.
And Zeka, you can tell he's ready to really test his limits here. He's low health, no mana, jumps in, and nearly gets the kill. But Kana's got the damage to guarantee that he comes out on top in that 1-for-1, or in that 1v1, excuse me. That is the only kill that KC end up getting in the fight. So honestly, really needed to mitigate that from being an otherwise massive disaster. Total damage on the left side of the screen, you can see it's the 80 carries at the very tip top. As Zeka going in for the TP, but now an engage. Zeus could be in some danger here, but no, immediately just ducking away from it, as now Targamas will take some return pain. Viper and Peanut both stepping up. Zeka ready to join them. KC grouping up to make their exit so nobody gets caught.
That bot wave is a bit awkward for KC. They have TP available on Vladdy. He needs to go and answer that quickly. Hanwha Life know they have that pressure, so they can get control over the mid wave. They're even going to secure the Dragon while they're at it. This won't be Seoul, as both teams are 2-2 apiece. Targamas has already lost half his...
Oh, and the stolen Leona ulti to stun him back up. Now Kalist has to flash over the wall to try to stay safe, as Zeus is zoning everybody away yet again. KC, health bars rocked, backing away. That was a 4-man play from HLE, because Peanut was taking the Dragon like you were saying the entire time. That is now sole point for HLE.
I mean, look at the farm on Peanut, by the way. He is super efficient, and he has been non-stop stealing camps away from Yike throughout this game. Level 17, Zeka.
Zeka in some trouble now. He is level 17. He steals the Xin Zhao ulti to try to make the fight more manageable. Gives him enough effective HP to survive. Now Zeus jumping in with Between Worlds. Immediately kills Kalist. Right back on top of the other side for kill number 2. Peanut keeping everybody else locked down. And KC scatter. There is no way to stop the HLE war machine now. They pick up the kills on the 80 carry and jungler both. And Baron is next on the menu.
It's crazy how quickly HLE collapse. Every single time a member of their team is in danger, they're either getting something else on the map or they are there to support them. 5-man unit, keeping their mid laner alive, will win the fight, will win the Baron, and they're looking to win game 1. Zeka feels like he's like, look at the positioning of them. They're sitting in mid lane, but he steals away the ultimate from Yike. He uses it to buy a lot of time. The TP comes through from Zeus. He then initiates the fight. Meanwhile, Delight and Viper arrive. They're there twistest on one side, while Peanut alone keeps 2 members isolated. Viper's ultimate is dodged away from Vladdy, but at this point, the damage is already done. 2 members fall, Targamas flashes away, and the Baron is locked in.
Man, this is what I was talking about back in draft. When you draft the Silas, you love to see a defensive option on enemy ultimates. And yes, Alistar is the S++ tier 1, but the Xinjiao ulti right there critically making the difference for Zeka, surviving long enough for the rest of the team to show up and reinforce him as Zeus and Peanut, Delight 2, all in the enemy red side jungle now. Viper left to push up the bot lane wave, mid lane wave being addressed by the Silas.
It's, I mean, I was going to say the good news for KC is that the game had become very scrappy, but now that they have the Baron, it feels like it's a matter of time. Viper has so much poke available.
And
Zeus, oh, good ulti.
Yeah, finds Yike, they chunk him out by half. Also, Yike with the Edge of Night makes it so hard. Viper with the Edge of Night, so hard to engage on this guy.
I mean, Kalist does do a lot of damage, but I feel like that Viper just does more.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, man. It is an 8,000 gold lead now for HLE. Zeus goes between worlds. Vladdy's gonna get caught. Weirding isn't enough to kill him, but he's forced to go gold, and Peanut ready to jump back in with a ball breaker. His times it, but it don't matter. Zeus unstoppable as HLE take the first inhibitor in the bottom lane. Now they'll put their attention in mid, looking for the second. Another Chains of Corruption flies out, does not connect. KC scrambling to defend 4 versus 5. Vladdy's still dead for another 40 seconds. KC making their entry, trying to stop this, trying to hold HLE off. Peanut's burning low, but Zeus has already grabbed another kill. It'll be a 1-for-1 at least, as Kana and Kalist need more firepower. Yike buying a little bit of time here on the front line as Delight jumps in and trades his life for Yike. Vladdy's still got 20 seconds left before he respawns, and Zeus grabs a double kill. Kalist falls, and that'll do it. HLE take game 1.
I mean, it was a bit scrappy. There were a lot of skirmishes, but ultimately, Hanwha Life show their dominance. An impressive display from the first seed of LCK.
HLE remain undefeated after this game, but don't you all go anywhere. We still got plenty more to play. We'll be right back after this.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Here, Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Flashback, we got man, then crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the boy got only when he crack that. Man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Till the game on the head is all mad at, mad at, mad at.
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. I hear nigga. They don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. I hear. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. I hear like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up, but just a bit of static in your eyes. I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream, I'll fix them. Man, all these rappers out here, cat. I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry to your lies, just give me a Sonic. I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. It's your girl, I put some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus, she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a stimulation? Tell me, how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke a damn shelf. One man out here losing weight like a Dell. He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around the streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend.
Yeah. No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and then go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new face, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see who stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh. I know you're tight, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got a chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all declined. Trip like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend.
Hey guys, the finals, there's no pressure. The pressure is on them, you know? Like the doubt, they will feel it. Hey Vladi, hey, you cook night in cream. You think this guy is gonna...
I'm sneaking cream once again.
Zeka with a long range of docked! First blood solo kill over in the mid lane, knocks the rock out of Vlad's hand.
They're getting the door, they're getting the door. Okay.
I can show you what? He consented, by the way.
I need to go top.
Kill, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, quick, yeah.
Nice, guys. Vladdy's still got 20 seconds left before he respawns, and Zayas grabs a double kill. Calypso falls, and that'll do it. HLE take game one.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025, where HLE lead KC 1-0. A bit of a weird game overall, I think it's safe to say, gentlemen. While the end result was kind of as expected, it was a bit messy there in the early game. But one thing I will say that I love that is consistent for this HLE lineup is I think when they know they're better, they start to goof around. And Zeka's like the poster boy for goofing around.
Yeah, they're definitely a vibes team. You know, we kind of saw that a lot yesterday, having a good time. This was a huge moment. You know, Vladdy has been such a rock for KC, but Zeka on Silas just kind of goes hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of his best picks, right? I think a lot of people thought maybe you'd be seeing the Silas top when the draft came through, but the casters were able to identify right away as well. Zeka Silas is incredible. In LCK, we see a ton of Aurora top. It was actually more common than mid on release, and you put this guy on Silas, and he is just going to take teams apart. He likes to limit test. He gets big enough. He's so difficult to take down. He's such a big threat to the composition that we saw from KC as well, and he had some less savory moments as well in this game, case in point. But at the end of the day, that's what's so fun about games like this.
Yeah, I believe the term is limit testing. I think we're allowed to use that one.
Sometimes you do find it, don't you?
Yeah, he definitely hit his limit a couple of times in this game. But, you know, he kept trying to find those limits. And I feel like a lot of the plays that happen in this game for KC are those ones where you think you might have just found the advantage and you're just short. And the thing is, against other teams, you'll get more opportunities, but HLE, you miss that chance, you're not getting another, you know? And I feel like there's just a couple of moments in the mid-game where it's like, with a little bit better play or maybe a little bit more thought going into the setup, and they could have gotten some better fights, but you don't get many mistakes against a team like this.
Yeah, and it's a reminder of how terrifying the individual components of Hanwha are, even as their map play looked good. And for a lot of it, it was a very slow, steady, controlled game. And then by the end there, of course, the early Zeka plays are pure highlights. By the end there, he is, as you said, limit testing, finding the ceiling of what he is able to get away with. And that ceiling was disturbingly high, is what I would say. Of course, the other side of it, the early game, KC did find a few kills. You started to see a little bit of hope, but it was in this crucial play from Peanut that he was able to turn it around. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Peanut was able to survive when a lot of players might not have been able to. Some support from the team as well.
I mean, this looks like a bit of an overextension here for Hanwha Life. Initially, you can see Targamas goes in, they go on to Delight, but he's just so tanky. And Peanut decides, okay, I'm going to turn this play around. The Weaver's Wall comes over, but they have teleport here as well. And at moments like this, for KC, if you're able to convert this into a successful play, you feel fantastic, but you have to consider that teleport. You have to consider that you can be turned on so easily there and how tanky Delight is in these moments. And those are the kind of things you were talking about just a moment ago, Ox. You win this play, you take a lead, you feel fantastic. You fail it, though, and then you fall so far behind against a super snowbally comp like what Hanwha Life are running. You lose control of the map, and it felt like the game, it didn't necessarily end there. It wasn't just like the doorstop on the game, but it certainly felt like from that moment on, there was never a moment where KC could get back any semblance of control over the map.
It felt really clutch as well. Peanut ulted as the seismic shove came in, so he didn't get knocked through like a ton of rocks is there. Yeah. Just clutch things like that, like that'll be it. That'll be like the little difference between you taking down Peanut and maybe having some more momentum in the fight and you, unfortunately, signing your own death warrant.
Yeah, and it is really difficult, right? Because you're trying to find this perfect draft that can capitalize on all the things that can maybe limit some of these individual players. And we mentioned Peanut as a guy who, hey, look, could be a weakness. And we saw one or two maybe more awkward early plays. But despite that, the team came back swinging. And it just didn't feel like there was any avenue of attack for KC. We're minutes away from the draft now. KC, I assume, will choose blue side again, but we'll find out shortly. What is the actual adjustment here? Because it's really hard to know which player do you actually want to limit in draft, who should you be prowling, but what are your personal takes?
I mean, when I looked at the draft, that we just had on screen a second ago, it was the second time I think this tournament we've seen the Ezreal picked by KC into the Varus. They ended up kind of having 3 losing lanes. You don't necessarily lose the Talia lane into Silas, but it can be quite challenging, and especially against a player like Zeka, you're going to have a lot of problems there. I like that they tried to put Kana on the Rumble. It was something that, you were alluding to, Ox, before, like, fight fire with fire, be bold with this matchup, but then they were able to swap the Aurora top side there and get that advantage. And KC have given up a ton of these early games based on lane assignments alone, so I want to see drafting winning lanes. I said it in a previous series. I know it's a very basic thing to say, but I think they didn't give themselves very many outs in this game one.
Yeah, I think that's the problem is when, HLE did a really good job on red side because you can secure counter pick, but as you said, 3 winning lanes is more than you can really give away. If you're picking like the Ezreal into the Varus, if Zek is on one of his best picks and Zeus is getting counter pick, then you end up in a scenario where it's just too much to go up against. So I think you have to secure at least 1, ideally 2 lanes where you feel comfortable in the matchups, where you have that advantage. Because if you're losing out in that terms of losing out in the early pressure, it's going to make the game so hard no matter what you do.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how much comfort will kind of play into this. I think Vladdy normally very comfortable in the Talia. Did, of course, that first solo kill for Zeka kind of set the tone for the rest of the game, while he did still have good moments, right? This is a champion that where you fall behind, you really feel it. See here if comfort is the priority as we get into picks and bans. We will be covering this from the space, from the analyst desk. Keeping an eye on what will come through. The graphic we showed earlier today still ringing true in my head. Zin, once again, not working out too well for Yike. I think less of an egregious performance this time around, but still maybe a return to those more utility, more supportive, or tank-style junglers could be a boon for KC if HLE set them up to pick it.
I think especially if you have a pick, you know, we've seen things like the Sejuani or the Maokai that has really easy gank setup. If you put Kana on a carry and you look really to target top lane, like even, you know, a pick like a Rumble really benefits from having that great setup. So I think Zeus is a player we've seen historically maybe be somewhat disrespectful towards ganks, especially considering HLE later in this tournament, I felt like sometimes they are disrespectful of their opponents.
Sure. I think the bans that we had last game were perfect. You have the two best Yone players in Korea on HLE. You have arguably the best Jace player. You know, even though Khan has found a ton of success with Jace, you don't necessarily want to first pick it here as KC. And then the Nidalee ban has always been a great choice against Peanut. He takes over games. His early pathing, his early farming is incredible. He's been inconsistent at times, but this is not one of those eras, right, for Peanut. He's been strong on the Nidalee. I think the Yone ban doesn't need to change here necessarily. I think what does need to change is where the priority is going to go. I'd love to see some flexibility here from KC with their first pick.
Are they willing to first pick the Yone would be my big question.
That's a question I think they're asking themselves.
I mean, Zyra was super high priority for bans. Sejuani, interestingly, is going to be the ban here. Now, Zyra is not something that I would expect KC to play, nor I think that people would want to see HLE play as much, but it is one of these pre-tournament expected power picks that we just really have not seen yet.
There's the Yone ban, so they read it really well.
But that's big, because that means the Azir's been left open, and Vladdy's been such a monstrous Azir. I think you snap that up immediately, no question. And I think having him in a more comfortable matchup really will go a long way for KC.
Definitely, I think the best or the strongest individual performance we've seen from him so far is that second game against TL that he played. It was on the Azir, looked really comfortable mechanically. But this is something that you assume that HLE have also anticipated. So the question is, what does Zeka want to play into this? What counter picks does he have up his sleeve? Because
he does love to play a Kali into Azir. I don't think he'll show it this early in the draft. It's one of Zeka's most iconic picks. The other pick he's known for into this is the Silas, which obviously is Fearless banned now, so unavailable. They don't necessarily have to pick it up right here. Another pick that Peanut often goes to in situations like this that's very flexible is the Maokai. So I could see that being a pick that they do end up going towards here in this situation. The draft, because it empowers a lot of other picks. And that is what he's going to go for here. So it really helps you set up objectives, zone people away, can do really well at defending dives, can be great for siege later on. The Ashe that they do end up getting here is one of the strongest AD carry picks available in terms of lane bully as well. With the Callista gone, Varus is already Fearless banned.
It's just a strong duo because you have that engage pressure, the lockdown, but also the saplings plus Hawkshot just means the map control is amped up to 11 immediately.
It does make it so much more difficult for KC, right? We saw a lot of situations where they were able to find these creative picks, but when your enemy is able to get perfect info, it can shut a lot down. But there's the Ivern we mentioned earlier, the Sejuani already banned, the Skarn already banned. This is that pick that Yike did use to great success against TES yesterday. Can be a little bit vulnerable, though, in these situations against the sheer amount of CC that a Maokai and Ashe can bring to the table.
But you can also build items like a Mikhail's, you know, which has so much value. Like, I feel like Targamas is so good at engage supports, probably still going to lean on that. Can build a Mikhail's himself as well, but those cleanse effects, tons of value into this team. And then, once again, I'm really glad they're going with a carry for Kana. The one thing with Ambessa, though, is into range top laners can struggle a bit. I've no doubt Zeus will look to put the pressure on.
Okay, it's going to be Corki to come through here for Zeka. This is one of the picks that I thought he might go to here just because it's going to be one that can duel with the Azir quite well early. Pairs decently well with the Maokai as well. Could set up his rockets later on, a lot of his damage pretty successfully. There's a lot of great lockdown here for HLE to set up this 2-item spike for the Corki where the mid game is going to be quite strong. And the Ivern is also going to feel pretty squishy if you do end up losing Prio and the Corki's running around the map, going over walls and chasing you down.
I think the thing that KC have clearly indicated with this Ambessa lock-in, instead of maybe securing an AD carry of their own, is they're not worried about Kaliste's pool being pinched anymore, which is something that I'm concerned about. So far, HLE are more worried about the support pairings. Braum, fantastic. With the Ivern, obviously a lot more lockup, but this Ambessa for Kana, banning away the Camille already, gets one more ban to maybe set up this topside blind pick for a bit more success. But the big question anytime you're saving or mismatching picks as we go into phase 2 is what are they playing into this Ashe? What are they actually waiting on to lock in
that's
into
the
this
question.
matchup?
Because like the Camille ban to me doesn't feel like it's protecting the Mbessa. It's protecting an AD carry that's a big question mark for us right now. Something immobile. Would he be so bold to pick something like an Aphelios in this situation?
Like a Jinx even?
A Jinx is another one I was thinking about because there's a lot of supports available that can empower the Jinx still. You still have Lulu, of course. You still have the Thresh, which could also work quite well with the Ivern as well as the Azir. Seraphine ban, though. I wonder what they are cooking here.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, Seraphine would work well with like the Ashe and the Maokai, like you understand the theory, but I think based on the bans, like the Braum ban, like Seraphine would be very comfortable into Braum. I guess maybe the ult being blocked, maybe that's why they thought they want to take away, but I think Delight would probably just go towards something like the Alistair. I think is such a good pick for him and it's just kind of a staple, so they'd probably take that and give, I mean, they could also just leave it till later and get pick Zeus' pick now.
Yeah, we'll see what he wants to play here into the Mbessa. Cassante, you know, one of those picks that we've seen in the past. The Gnar is one that DS is obviously known for. It's his debut pick, it's his iconic pick, and you can just outrange the Mbessa and kind of chip away. Feels really good with the rest of their comp too, because the Maokai can guarantee if you have your Gnar bar set up in the right position where you can get a massive Gnar into the wall. And win a team fight just outright through that. They have so much CC, so much damage as well. It's kind of a pseudo triple AD carry composition here that is relatively tanky as well. When it comes to later team fights, the Mbessa isn't going to last long, and it's Jhin ultimately that they've decided on here.
I guess just trying to match utility with utility, call back to earlier iterations of the bot lane, but it's well highlighted that the amount of setup, the amount of CC is almost overwhelming on the side of HLE, and while you do have an Ivern, you have an Azir ult, Jhin gives you a little bit more of that utility, but it feels like we're still waiting for something a bit more reliable to come through in the support department to round this composition out, or see if they want to do something a little bit different, just try a range support pick, fight a bit more bot lane. It's actually, in the end, just taking the Alistair away from Delight. Makes a lot of sense, pairs well with the Ivern. I'm nervous about it, though, because Delight is Delight. Delight Alistair hits a little different than any other Alistair in the world, and this is a champion with a notoriously bad early laning phase.
I think it's a good denial, though. You know, I think ultimately you're into the Maokai, so and the Ashe, you can block that CC and ult off yourself, but you know, I don't pair Jhin super well with Ivern. Like, I prefer more DPS AD carry. It does set up for this Renata pick, though. I feel like it's a fantastic spot. You have Engage already in your composition. The enemy team's coming into you. You can Renata ult. Renata ult has pretty high value across this enemy team. So I think Delight pretty happy with you taking away his Alistair. And he gets a favorable bot 2v2 they will be really comfortable in.
I really love Jhin when he's paired with something that dives in incredibly quickly and gets on top of the backline, something like the Mbessa they have here. But because there's so much peel with the Maokai, with the Renata, also with the Ashe arrows, the volley, the slows, everything, it's so difficult to actually guarantee that target. And like you said, Ox, I think that I'd rather see Ivern shielding on an AD carry that does high damage, an AD carry that can pop off and carry. Like we used to see Ivern in double AD carries with Tristana, for example. This just didn't really hit for me. I feel like this Jhin is super risky.
I think the big hope for me is Vladdy on this is here. I think bot and top matchup's still a bit rough, but if Vladdy can carry, maybe that's the chance.
It was a tough draft in terms of the winning lanes you mentioned earlier, but all eyes on Vladdy. The first pick Azir, will it pay off? That is a question on our minds as we send it over to the casters for game 2 in this series.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the second game. I believe this is the famous blue wall that I've heard of. The KC fans showing up here to support their team, hoping that they can do what has proved impossible for every other team, including themselves, so far at the tournament, and take down HLE.
Yeah, breaking news. Hanwha Life is quite good at League of Legends, more at 11. Yeah, I much prefer HLE's draft. I think that they have winning bot side. I think they have winning top matchup. Maokai is not exactly the super invade style champ, so I don't expect a lot of pressure, but I think that it's just having winning lanes gives you a lot of agency in the game. And in terms of how they actually play fights, I don't really know if Alice is going to be enough of an engage, so I'm worried for KC. I think this is going to be a hard game to play, but you know what?
What's up?
I love being proven wrong. So,
well, one thing that I think is always fun to take a look at, and you and I were looking at this right before the game started, is checking out numbers for a champ that gets played a lot. And we were talking about Peanuts Maokai.
Yeah.
Now, globally, like for all time, his lifetime win rate on the champion is just under 85%.
55 games, 54 games all time.
Yeah, just under 85% win rate. That's crazy. Even crazier is the fact that last year,
Oh, hold on. Now a lot of damage on a Delight, who flashes away. KC still following after the HLE support. Gives him the thumbs up, keeps on walking away. They interrupted my fun stat. The fun stat was going to be that Peanut played 19 of those games last year on Maokai. Vedius, how many did he win?
18 of them.
That's like 90. I think that the site said 94.7%.
Something like that, yeah.
Win rate. So
he's pretty good at Maokai.
Yeah. Peanut's pretty.
I mean, maybe he isn't
ferocious
good.
here.
You don't even have to infer that he's good at Maokai. He just wins a lot on Maokai. Yeah, maybe he's bad at it, but he wins. Like, it doesn't matter.
When he picks it, it's just magic. It's just everything works out
But
perfect.
I'm quite confident you can say that he's pretty damn good at Maokai, and it is definitely one of his career all-time favorites and most successful. Now, in this pot lane matchup, Jhin might be a champion that can trade well against many champions in the laning phase. Alistar, however, is not. This champion is quite useless until, well, even level 2. I don't know if it's going to be able to do much in this matchup. And yeah, you're already seeing the consequences. This is a game, for the record, that KC would have traditionally loved to lane swap in, but that's gone now.
I feel like any time Alistar is picked, it's, yeah, they would love to lane swap right now. It's one of those champions that just always never wanted to play a fair game against its opponents just to get away from that rough early laning that you are talking about. But hey, that's the nature of the game now. You do not want those yellow letters, lane swap detected, appearing on your screen. HLE with control over the bot lane, like we're talking about. They've got control over the top lane. Those side lane matchups both being favorable just makes things, it puts a lot of pressure on Yike. Again, I think that his performance yesterday was by far his best performance so far in the tournament. Playing the Skarner, playing the Ivern, and we'll see if he can get involved and really put the pressure on early with this champ.
Because so far these early lanes are all going in favor of Hanwha Life. You can see CS advantages pretty much at every single lane. And it's just kind of the nature of how these matchups go. We already talked a little bit about the scaling. I would argue that neither side has a great engage. Maokai can control a lot of space, but really you don't necessarily need engage when you've got so much poke and range at your disposal. Targamas getting chunked very low. Yike looking for a bit of an opportunity, but it's not really going to convert into much as Hanwha Life's bottom lane. They have level 3 and Peanut's in the area.
Yeah, Peanut. Both trees showing up down here into the bottom lane. They do not want to allow their respective sides to suffer any major losses as the wave will crash into the KC Tier 1 turret. Viper and Delight with that early advantage you would expect them to have, given the matchup, like you've said, with Alistar's vulnerability to an oppressive lane like Ashe Renata, as now both junglers going to pass through the mid lane. Yike throws out the root collar there, doesn't really find anything with it. Drops off a brush for Vladdy to play through, but it will be Peanut first up into the top side river here.
So Yike wants the Scuttle Crab, and he can get it if he can get his passive down, and then he can smite. But Peanut is not going to let him get his passive down, and he's definitely not going to let him smite it. So that is, again, double Scuttle Crab for Peanut, leveraging the prio that he has in, well, every single lane. You just have to look at the mini-map, and you can see that Zeus with the push in the top lane, he's got about a wave of CS in terms of advantage in the mid lane. Zeka constantly trading with the Azir, costing him a bit of farm as well. Already about a 10 CS difference between the two mid laners. This is crazy.
Yike should just insta-smite this, I believe. Yep, takes away those Krugs. Right as Peanut arrives, he sees that his camp has already been denied. Zeus with the HP advantage over Kana. Narbar charging up to about 80% right now. KC needs to be aware of this if they really want to try to fight here. Instead, Yike just going to walk up, immediately give Kana a little bit of shielding, and walk right back away as Peanut will take his recall. You can see camps respawning throughout the jungle for both junglers, so this opportunity to kind of just walk around and be nuisances in the lane is at least going to have an opportunity cost now, as Yike goes back planting those groves to make his next harvest path after.
Targamas trying to walk the wave underneath the tower. Delight doesn't really need to hold it for very long, as he now looks to base. So this is where supports start getting involved on the map a little bit more. I thought that Kalista was considering a bit of a lane swap there, but it looks like he's going to return to bot side of the map as the TPs come through from both top laners. Kind of expected in a jungle matchup like this. The early game is pretty slow. Supports will see if they can either assist their laner in escorting the wave underneath the tower, or maybe a gank opportunity is available, given the level 6 available for Vladdy means that he does have the scoop. But again, it's just both compositions very much about scaling, very much about taking their time, and I imagine this early game is going to be a slow one.
Anytime I see Corki Azir in the game, I give myself a nice
You're right.
cup of hot cocoa.
Man, like, we've had so much Fearless recently that I haven't thought about it. But yeah, it's goddamn Corki Azir. Run from it, hide from it.
Dreaded, it arrives all the same. Here they are. Yeah, so you know, get cozy, get comfy. I like the chairs that we got here at Wall Park.
It's kind of comfy.
Being able to sit down during the game is great for a Corki Azir match.
It really is. It really, really is.
All right, they'll just farm it up. They're hanging out. They're having a good time. Vladdy's not having as good of a time when the Rockets connect like that, but down here in the bottom lane, Viper and Delight. Vedius, does it ever get better for Kalist and Targamas, or are we just nah?
No. Okay. I don't think it does. Okay. It's pretty much every time Targamas tries to do anything, Renata just says no.
Okay.
So it's very much about farming. You need jungle involvement to make a gank happen. Yeah, so it's just kind of, how's the flight over? Do you have a nice one?
It was pretty long. I did manage to, my new strategy with long international flights is I stay up as long as humanly, I just physically exhaust myself.
That makes sense.
And I can fall asleep. But right now, a lot of damage onto Targamas here, who's still only level 5, tried to make the outplay flash, but Viper rears his fangs. He's ready for it, and he earns first blood for HLE.
Yeah, I mean, we said this matchup wasn't going to get any easier, and Viper just styles on Targamas, flashing over the headbutt, pulverize, and securing first blood. That's going to be a dragon as well. HLE already have a 1.2k gold lead, have secured every early game objective, and are just running the rift right now.
Man, oh man, this Viper Delight duo down here in bottom lane is absolutely frightening. They go in, they force the fight before Targamas ever has the opportunity to do anything with an ulti or something. He's still just barely level 5. Now Targamas here in mid wants to set up. Zeka in some danger now, gets swept to the side by Vladdy. Zeka flashing away from the root caller, needs to survive the additional pressure from Yike, but Daisy is fast with the Trigger Seed shield. The slow into the knockup is there. Zeka's gonna get caught, and KC get one back.
At the very least, KC are able to get on the board. Nice angle from Targamas to set up for the play. The Yike assist means that they're able to get a crucial kill onto Vladdy to get him into a comfortable position so that he can potentially be the carry. Yike looking to steal away a bunch of camps.
Now, Yike does not have his smite just yet, so he cannot immediately harvest this grove. Smite will be up very shortly. Wants to stick around long enough to secure the red buff as Delight fights Daisy. All right, Yike gets away. Red buff secured. Honestly, really nice sequence there from KC.
It certainly was. Ultimately, alleviating some of that pressure was much needed. Getting Vladdy into the game, closing some of that CS gap. Looks like he's going to go for the Nash's 2 start. Peanut, though, ooh, look at, this is a race right now to get to the red buff.
Okay, Peanut, gotta be careful. The light right behind him. There is level 6 on the Renata, only level 5 on Targamas. Not really super close either. Yike making his way over. Peanut with the smite. Secures the buff. Now the blast cone over the wall. Again, the arrow onto the Alistar, and there's no ulti to try to save him. A defensive headbutt to try to escape, but it's not going to happen, and Peanut gets this one.
Just the level advantage that Hanwha Life have mean that Targamas is going to lose his life once more. He had the flash available, but he couldn't react in time to the Ash Arrow. And all of a sudden, Hanwha Life gain a commanding lead with the gold advantage once more.
Zeka ready to try to trade with Vladdy a little bit here, but does have to be respectful of that Azir, like you were talking about. Him getting the kill, very important earlier, gets him kind of off to the races here because KC is going to need something to play around. HLE, you can see the 2 kills already down there in the bottom lane. I guess the second one did technically go to Peanut. And up in the top side, when the camera panned up there briefly, Zeus was taken over. Here's how KC got on the board.
So Zeka, he thinks that he's pathing towards his jungler, but Targamas had snuck his way in. You can actually, during that play, see the ping on the control ward as well. So Zeka, thinking he was safe, doesn't realize the vision got denied, and he ends up getting collapsed on. But Hanwha Life swift to respond. Okay, I mean, Targamas should have just flashed. Maybe he assessed that he wasn't going to be able to flash over that wall, and so he decided even if he did flash, he wasn't going to be able to live. One grub has now been secured.
Yep.
I think it's going to be difficult for Casey to stop them getting 6.
Grub number 2, there we go. But Daisy is ready to approach. Looks like HLE is going to decide 5 is fine. Nope, never mind. Peanut wants to jump back in and try to fight for it. But Yike lands the smite. So at least one grub denied there by KC. But HLE continuing to command pretty much everything in the early game. 11.5 minutes on the clock. They're up 2,000 gold. This top lane matchup has been going about as you would expect for Kana. Zeus running the show up here in that 1v1.
I mean, domestically, Ambessa was a powerhouse. She did receive a bit of a nerf, but I would say really hasn't been as present in this tournament. But I mean, we know that KC didn't have a huge amount of a time to adapt to the patch, considering the LEC finals was 1 week prior to the first stand tournament. And this was something domestically Kana was very confident in. And in the team fights is where you'll see a lot of its strength. I imagine in the mini-Nar form, there are ways in which Kana can actually find good trades. But that's assuming Zeus lets him have that. As you can see, he's not always going to get those nice trades.
And this is like the best these trades are going to feel for the Ambessa, because this is where Kana has the fully completed item with Eclipse, and Zeus still has parts of a Trinity Force. Once Zeus gets the fully completed item as well, all of a sudden this becomes so much scarier than it already is, and you can see Zeus just landing all of the boulders and wallops there. Makes it so tough to deal with.
On the rest of the map. Second dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Kana going to go back to base, has the TP available. Zeus with a nice interrupt to delay his arrival. The Trinity Force, I imagine, has to be...
It must be close. Callist, nice sidestep there on that arrow. Viper wanted to go fishing with it, see if they could maybe pick the KC80 carry. That pretty much guarantees you get the dragon for free, but...
Look at the positioning here, Flowers. You'll notice that in the mid lane, Hanwha Life have the push again. This is going to force Callist to go the long way around to catch that wave. And now numbers advantage in favor of HLE.
Yike, stepping back away from it. The brushes still placed down in the river. Daisy summoned up. HLE still with control over the objective. Curtain call opens up. There's no arrow to try to stop it. Redemption comes down. Peanut backing away from that one. Dragon's going to get very low to smite range here very quickly. Peanut needs a little bit more damage. And the Drake goes the way of HLE. Targman's in the middle. Massive double knockup. First kill goes the way of KC. And HLE has to disengage. Viper and Delight are going to run away. But the Root Caller's ready to chase them. Viper does not want to go any closer if he can help it. Targamas about to drop low. Maybe might just die. A little bit more damage will get it done, and it's a 1-for-1 here with the supports. Viper still running. Callist with a flash in. Viper shut down. Zeka shut down. KC triple kill Callist.
A huge triple kill for Callist means that that's a one-team fight for KC. They finally get footing in this game, and while they do lose the dragon to a very close smite fight, getting all of those killed is a massive momentum shift. You'll see how close it is. I think the smite came down early from Yike. The collapse comes through thanks to Callist's ulti. Means that the dragon gets very low. Zeka can't really approach. You can see the smite came down early from Yike. It's then picked up, but then a nice play from Vladdy. Zeka tries to arrive, but he can't really do much this early in the game. I wasn't expecting the flash from Yike, but because of the long-range follow-up from Callist, Delight is perma-CC'd. And then Zeka and the rest of them end up getting chased down thanks to Targamas' CC. Vladdy finally arrives to provide that additional bit of damage. And it's 4 kills in total for KC.
Honestly, really good performance that fight from Targamas. Jumps in, finds the double knockup that facilitates the scoop from Vladdy. His presence makes sure they're able to get the last couple of kills there as well, hanging on with that unbreakable will. I felt like in the early game, he was just kind of putting up a low light reel, getting caught out, getting punished, but that fight made up for it. That was redemption for Targamas.
And I was about to highlight it, but in the MasterCard Land Economy snapshot, you'll notice that gold lead in favor of Callist, and when it drops, 4-0 for this Jhin.
That's the Jhin number.
I mean, not only is it the Jhin number, but I know that internationally, a lot of casters don't love Jhin as a champion, right? But you know when I love Jhin as a champion?
When he has 4 kills.
When he has 4 kills!
Well, that's where they're at. Honestly, that was exactly what KC needed. This game was looking so dire so early, and that fight brought it back to a playable, like, close game state.
Yeah, it certainly did. Now, when you look at the gold, obviously there are still things to be concerned about. The fact that Zeus is just that monolith in the side lane. He is that slumbering titan yet to awaken that you know you will have to deal with at some point in the game. But for the time being, he is detached, sitting in his side lane, farming away. Gold advantage still sitting in Peanut and Zeka's shoulders. A double Trinity Force spike secured.
Okay, now the important part about this Rift Herald fight is that Zeus does have a TP. His opponent does not. A lot of damage here on a Peanut, though. This could be a huge catch. Kalist, third shot, might need number 4. Delight's gonna block it. Rift Herald mostly reset. KC doing a great job here, chunking down the enemy jungler, forcing Peanut back. He'll go back into the jungle to heal up, and HLE has no more eyes on the Herald. Viper gonna step up here, look to trade with Kalist, but those trades don't feel as good as they did in lane, Vedius. That Jhin has a lot of money now as Kana goes in after Zeus here a little bit. The trade goes his way ever so slightly.
I mean, yeah, this Jhin definitely hurts, and the range from KC is proving to be very difficult for Peanut to handle.
Yeah.
Even if the Maokai ultimate comes through, they have easy follow-up thanks to the Jhin. Targmas acting as that front line, looking to connect the stun.
Yeah, Delight and Viper moving forward. Viper going in after Kalist, needs more damage to kill the Jhin, and he takes him out. Now Targamas is going to be your next target as Yike is about to die to Peanut and Zeka at the same time. KC, they wanted a fight around this Herald, and HLE was happy to oblige. 3-0.
Just like that, HLE quell any semblance of doubt that you might have in them. Viper steps forward with nothing but confidence, as with no flash on Kalist, no barrier to mitigate the damage, Viper just runs him down. Mid is gone, top is gone. 3K is the gold advantage now for Hanwha Life as they reclaim control over game 2.
KC, they might have got the Eye of the Herald, but what did they have to lose for it? 2 turrets, 3 lives, it's so much. Let's take another look at how it happened.
And even with the level advantage, Viper knows with the attack speed that he gets from the support of Delight, means he can just run him down. He makes it look so easy. Targamas, very little that he can do to support, has the ultimate available, but he still gets defeated. And on the top side of the map, the arrival of Zeka splitting apart Vladdy and Yike means that they're able to get the kill onto the jungler of KC.
Meanwhile, back in live, while we were watching the replay, Viper had found his arrows into Targamas yet again, forcing the defensive flash out of the Alistar. We talk about how KC drafted this pick despite the fact that it results in a losing lane because they need him for engage. Forcing the defensive flash on that Alistar makes any following team fight so much more difficult. It makes it so much harder to find that angle that you need, and it means that HLE are going to take Drake number 3 uncontested.
Soul Point, they have been tearing their way through these dragons, and they have such a healthy gold lead right now. The second item spike going to come through from Zeka very soon. And, I mean, the goal differences across the board are just getting scarier and scarier.
Yeah.
Hanwha Life set their sights on the last adder tower that needs to be knocked down.
Whoa! Kana wanted to get away, but Peanut doing a good job stopping the TB. Takes a ton of damage in the process, but not enough to bring him down. Walks over, pops the passive heal on the Krugs. Vladdy and Targamas, in the meantime, gonna put some pressure on the other side of the map. Zeka wants to defend. The cannon minion doing a good job tanking up the turret. KC trying to brute force this down, but they can't do it. Now back underneath the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane, a 1-for-1. Peanut gives his life so that Viper can get another kill and now keep pushing onto the tier 2. Targamas coming up here into the top side as Zeka moves forward and forces Vladdy back. He and Yike trying to keep the pressure on, but Delight has reinforced his own mid laner, and KC will not claim that tier 2 turret. Ruinous Otacon down there in the bottom side of the map. Zeus and Viper making their way over to the pit right now. This might just be a 2-man attempt.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to stall enough on the top side. I love the aggression that we saw from Zeka because he's able to clear out the wave, stop the siege from coming through, and as a duo, they can just melt through this. Zeus is more than happy to tank it up. I stand corrected. They hesitate. They realize that the resets have come through, and there was a good chance that KC would have stuck around for an extra wave to try and secure that top tower. They wisely back away, but it's just another advantage gain for HLE as they commit to the play on the bot side of the map, cross-mapping the play on the top side. A nice stun comes through onto Kana, and even though Peanut does lose his life, ultimately they get what they want, which is the bot tier 2.
Bot tier 2 results in, again, this gold lead staying at about 3,000 for the side of HLE. 7-6 in terms of kills, and now it looks like KC are the ones who want control over the Otacon pit. Zeus not around here anywhere. Targamas jumping in, immediately followed up. Delight is already down before he could do anything at all. KC are going in. The Maokai ult for the escape route for the rest of HLE. KC with a killer instinct. Jump in there and make it happen. Now they're going after the Otacon itself, but Zeus has arrived to the fight, and the Narbar's charged. KC still trying to commit to the objective. The Scuttlecraft's taking the damage a little bit, but now KC, they're about to drop. Zeus into the middle of the fight, but he's not ready to transform just yet. The first kill on Targamas. Now the Otacon, the target for HLE. KC still hanging around, trying to see if they might be able to contest. Yike giving up online, wants to smite fight. Viper's all alone, he's gonna be careful, but Kana's got no ulti. Zeus into the back, finds the wall, he's gonna be shut down by Khalid, but Viper and Peanut are going forward. It's so many kills for Viper. There's no hope for KC, and HLE bury him in the bot lane.
The Otacon is such a dangerous place to fight, but Viper and Zeka make it look so safe. Their positioning is fantastic. They're able to sidestep everything, and KC being attacked on all sides flounder and are not able to come out on top.
Wow. Big win there for HLE after it looked like KC might have found the perfect engage to pick Delight here at the very start.
Yeah, the problem is they invest a lot of resources into shutting down Delight, which they need still to be able to get onto this double 80 carry composition. Viper's able to dish out a lot of damage similar to Zeka, and they get the ulti out from Targamas. So while he gets chipped down, he loses his life at the very start of the fight. The Meganar comes through, and then KC kind of gets shepherded by Peanut on one side and Viper on the other. It gets scary how low this Otacon gets. I thought KC were going to try and commit to finish it, but they were cautious of Zeus. They lock him down, they try to get that pick, but then just look at Viper. Completely uncontested. Otacon is doing more damage to him than anyone else. Vladdy goes in too late to make the play happen. And this double 80 carry comp is just monstrous when they have the front line to play around.
Scary, scary stuff. You can just tell the moment where Viper realizes there's no more threat on him, it's just all gas, no brakes. The Ashe now 5, 1, and 5. 2 items fully completed. Third one going to complete here very soon. 4,500 gold lead for HLE. And Vedius, the Drake control that they've had this entire game is likely about to pay some dividends. 20 seconds until what will be Ocean Soul for HLE spawns.
I mean, look at the top lane. HLE doing exactly what they did in the previous game, playing the entire map. They have a strong side lane threat. Viper, he's setting up for an Ashe arrow, perhaps. Not going to come through, but that Soul. Oh, there it is.
Oh, nice shot there from Viper. Lands onto Vladdy. Follow up with a Maokai ulti, but blocked by Kalist. Both carries from KC far enough away that HLE can't follow up for any sort of a kill threat on them. But now KC again having to regroup. They do not want to allow this Ocean Soul to go to HLE. They don't want to allow that permanent regeneration, which will just create a nigh unplayable game state around any sort of a neutral standoff. But here comes Zeus. There's no Narbar though. Keep that in mind. This is huge for these team fights. If Zeus jumps in, he's just going to be tiny. HLE going after the Drake. It is secured by Viper on the Ashe. Yike having to run away, but a big engage coming out from Vladdy. They've managed to take down Viper. Vladdy's getting it out. Zeus is already dead now too. HLE are scattering, and only Zeka's left alive to deal damage. Yes, the Ocean Soul went the way of the Korean team, but it looks like KC might have just found exactly what they needed. Another triple kill for Kalist, and KC are marching towards a Baron that's 5 seconds away from spawn.
A huge team fight win for KC. Vladdy sets up the perfect ultimate to allow for Kalist to clean up the fight. 8-1 is the scoreline of this young AD carry, as the Baron is going to be secured for KC.
Zeka taking the opportunity to get whatever he can in the meantime.
The tier 3 turret in the bottom lane is his target, but KC securing this Baron. Yes, they lost the Ocean Soul, but they are gonna get something massive in trade. Again, this is KC finding a moment where everything seems to be steadily marching away from them to rein the game back in and still have some bit of a chance.
So the TPs come through from both top laners. The Dragon gets insanely low. Delight flashes in with a crazy ultimate, but then Vladdy finds the angle alongside Targamas. Kana is there as well to assist. Kalist is untouched on the backline, but crucially getting Viper right at the start of the fight as Peanut fails to flash over the wall. Means that KC can easily pick apart Hanwha Life. A massive team fight win to potentially swing momentum in the favor of KC.
That's two massive team fight comebacks for KC in this game, and both of them have been the Targamas and Vladdy machine. Both of these guys working together to find multi-man engages, to throw their enemies not just up into the air, but right back down into their own graves. It's been huge. It's been what's keeping KC in this game. Now, a lot of damage on Delight. The curtain call opens. KC trying to get themselves away, but now the potential punish right back onto Vladdy. He's in some danger as the damage pours out, and Vladdy's first to die. Zeka goes on a killing spree. There's no way out for Targamas. Unbreakable will or not. HLE, hold the line.
I know the expression has been used a lot throughout the history of esports, but man, if you give HLE a finger, they rip the whole damn arm off. A single misstep from Vladdy in the mid lane, immediately all of the wind is taken out of the sails. It's Hanwha Life on the push.
Kalist has to be so careful here, but Kana doing a great job. Jumps into the wall to punish Viper and Zeka. They thought they had the angle there to kill the KC80 carry, but Kana ready, jumping into the wall with the public execution, secures the kill on Viper. He can't kill Kalist in time to get any sort of a bailout. Nicely done.
And that was very close. We look back at this mid lane play. Vladdy and Kalist get that root down onto the support. They think that they can chunk him out. The Ash Arrow comes through, but this crucial root from Peanut, the ultimate doesn't stop Peanut from actually getting close. The ulti from Delight as well is massive, and then the arrival of Zeka into the mid lane to create a numbers advantage. I mean, Targamas is just there trying to keep his mid laner alive. Viper though sees the angle, he gets the slow, but the follow-up from Kana he did not expect. He flashes in thinking he can get the resurrection from Delight, but it's not quite enough damage. And now KC, I mean, what even is the state of the game right now, Flowers? Elder Dragon in 2 minutes time with the Baron. KC are continuing the siege. The Baron power play is still 2.6k in KC's favor.
Red Bull Baron power play about to run out here. Only 15 more seconds until it expires. Arrow from a long way away. Not going to get a whole lot of value out of that one. Zeus in some danger off to the side as he scraps with Kana. Targamas forced to use the Unbreakable Will now. Knocking Peanut right back into the team. HLE is going to go ahead and look their jungler. Kalist is dominating, but Vladdy is down, and they've also lost Targamas. Kana's the next target, flashing away, trying to survive, but another TP is ready to answer. Zeus is looking to cut off the escape for KC. Kana's gonna teleport to save his own life, but Zeus is in hot pursuit of Kalist. He misses the first boomerang, but he catches it on return. He doesn't want to chase any further. It's another win, just barely for HLE, a 2-for-1 trade.
The fights are just so fast, but it feels... Oh, hang on a minute.
Zeus is going crazy here, jumping in after Kalist. The punish from Kana again, making sure that his carries are kept safe. And Zeus, the mind games against Kalist, he steps away from it, while Zeka is returned to that bottom lane that he opened up earlier to apply more pressure.
Wow, Zeus. I mean, HLE in general, I shouldn't say just Zeus, but they're always pushing the limits. Targus goes for a bit of an engage, but then again, Hanwha Life always find these angles. Really nice Mikhails comes through from Yike to keep his frontliner safe. But like KC don't want this fight, but Hanwha Life know that, so they keep the pressure on Viper and Zeka in a very safe position. That clump up looks very dangerous as Kalist is forced to flash away. But in these choke points, Delight's ultimate, Peanut's ultimate, Zeus' ultimate, it all comes together, making it so difficult for KC to really win out on these fights. Zeus getting very dangerously close to losing his life in exchange, but he's able to get away with the assistance of Delight.
First shot missed, second shot missed, third shot hit, fourth one missed. Zeus needing to dodge 3 out of 4 there to keep himself in a good spot. Man, Kana doing a great job playing Secret Service for these carries, protecting them, as now there's 10 seconds left. for the Elder fight. This is the great equalizer, Vedius.
It's so exciting.
The buff that can change the game. If KC get this Elder, they can win this fight and win this game.
Here we go. The bot lane being pushed in by Zeus. Zeka there to catch the mid wave. He does have TP to regroup with his team. This is dropping fast.
Elder Dragon down to 8,000. HLE ready to challenge. Arrow flies out. Damage onto Targamas here at the start. He's frontlining for now. A lot of damage onto Peanut. Public execution flies in. KC's already found the first kill. But what about the objective? The Dragon secured by Yike. A massive three-man shuffle from Flatty. KC are getting it done. They fought two, and they want to get another. Viper with a sidesteps as Zeus interrupts Kalis, and Zeka flies in, but it's not enough. The Elder is making the difference. Zeus finally gets the shutdown. KC, they got the objective, but lost the fight. Only Yike still has the buff.
How did they do that? Hanwha Life, they lost their jungler, they lost the Elder, and they still won the team fight. I thought Vladdy's ultimate was just gonna end it all right then and there, but it still wasn't enough.
Okay, let's take another look how it starts, because Peanut just gets destroyed.
He does. He gets wiped off the map immediately. They fully commit to taking out the jungle so they can guarantee the Elder. The backline doing so much damage, Targamas knocking them away, but they're still able to get this front to back. They don't quite, because Viper gets the respawn. But Vladdy's still in a position, he'd committed so much. Yike making sure that he keeps Kalista alive. Zeus in that whole fight still kept his ultimate up. And even though they get that kill onto Zeka, Zeus remaining alive means that he's able to clean up the fight.
The bailout changing a lot there.
Goodness.
As HLE back onto the map in time to claim the Baron. And now, Vedius, now we don't have anything to contest here for quite a while. Elder is still on Yike for the next 45 seconds, but another Red Bull Baron going to be secured by the side of HLE, and they'll be wearing purple for 2.5 minutes.
It felt so close, Flowers. It really did feel that KC were going to win out there.
Oh, nice jump in from Kana yet again. The public execution finding the target. Follow up with a deadly flourish. Zeus trying to get away here. The redemption ready to heal him up. Zeus goes mega just in time. Zeka jumping in to protect his top laner. KC don't have the damage, and they threw the kitchen sink at him. Now everybody wearing blue is stuck in the mid lane. Meanwhile, their base is being torn to shreds. HLE looking to push Nexus. It's Viper and Delight. Zeus has made the TP in as well. Vladdy immediately teleporting back to try to save the game as Peanut will fall to Yike, and the pressure is not enough to end it all the way just yet.
My goodness, HLE, I can't believe that Zeus was able to survive that. The damage just wasn't quite enough. Oh my goodness, the base now in tatters. The thumbs up from Kalis. I like to think he's having a lot of fun, because I certainly am. What a crazy back and forth. We're approaching the 34-minute mark. Baron, the Red Bull Baron power play about 2.4k in their favor. We look back at this play in mid, you have to imagine the Ocean Soul doing so much work for Zeus, the redemption going to come through as well. And it just wasn't quite enough damage. Of course, the Randuin's really helping with that extra armor. And he's able to just barely get away. Zeka then stopping all of the bases means that there's all this freedom in the base of KC for Viper to just tear their base apart. The TP eventually does come through from Vladdy as he secures the tier 2 tower in bot lane. But then, of course, the Elder's still sitting on Yike. So Peanut, he overstays his welcome and he loses his life.
Yup, it's one of those things where you forget about it because you killed most of them.
Yeah.
And even though the Yike still had it, the timer was this close to running out anyway, but it still does punish Peanut.
I think we're getting another Elder, Flowers. I really think we're getting another Elder.
It looks like we might. I mean, you still do have to weather this push from HLE if you're KC. There's a lot happening right now. Still 30 seconds left on the Baron. HLE on the push again. Delight with a defensive flash. Viper with a nice sidestep. Curtain call opens up. Viper eats the first shot. top, and now a redemption ready to heal up the HLE health bars. Fourth shot makes its way onto Delight. HLE are about to have double super minions in every single lane. Even if the game does not end here, it is a painful defense now for KC. One Nexus turret remaining, but that's it as KC scrambles their defense. The Baron about to run out here pretty soon as HLE keep the push going. Peanut's gonna lead the charge. A lot of damage on the Targamas at the very start with Renata ulti over the top. KC though, doing a great job staying alive. Health bars still topped off. This defensive battery of the Ivern, the shields, the healing is keeping everybody healthy, and KC hold on.
The Chaos Crucible was very valuable there from Yike because Kalist was going berserk and he could have done some serious damage to his own teammates. We've seen these Renata ultimates do some serious damage. Viper though, he's locked onto his target. Kana.
The arrow fires, Kana gets caught, trying to flash away, but Peanut is ready here with a twisted advance to follow it up. Kana wants a defensive public execution. He survives, but that is flash, that is ulti from the top laner of KC. There are double super minions in every single lane, and the Elder Dragon spawns in 30 seconds.
AC haven't given up just yet, but their base is in tatters, and Hanwha Life refuse to give them a moment's breathing room. The waves continue to siege, the double supers are relentless. The thumbs up from Kalist, trying to keep the mood positive as Viper acts as a wall that KC have to break through.
Targamas with a very early unbreakable will. He goes in, he catches Viper. The carry from HLE is dead. Kalist with the kill. And at the darkest hour, KC continue to hold their heads high.
The base, it's just too broken. They need the inhibitor turrets to respawn. I mean, they still have one, of course. The second on its way soon. But the fact that Zeus can just constantly be this point of pressure is a terrifying thing for them to deal with. The inhibitor cooldowns, you can see them at the top left of your screen. 45 seconds away on this top one. KC, I don't know if they can start this.
There is a TP available for Zeus. KC are saying, all right, we're going for it. They're gonna be Gen, the Elder, Vladdy, and Kana, both with a TP available. Vladdy, a lot of damage here on Zeus, forces the Mysterix out of them there. Delight and Peanut trying to make the fight happen. Delight uses the ulti there from Renata, doesn't get a lot of value out of it. KC will earn themselves an Elder Drake as Delight now trying to retreat down the bottom side, should be caught. I don't see any way for Renata to get away from this. Targamas is first to the scene, and with Kalist nearby, it's another pop. Watch him drop Kalist. 14-2.
Now with the Elder, that makes it way harder for Hanwha Life to actually siege onto the base. Of course, the Baron spawning in 10 seconds is going to be a point of concern, but Targamas, my man, finds the angle onto Viper. Commits the ultimate so early. Viper even had the flash, but he wasn't able to react to that. And taking out a crucial carry was enough to secure the Elder. I cannot believe the way that this game has gone. KC looking to bring us to game 3, Flowers. They've been able to escape the base for now. The Baron is alive, and KC have set their sights on it.
KC looking to take this down before Delight is back. The base regenerating like you're talking about. One inhibitor already back. KC taking the blast cone, trying to stop this. Make it so there's no opportunity for HLE to come in and contest, but Peanut's ready to go. Arrow flies in. Baron and Elder at the same time for KC. They'll have the Elder for the next minute and 15. They'll have the Baron to endure the rest of the pressure here from the super minions. You can see about 1 minute left for the middle and bottom lanes. If nothing else, this is going to give KC the opportunity to return the game to a state where they can step outside their base. And Vedius, this is the furthest we have seen any team push HLE so far at first stand.
It's crazy. KC, the glow up is huge. Of course, they still have a long way to go to end this game, but how long have they got left on the Elder? Hard for me to gauge right now. Oh no, they've got top right, 35 seconds left. Kalist.
Okay, keep your eyes on Kalist, keep your eyes on Kana. The public executions have hit the target. so many times this game. Zeus, critically, the Gnar transformation already happening before he can get his recall. KC, they want to use the Elder and try to find something crazy right now. Daisy underneath the turrets. Here for the next. She's going to go ahead and die immediately. KC still on their push. Baron Enchanted minions. Nice handshake there into Vladdy, but he jumps back away. Curtain call firing off. They want to try to use this to secure a kill there with the Elder, but the execution isn't going to happen. Zeus coming in from behind, but the Gnar has no bar. Zeus needs to be careful about this, and as he gets rooted up, public execution right back on top of him. Zeus is dead. KC with a 5v4 in the enemy base. Viper loses half HP. The Elder no longer active, but the Baron still got 90 seconds. HLE are now the ones missing a Nexus turret.
KC have the Nexus of Hanwha Life in their sights. The TP is going to come through. They've got another minion wave. The Elder may have fallen off, but they have 5 members.
HLE have to defend 4 versus 5. Targamas with a Hex Flash. Not going to find the angle here for the headbutt pull. Zeka, half HP. It's the death of Peanut, thanks to Callist. As Viper stays alive for an extra second, but the man needs a bailout. It's not going to be in time. KC stand tall, but they have not done it just yet. A triple kill back over to Zeka. Callist versus Zeka. The bullets in the air. KC have done it. Gods can bleed. And KC take us to game 3.
Unbelievable. 3 inhibitors down. Only a single Nexus turret, but they were able to stand their ground and fight their way back. KC is not dead yet.
The best game at first stand so far. No contest. Stuck inside their base so many times. KC weathering the storm.
Oh, that was awesome. That was such a great game. KC did a phenomenal job.
All right, that's it from us for now. We'll be back for the 3rd game. Desk, take it away.
What can I say? We never doubted. Great cast, boys. Great game. Hanwha Life, I mean, did some pretty crazy things. Like, credit to KC, but like, that was the weirdest, wildest, most fun game I have seen in a very long time.
Best game of the tournament.
100%, 100%. I mean, so many things went right and so many things went wrong throughout that game. There was such back and forth. And for a team, if you think about the performance of KC in their first 2 series, night and day. The only team to have taken a game from HLE so far. It took everything, but they managed to get it and keep their hopes alive.
It's one of those games too where it gets out of the hands game and becomes a brain game, right? Where all your inhibitors are down, right? You've got minion waves stacking into your base. You have to defend. You have to make calculated decisions on when you're moving to Baron. Are you going to try to fight for Elder? Are you going to look for that pick? Who defends when Elder is up? They made all those decisions quickly enough. There was some hesitation, and I think there were certainly some nerves from Callist throughout this game. But they made the decisions quickly enough when they needed to, especially the base defense, where you see Vladdy pushing Zeus back. They're able to get over to the Elder, take that one down, turn that into a Baron, and then slow push it. Could they have cleaned up maybe a little bit of that final push? Yes, but doesn't matter, because ultimately they're the first team to beat Hanwha in this tournament. They've taken the first game off of our Korean representative. And what's so exciting to me about it is there's so many young players on this roster. And you could feel, I could almost, like, my hands were shaking like Callist's hands were shaking, you know, with some of those Jhin ults. And, like, they stuck it through. They were able to do it because we were worried they weren't going to actually stick the landing.
I mean, I feel like one of the tensest moments was when they got the first Elder and it didn't pan out. But there were some good moments throughout the game. Obviously, it went for the long haul. But I think we saw Callist on this Jhin. This is a pick that can be quite feast or famine, you know. Often it can feel really underwhelming from behind. But some of these skirmishes, he was able to have that big impact, get a decent amount of gold under his belt, and the damage was there throughout the game.
And again, Yike on his utility picks, coming in clutch to stop a lot of that early damage in these fights from coming through. The range well used here. I mean, you said it yourself, right? There's so many fights that felt like 1 kill difference could have ended the game for Hanwha so much sooner. KC did, I think, just barely manage to hold on for the vast majority of this game. The Ocean Soul acquired so early by Hanwha, and it was multiple back-to-back Elders. How many Barons did we even have in this game? It was literally everything you have, tooth and nail, drag yourself across the finish line kind of game.
You know, even though they lost that first Elder fight, if Hanwha secured it, they would have just lost the game there. If it had been a different soul, maybe a stronger soul, they could have ended up losing. There were so many factors in this game, And as well, when you go in a long game like this that's so back and forth against a team like HLE, they've played 4 best-of-5s in their playoffs run that went to 5 games. They are the team that we always label as being very clutch, and KC out-clutched them in this game.
Yeah, and what's crazy to me about this, just in general, when you think about the narrative of KC throughout the tournament, they dropped their first, series, right? They dropped the second, and everyone's like, oh, this team is done. Everyone's already, like, doing the memes, early Uber, etc. And then they beat Top Esports. Now the first team to take a game off HLE, one win away from being the first team to actually take a series over HLE, and they could solidify themselves today from going from considered the weakest team in this tournament to maybe some people will say they're the strongest if they can win that third game.
And I love what you're saying, but I think the most crushing thing for KC fans, and I'm hoping this isn't what the players are thinking, is knowing that if you had just won one of those first 2 series against teams that people would compare as weaker than TES, at least in terms of initial expectations, weaker than HLE, you wouldn't be in this situation where one game isn't enough. Because if they were going to best-of-5s, they got one game off this team, even if they lost, we would be singing, dancing, cheering, running around in circles like, yes, this is everything, but the pressure is on. They have to win another game against HLE. That one took every ounce of energy I have watching it, so I don't even know what they have left. What do you do if you're KC to make sure you can secure that game 3 to actually find that win and bring yourself further in the tournament?
I feel like it's a tale we've seen so many times before when Worlds had group stages and we had the week 1, week 2, and a team would really underperform week 1, bring it back week 2, but it wasn't quite enough. I think at this point you can't think about that, right? You've beaten this team. You beat Top Esports. The players were talking about it in the comments before the game as well. Like, think of the players you've matched up against. Vladdy has managed to beat on stage and in scrims. You've taken a game of HLE, right? That's what a lot of teams aren't able to do. You just have to do it one more time, and you'll be making it through to those best-of-5s.
I think confidence is key. I think Ox and I, we weren't thrilled with the draft from KC. We actually thought it was a really weak draft. They still won, right? They played confidently enough in those key moments. I think after winning this one, you also saw the confidence in comms. I saw after one of the post games, I don't know who said it, but saying like, look, we beat Top Esports. It means more to them to lose. Like, they're more nervous than us. Now you in this upset game, if you can ride that confidence, maybe you'll make those plays faster. Maybe you won't make those mistakes we saw in game 1, and maybe that'll be enough.
Confidence. Is comfort still on the table? I feel like after we see the Ivern, we still got the Azir. We got a lot of things that they have experience on. I'm wondering how deep the pools go, because I don't have that question for Hanwha. And domestically, I wouldn't have had that question for KC, to be honest. But what we've seen is a stark contrast in terms of the picks that look really good, things like Vladdy on the Azir, now the Jhin that's come from Kalist, Yike on this utility, and the things that look really bad, pretty much everything else. So I'm wondering what's next to come in draft. If you're KC, is it still realistic that you can secure the winning lanes you mentioned earlier and comfortable picks for Yike? What do you prioritize other than just confidence? Is it put Yike, is he number 1? Is it just about Kalist? What's the angle?
Securing a good matchup for Vladdy seems really important. It was very uncharacteristic how game 1 went down against Zeka, and Zeka is a player who will be ruthless if he senses weakness, but the Azir made a big difference. That's not off the cards, but ensuring he has a favorable matchup is really big. And then we've seen time and time again, Yike on these utility picks as a facilitator. It's worked so well, so I'd say lock down a pick for him that can work in that way.
For me, your red side, because Hanwha picked blue side. Counter picks for solo laners. Try to get that favorable matchup in the mid lane. Maybe Kana actually gets the strong matchup, and for once in this series, they'll have those winning lanes we've been begging for. I think that Kalist has shown, it doesn't matter what that bottom lane matchup is going to be, he's going to pop off when it comes to those big important team fights. So getting your solo laners into a good position from minute 1 is probably the most ideal thing.
And love to see smiles on faces of KC as they review. I'm assuming they're reviewing the game. I actually can't see the screen, so I'm not sure what they're reviewing. We're moments away from going to break before we go to game 3, but I have a feeling, gentlemen, as happy as they look, as smiley as they look in those instances, this is a wake-up call for Hanwha, and they're going to be a lot scarier coming into the next game. Still, I think the favorites of the tournament. And are you willing to give KC the hope? Are you willing to believe in them? Or is this still just going to be Hanwha crushing
All
it
I'm going
out?
to say is we have this massive win streak from Zeka in game 5. They call him the game 5 devil, right?
Yeah.
This is game 3. It's not game 5. So bank on that.
I think one of the other things to consider is some of those picks like the Jace. That's always been banned on blue side. The Nidalee, right? The Yone that has been banned in most scenarios. Those are picks that on red side, you can't necessarily budget all of them in. So we may see Peanut Nidalee. We may see Peanut on another carry AP jungle pick in this game. I think Hanwha will definitely be prepared for this blue side. Obviously, haven't really had that opportunity to pick sides so far in this tournament. But it'll be their first time, and I think they will definitely be ready. So draft reactionary, play for those counter picks.
Look, it took 110% of what Casey had to win one game. We're hoping they can take it up to 150 in this next one, because Hanwha probably will be doing the same. Casey with a massive win against HLA here. Are they able to turn the series around? Let's find out after the break.
Exhaust myself, and I can fall asleep. But right now, a lot of damage onto Targamas here, who's still only level 5, trying to make the outplay Flash, but Viper rears his fangs. He's ready for it.
Oh, he's waiting to fight? Yeah, we can fight, for sure. We win this. We win this, we win this.
I got dash, I got dash. Lucas. Looking good. Dash dead. In is right?
No,
Look on me. Yeah.
Make a winning.
Nice. Oh my god, guys. We're gonna win this game, okay? Oh my god.
That's good.
Holy good job.
Here, puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's both.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Out here like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up. It's just a bit of static in your eyes. I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream, I'll fix up. Man, like rappers out here, cat. I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry to your lies, just give me a Sonic. I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. It's your girl, I put some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus, she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a stimulation? Tell me, how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke the damn shelf. Why my nigga out here losing weight like a Dell? He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend? You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend? They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend? You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend?
No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and they gon' order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see who stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh, I know you're tight, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got a chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all climbed. Tripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend? You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend? They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend? You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend? Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand. We are already into draft here for our third and final game between KC and HLE. And don't worry, that wasn't an audio blip. You heard me right, it is game 3. KC just shocked everyone, taking a game off the as so far undefeated tournament favorites, Vedius, and doing it in a way that showed their tenacity, their resilience, and their skill as a team. They were down so far, they turtled up, they defended, and they found some amazing opportunities to come back and win the game.
Now they're going to have to do it on the red side. HLE choosing to move back into that priority pick, taking away the Victor from Vladdy. The Zyra also going to be removed from the pool. Nidalee and Yone rightfully going to be taken away from Peanut and Zeka. The Callista is up. An important pick. Because with the AD carry pool shrinking, I feel like KC can't afford to give that over, but Skarner also going to be open here in Game 3.
I'm with what the analyst desk was saying at the top of the day. I think Callista's a bit of a trap pick right now. I don't know exactly how great I'm feeling on it.
Callista?
Okay, all right. You got me on that one. But the Skarner is going to be considered higher priority, at least by HLE, as we still wait for our last ban of the first half from KC.
The Braum.
Okay.
An early ban. Interesting. So I imagine KC's going to go for an early rel, would be my instincts from this.
But we get the first hit
Jace
on the Jace. This has been a first half ban from KC both times so far. They did not want to give it over to HLE, but this time around, it's time for some Zeus Jace.
I don't remember what skins they chose, but I want to say that Zeus is... He either already has one or he's getting one.
I'm really bad at the skin
I'm
lore.
also really bad at it,
I'm really
too.
bad at it, so I'm just gonna, whatever you say, I will blindly trust as fact.
Do not do that.
You could say anything and I would believe it right now.
There's too many T1 skins that I've honestly lost track. The Sejuani going to be locked in on the side of KC.
Okay.
Are they going to go for the early round like I predicted? The Braum ban suggests that to me because like Targamas, oh my goodness.
Wow, they slammed the Draven.
Okay, so I mean, this shouldn't come as a surprise, but most professional AD carries were Draven 1 tricks at one point. Callista is no different.
Okay.
Yeah, he is a massive fan of the champion. Domestically, he and Hansama would often trade the pick. So to pick it here with confidence, I like it. But again, it leaves the rel open. And with the Braum ban, I'm surprised that they didn't put a higher priority on it because Alistair is gone, Leona is gone. So I'm curious as to what the response is going to be. Maybe they've thought of a range support, something like the Seraphine, but I don't know how much of a good matchup that is necessarily into the rel.
Well, let's see what HLE want to go for here. I would expect some kind of an AD carry since that pool is already so pinched, like you're talking about. Get Viper on something that he'll feel comfortable into this matchup with. And okay, it's Kai Sorrel, bottom lane for Viper and Delight.
I mean, already you can see KC easily getting themselves a winning bot lane 2 versus 2 with this setup. The question is, do they even want to lock in support? Maybe they want to get top laner with a lot of top laners available without that pool being pinched.
Yeah.
There's an opportunity. Maybe they want to grab something like an early Camille. Sejuani Camille could be really strong on the top side of the map. But maybe they're hesitant to lock it in early.
Choices.
Oh, he's going full tank. Okay.
Okay, just going to try to tank it out against the Jace. Obviously, Jace is going to win early in a ton of matchups top lane. They're just going to say, okay, fine. Shake your hand on that one. We're going to go down in CS.
At a certain point, I think it definitely swings in the Scion's favor just because of how tanky he gets.
He just gets so tanky. I mean, you look at the tooltip for Soul Furnace at your average point in a 30-minute game, and it's just he's going to have like 3 or 4 Giants belts worth of health. It doesn't matter that he might be behind in gold because he's making it up with the Soul Furnace bonus. So that'll be Kana's role in this one. Go down early, absorb the pressure, become the giant meat wall. And man, between Scion and Sejuani, this front line for KC is thick with 3 Cs.
They are looking...
I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, you are 100% correct. I had to put the C's in order, and then I realized. But yeah. AP Jungler is going to be the target as the Lilia is taken away. Diana, maybe? What else are they thinking here? Honestly, when we get this deep in the pool, my predictions get a lot weaker. The Gwen.
Okay.
When jungle, maybe they think the Jace is going into the mid lane. They're worried about the flexibility of the Jace.
Perhaps.
I think that's not a bad adaptation. Pyke also going to be taken away from Targamas.
I mean, hey, if they're willing to slam Draven, they're probably willing to slam Pyke next to it. All right? I can respect that, as unorthodox as it may be.
I like the Lawless ban a lot from HLE. I think it makes so much sense. But now where do you even go if you're KC? The support pick has to be what you lock in here. Question is, what is it? Is it something like the Seraphine? Smiles, confident on the face of Targamas. I like what he's thinking. I just want to know what it is.
Reveal. What's it gonna be? Rakan.
Okay, a little more timid than I was expecting. When I think of bot lane powerhouses, Draven Rakan is not exactly what springs to mind. But Draven as a champion gives you a lot of agency in the bot lane 2 versus 2. You can afford to pick a slightly weaker support, more so for the team. It's just great follow-up, and it allows you easy pick potential when paired up alongside the Sejuani and the Scion, who already act as a very effective front line.
So let's see what else we get out of HLE here. I still need to see a jungler. Okay, we're gonna get the Wukong here. This can be very, very strong against immobile carries, especially short range ones. And there is the Vlad for HLE.
Now I'm assuming this Vladimir is going to top lane. As an answer into the Scion, you get so much free scaling as the Vladimir into the tank because it's very difficult for the Scion to punish you. Now, unless Vladdy has been practicing his Scion mid, and we're about to get something crazy from Kana, which I'm down for, but it looks like it's going to be Rise in the mid lane going up against the Jace. Now, domestically, we've seen a few Rises in the LEC. A lot of them have not worked out. Admittedly, that was because Caps brought out things like Anivia into it. And,
Season 1 champ versus Season 1 champ.
Yeah. But what it does give you is side lane threat, someone that can match in the... I would still argue that Vlad probably outscales the Rise on the side lane, but at the very least you can provide that route with the phase rush that I'm expecting to come through from the Rise. You can create that distance. The team fight threat from Hanwha Life, I think, is very lethal. Yeah. Like, you've got a lot of dive here. The Rel, the Wombo combo potential of Vladimir plus the Wukong, the potential of the Kai'Sa cleanup, Jace providing that extra bit of poke on the backline while all of that. Meanwhile, you've got this front to back, but the comp is very short range from KC, with both Draven and Rise needing to get actually quite close. Yeah. I feel like champions like Vladimir, Rel, and Wukong really benefit from that environment. So I do think, again, that Hanwha Life have a lot of tools. I think these team fights are going to be quite difficult the later into the game it goes, but KC surprised me in the last game with how they executed on the fights, and so I'm looking forward to being surprised again.
I mean, when you look at this, this is so much damage on HLE, right? Like, everybody that's not Rel is a damage threat. Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's so tanky, man. Like, Rise can get very tanky even. You've got Sejuani and Scion, like we already talked about. Like, Rakan's ability to weave in and out of the fights makes him slippery to kill. So I'm curious, can KC pull off the miracle, or will HLE continue their undefeated series streak here on day 4? It's game number 3. HLE playing out of the blue side. It's exactly like you said, Betty. Zeka will be the Jace pilot here in the mid lane up against Vladdy's Rise. It'll be Zeus on the Vlad versus Kana on the Scion. Both of them just looking to stack up and scale here in top lane.
It's like it. Zeus has been so monstrous throughout this series. Even if they didn't win in the previous game, like, it's so difficult to avoid his constant impact. And on this Vladimir, he's going to be looking to do the same thing. He had a strong performance against CFO. He's looking, I imagine, to get a ward in. That's going to be Zeka's responsibility. Ooh. That was a close one.
You could see he walked up right outside the range of where the Decimate would be, even giving it the extra, just like slight bit of distance beyond the graphic, because we know that Silence Q is dishonest.
Yep, it certainly is.
He knows his ranges, as you might expect from the mid laner for the best team from the best region.
I will say that in the finals of the LEC, KC said we don't want Kana on tanks. We want him on tanks. And so for them to kind of go back to this approach of full-on front to back, on the one hand, it's a little bit concerning. But on the other, I feel like that what they've recognized is that trying to...
Wow, bottom lane, 2v2, immediate scrap as Delight is knocked up into the air. Targamas there with a grand entrance. Flash out from Delight. KC unafraid.
I mean, they do get the cleanse out from Kalist, but getting the flash and the ignite out from Delight and getting a really good spot. Keep your eyes on the junglers right now, because I wouldn't be surprised to see either of them make a beeline towards the bot lane. Delight gonna look to get the quick remount. Is this... I don't think Delight is low enough to threaten a dive. He has that shield.
Yep, just Hex Flash down there, trying to get a little bit of extra ESP. A couple more minions
Look
ought
at
to do it.
Sejuani right now. Look at Yike. He's making a beeline towards the bot lane. And they know exactly where Wukong is as well.
Yike might step up, try to challenge for these chickens. No, instead he's going to look mid, because Vladdy's down to 100 HP. Zeka gonna have to try to get away from this one. Turns back towards Vladdy, knocks Yike away. Zeka needs a little bit more damage, but it's not gonna happen. It's first blood to KC.
They need to push out this wave, but great pathing from Yike. I thought that his sights were set on the bot lane, but instead he finds an opportunity in mid, alleviating some of the pressure and setting up Vladdy for success.
Delight and Viper now still just enduring down here in the bottom lane. Draven also, because of the way that Stand Aside just flies out instantly, very easy to deny Rel the engage that she wants if that ability is not wasted on something else beforehand. Now Yike also still hanging around down here in the bot side river, waiting for the Scuttle Crab, kills that one on spawn, and you can see Peanut still working through his own camps. Yike has not bothered to clear through his own bottom side yet, just spending the time on that gank in mid instead. Here it is one more time, a look at it.
And the observers highlighted the vision for us. They knew exactly where Peanut was. Yike is able to circumvent the vision, stay in the fog of war. Zeka, with his level advantage, gets a great trade onto Vladdy, thinking he has an opportunity for a kill. Then the level comes up, and Zeka, I mean, he just has nowhere to go. He knows it's not worth flashing as we see the dive in bots.
The attempted dive down bottom lane, yeah, it doesn't work out, but they're going to force the summoner spell. The flash from Viper, critical there. That one's off the table now, so KC might be able to make a follow-up play in the future.
And look at how much farm is being lost here as well. Peanut doing what he can to steal away camps from Yike as he is playing for his lanes right now. This may come back to bite him later. Remember, the entire bot side is still up for Yike. He hasn't actually cleared them yet. And he's not going to realize this as Peanut is taking away the camps, and there's nothing that Yike can really do about it.
I mean, he'll walk up, he'll see that Wukong is getting most of them, and then easy for Peanut to just jump back over the wall there with the clone. Kalist and Targamas, they're ready to scrap again with the HLE bottom lane. Viper with some quick feet, getting away from that one. Crash down from Delight on Kalist as Targamas continues taking shots there from Viper. HLE doing a good job getting away from the engage there. Viper, if he would have got caught out by that grand entrance, could have been in some serious danger.
Those deep wards are so important as well as Delight remounts.
Oh, Targamas with the flash engage with the grand entrance. Delight setting up Kalist, wants to keep him away. HLE comes out on top here in the 2v2. Delight wants more, but Yike is first to join the fight. He wants to see if he can get this potential kill on the Viper. Flash in, and Yike gets it done. Now Peanut shows up. He wants to kill off the enemy jungler, but it's not gonna happen. Yike can't get the extra kill on the Delight, and now Peanut looks for more. He uses the W forward, but it's flash for flash as Kalist barely survives.
KC are just over-forcing right now. That play from Targamas, it was just too disconnected as Yike was way too far away from the rest of his team. We even saw Vladdy roaming down to try and help with the play, but he's going to lose a wave in mid. He is going to catch this farm in the bot side. But again, look at the minimap. Yike says that he's on his way bot. They make this play committal onto Viper, but it's way too deep. The Ignite comes back up. They have the level advantage as well. He's only level 3. Delight ends up picking up the kill, which is kind of good news on the side of KC, but Kalist is so low. Yike is able to get this kill. Delight plays this super well though, gets the remount, brings him underneath the tower, keeps CC'd here, allowing for Peanut to pick that one up. And then good awareness from Kalist allows him to flash away from Peanut, who is hungry for a kill.
I love the fan cam. She's just saying like, no, get out of the turret, get out of the turret. Too good, man. KC 2-2 with HLE, 6.5 minutes into the game, going after the first Drake now for themselves. Remember that in the previous game, it was HLE getting all the neutral objectives early on. This time around, same story isn't getting told, as now Zeus and Vladdy will be facing off in the bot lane matchup.
I think Vladdy likes this matchup a lot more. Vladimir definitely cannot fight you as much as the Jace can. The cross map is going to come through as Unrelenting secure themselves the first 3 grubs. I think it would be a little too dangerous to contest this given the push happening on the top side of the map. But hey, Kalista does have Bio in the mid lane as well. If they could maybe steal one, it would be worth it. But well, actually, they have enough time here. Spotted up by Targamas. Okay, they're going to say, you know what, we're happy with the dragon. That's all good.
Yeah. Maybe try to throw a cheeky projectile over the wall, but they don't even have one that has enough range. Gleaming Quill is pretty short. Viper not getting all the way out of the decimate, kind of knowing the ranges on that one to be able to tag him even if you don't get the knock-up. Delight ready to rejoin his AD carry up here. Nice use of the Shattering Strike. Crashes right back down on top of him. Quick and easy trade for the HLE duo. As now the ulti attempt from Kana finds a whole lot of nothing. Nice footwork there from HLE to avoid the engage attempt from KC. They were sending a lot of bodies up here for that.
They certainly were. Viper being level 6, definitely a scary situation. No one is sitting in mid lane though, is Targamas.
Targamas could be your target. They wanted to see if Kalist would step up close enough for Peanut to use the Nimbus strike into the Cyclone to throw him up into the air, put the pressure on the flashless Draven. But Kalist staying far back enough that he does not put himself in that danger. Zeka wants a couple of auto attacks here on the turret. Just the one plus the Void Grub damage should be enough to get that second plate. And Yike is still hanging around top lane, spending all the time for his lanes like you were talking about earlier, wanting to facilitate success for Kalist, who remember last game against multiple world champions, against all odds, against 3 dead inhibitors, ended up with what, almost 20 kills to win the game?
The only problem for KC is I think they're getting a little too hyphy around how many plays they can actually make in the other game, because Peanut, his pathing and what he's doing is still very smart. He just stole away the red buff because he knew that Yike was just overstaying on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Zeka's getting a lot of farm isolated in the mid lane. And now I think they've caught out Kalist, completely isolated. There's nowhere for him to go.
There it is, Peanut and Delight working together. Plenty of damage, and Viper will show up to claim the feat of warfare, claim the kill, and critically, that's a kill on Kalist before he ever got any cash ins. So he loses so many of the stacks with no payoff.
And this is the thing. So much time was invested covering for Kalist on the top side of the map that they knew that Yike had nowhere to go. You had to clear on the bot side, which means that they can say with confidence that it's going to be a 2 versus 3 on the top side, and he can afford to overstay because all of his camps are still up. Look at the minimap. All of Peanut's camps are still available, so even if he spends a little bit of time here, it doesn't really matter. So they find that crucial pick. It crucially goes over to Viper, and after all of that bullying that was happening in the laning phase, that's basically been removed. He's even in farm. He is ahead in experience. And Hanwha Life, even after all that pressure, they've managed the other game well, and now they're punishing KC successfully.
Speaking of early game, we are just about past that point for Mr. Zayas here on the Vladimir. Level 8 and about almost halfway there to level 9 once the transfusion cooldown is maxed. It's pretty impossible to die unless your opponents are going to spend a lot of resources guaranteeing it. KC right now going to spend resources moving into the enemy jungle as Zeka gets discovered. Relmorph ready to bring in some firepower from Vladdy. Zeka caught unawares out of position, trying to get away. Cannot do it. KC, beautifully done to catch Zeka off guard.
Really good use of deep vision on the top side of the map. They'll be able to steal away the blue buff and deny him a lot of farm. I like to see the proactivity still panning out for KC. Targamas crucially does need that level 6. Wants to hover around Kalist, making sure that he's able to get that XP with the grub spawning in 40 seconds. Zeka, of course, will be back out onto the map. But a quick recall going to come through as the TP is now invested by Zeka.
Both bottom laners also with their teleports ready to use to join this grub fight if that's what the call is going to be, a full send for that set of grubs. Also, a little bit under 1 minute until the next dragon spawns as well. Zayas continuing to just keep the pressure on Kana down here in the bottom lane. Keep this wave pushed up. Make it so KC knows they're going to lose resources if this Scion is ever not in position. And Zayas, of course, the empowered transfusions just make it so easy, man. Your health stays topped off. You're never going to be in any real danger. KC moving into the top side river. They're ready to contest for grubs.
Yeah, you can see this Vladimir just continuing to ramp up. He is going to be a problem later. Crowd control is so crucial. But anyway, let's focus in on the grubs.
Okay, let's focus up as the supportal combat starts off in the bottom part of the topside river. Delight and Targamas just trading meaningless blows with one another as Peanut and Zeka have control over the grub pit itself. Working on the second grub over the wall. Nicely done from Yike. The immediate drive-by for the smite on grub number 2. Yes, it's only going to be that single grub that they get, but at least it will stop HLE from hitting the huge all 6 point.
They don't take the gamble of going for a fight. remember this Rise is still ramping up. Like, you've got a tier and a Rod of Ages with 1 stack. Sets his sight on the mid lane, though. It's going to be a difficult collapse. Cleanse still available on Viper.
You know, it's interesting, Betty, is because the gold lead is so small, it might as well be meaningless. But I feel like it actually does favor KC because more than the gold lead for HLE is all on Delight. And support gold really usually doesn't mean that much, as KC is going to start up the Dragon for themselves in this bottom side. Zeka putting a ton of damage into the top lane, tier 1 turret, but not enough to fully kill the thing before Vladdy arrives back.
Yeah, the thing is, because of the steal had come through, and the call from Yike was that,
Peanut jumping in on Kalist. He wanted to play aggro. He wanted to go after Viper, and HLE knew it. Peanut ready with a punish.
Peanut is so smart with being able to catch his opponents off guard. We saw very early on the flash response from Kalist to Peanut, but this time around he found a great angle. We look back at this play onto Zeka. He was caught out thanks to the deep vision invested by KC. I think he wisely got a nice knockback on the Vladdy, meaning he didn't have to give the kill over to the Rise, forcing Yike to pick that one up. Meanwhile, Peanut here in the mid lane cleverly punishes the aggression of Kalist, not really giving him any room to move. He's a little frustrated with that one, as he should be. And that's going to be another kill going over to Viper. And look at that gold lead really starting to mount between the two AD carries.
Yeah, you can understand the frustration there from Kalist, especially on a pick like the Draven. And against this composition that you already highlighted, there's so much AoE and CC threat, and you're so short range. You know you need to be ahead early. You need to be playing from a position of strength. You can't just sit back and shake hands on farm, and then as soon as you step up, boom, Peanut's there, instant death.
Kalist has completed the Infinity Edge. Going for a lot of damage very early on. Often we'll see things like the Bloodthirster, but Raw AD is the name of the game.
I mean, Infinity Edge first item does mean that 1 out of 4 attacks that you get the crit, that thing is a chunk wherever it hits.
I believe the expression is thick with 3 C's.
Yes, sir. Now you got it. Now you're speaking my language. And that's what we're going to look for. Can Kalist get the crit that has thick with 3 C's?
Yeah.
Is that what happens?
I will keep my eyes out for it.
All right, there's our MasterCard lane economy snapshot showing biggest gold lead in the game is for Viper over his individual counterpart. The biggest individual gold lead going the other side is Kana on the Scion. 616 gold up over Zeus right now, who is very low HP on this Vlad. Nearly killed by the Whirling Death. Remember that it has extra execution potential based on your stacks. I think it actually would have killed him if the second half would have hit.
Interestingly, they've conceded the top tower completely. That should be the feats of strength going over to Hanwha Life. Unless I've miscalculated, you actually got the 3 kills first. Yeah, they've got them.
They've got the boots with the little red hue.
Yeah, they actually sent the Rise down towards the bot lane. I am shocked by how much free reign they're giving Zeka. He's largely uncontested in a lot of these side lanes.
Oh, Peanut jumping in on towards Targamas, but Yike waiting right in the brushes for him. Viper trying to back up his jungler here. Viper tanks the Glacial Prison, then uses the cleanse to guarantee no extra follow-up. Kana also TP'd into that. KC really trying to commit to the pick there, but Viper doing a good job. Normally it's the AD carry that everybody else protects. This time around, he was the one making sure the team got out okay.
I don't love this TP though. It's such a big summoner spell invested, and while Zeus did use his TP to get to the bot tier 1, you lost a lot of farm as the Scion in top lane. So I think, yeah, it was a bit of an overcommitment, especially given that they'd already got the flash out from the Wukong. But still, not the end of the world. Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. Kana's not going to have that one available. They'll likely move Vladdy up towards the top lane, given that he does have the TP. Kalista's going to be forced to catch the mid wave. The Herald currently going in favor of Hanwha Life.
Okay, also checking in on itemization. We've got 2 tiers in the mid lane, both of which are getting closer and closer to being fully stacked. 267 for Vladdy on the Rise, 306 for Zeka's Jace. Neither one of them has the respective item completed yet anyway, but those are going to be massive power spikes for either carry whenever they get completed. Herald was secured uncontested by Peanut and HLE. Where do we expect to see them use this? Is it just a drop it mid, use it for pressure before the Drake?
Yeah, I imagine so. Like, it's... You got to remember that Kai'Sa also relatively short-ranged. Jace does have a lot of poke, but in order to actually siege onto those towers, it can be quite difficult, especially when approaching a champion like Sejuani. So the Herald will be a really effective tool at just breaking open that tower, giving you access into the enemy jungle. setting himself up nicely for the Dragon. 2-0 is the Dragon lead in favor of KC for now.
Yes, sir.
Hanwha Life lead with the gold lead, with slight advantages coming across on the side of Hanwha Life. No second item completed, just a few components for the time being. But Hanwha Life still feeling pretty confident with how the game has gone so far. They've done a great job of escorting Viper through what was a rough laning phase and really setting him up to be the carry of this game.
Second BF sword purchase for Kalist, but also critically, no boots even of the tier 1 persuasion for the Draven. If he gets caught out, he's in some serious danger. Sejuani ulti whips, Viper with a flash away from any potential follow-up. A lot of damage to Zeus, he might just die. He manages to turn into a puddle in time, as Kana's gonna be your next target now. Peanut jumping in for the multi-man knockup. Kana's gonna drop, but now you gotta wonder, what can they do with a dead body? He zones Viper away, the Herald gets summoned up, but it doesn't even get to do anything. Zeus critically not dying there, as now Peanut wraps around from another flank. Delight and Zeka looking to chase the rest of KC away. Targamas will be your next target. Zeus coming back in now as well. The enchanted blast cone. If that's a regular cone, he doesn't get back over the wall. It's the difference between life and death for Targamas.
What was crazy about that play was, oh, Kalist, good damage.
Oh, the flash engage coming out from Yike, but Viper still had the killer instinct to get away. Does HLE get punished from this though? Everybody else gets away in time. It looked like Kalist and Yike not quite on the same page. Kalist backing up as Yike flashes in.
What was crazy about that play was just before Zeus dies, he gets in the Herald. He then uses it to knock up a bunch of the KC members, but we've got to get back into the action as the Dragon is being started off.
All right, Dragon's up. Everybody's alive back on the map again. Zeus flying over the wall. Here with the blast cone. KC got to be careful. Vladdy jumps in, but he jumps right in on top of Peanut. Now Zeus hitting him with the tides of blood. Flash over the wall from Vladdy. Viper and Delight trying to reorganize their positioning here a little bit further. KC trying to make their entry as a 4-man squad. In goes Kana, but he goes too far. Chemtech Drake over to Peanut. Zeus on top of Kalist. He needs a transfusion and he found it. Targamas going to be your next target. Yike picks up Viper, but that's all they'll get. 3-for-1 plus Dragon over to HLE.
The coordination is all over the place for KC as they desperately try to contest this Dragon. We look back as the Herald comes through. Remember, Zeus ends up becoming the target as they desperately try to lock down Viper. A really nice flash from him. The CC comes through. Look, he'll use the pool, and then he'll get into the Herald. He'll get the knockup onto Kana. They'll turn their attention. A 3-man knockup comes through from Peanut, allowing Zeus to get away to safety and Hanwha Life to get that first kill. But now, crucially, Vladdy goes over the wall. Kana, I mean, like, 2 members are behind the wall, 2 members are in front of it. They have no clear target to focus on. Hanwha Life patiently attack the target that's in front of them. They try to dive onto Viper. It's just poor coordination once again from KC, and HLE punish it. Nice flash investment from Zeus to lock down Kalist. Zeka is there to support him, and even though Yike does eventually get Viper, they lose the Dragon and they lose the fight.
What a massively long fight. If you go all the way back to where it started, all the way to how it ended, the goal, HLE really did not want to allow KC that sole point state for the rest of the game. They do end up denying it, and now Vedius, this gold lead is nearly 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where HLE have been doing a really good job on the side lanes, and I think that KC have been trying to overforce a lot of plays with Yike looking for pick opportunities. And I mentioned earlier that the farm may come back to bite him. Look at Peanut. He has a full level over Yike now. He has the Trinity Force completed, quickly working towards his second item. And Vladdy, it's so easy for him to get punished because of the short range rise. So even though KC would ideally love to play this front to back, I think they need to move away from constantly trying to catch a Viper out and instead just focus on killing the target that's in front of them.
Delight wanted to clear away that control ward. Targamas keeps him away from it as he does have backup nearby for the punish if HLE overstayed. Viper also getting closer and closer, that second item fully completed. Remember that for Kaisa, these item completions are huge, not just for the general reason that it's more power, but the extra evolutions on the abilities as well. The goal difference powered by AWS. You can see this here on your screen, just the blue staircase climbing up. Normally the color associated with KC, but working against them here in this one, trying to hold on and stop this from going any further away. I feel like they could still maybe find a good fight. Getting this potential pick on the Peanut here could be the start of that. Nice flash away from the Arctic Assault, trying to use the second half of the Cyclone to get away. Peanut still in a ton of danger. Nice use of the ulti there from Kana. Peanut still alive somehow, but now the counter kills will come out from KC to HLE. It's another one picked up. It's 1 for 1 as HLE trying to get a little bit more. They won't find anything here just yet.
Vladdy's Realm Warp got interrupted by the Atakan, meaning that KC had to commit.
Zeka goes in. He wants Kalist. He tries to get away there. A little bit more damage will do it. And Zeka with the solo kill sits him down.
Beautiful commitment from Zeka. Kalist now goes to 0 and 4 on the Draven. The game is quickly falling out of control. KC, are they getting collapsed on?
There's so many pings here. Okay. That was close, man. The way that we had the vision toggled off, I felt like it was shark-infested waters.
Yeah.
But luckily for KC, they escaped. They do have a ward on the Otacon. They know that HLE is starting this up. It's not a super fast take. It's just a two-man. Viper and Zeus. TP coming in now from HLE. The Otacon is not going to drop before the contest arrives. Yike is here. KC is here. Delight over the wall in the Dragon Pit. Zeka here on the front line, got to be careful about that. The Otacon taking low, down about 2,000 HP. Targamas going in with a two-man knockout, nicely done there. But into the back line goes Viper. They've already found another kill, as well as the Otacon for HLE. Now Vladdy's gonna die too. It's an absolute slaughterhouse, and it's KC falling to the floor. Triple kill for Zeka's Jace.
The smite doesn't come through from Yike. Kalist is nowhere near the fight, and Zeka is just demolishing KC in the pits of Atakan. Hanwha Life are decimating KC in this third game. They're going to take another tower, and this game feels insurmountable for KC.
Okay, let's look at it again here. This is all the way back where Peanut almost got caught.
So Peanut, I mean, he buys a lot of time. Crucially though, look at this knockup that comes through. Oh, it was Peanut that actually got the knockup, which means that the Realm Warp doesn't come through. Vladdy realizes the flank is coming in from Delight, so he respects that. Viper turns his attention onto Yike to get that kill. And then we find this solo kill from Zeka. I mean, he's 2 levels up. He knows he has the damage. Patient with the explosion on the EQ combo, and he's able to land that last auto. This Atakan just melts with the duo of Viper and Zeus. Yike tries his best to get the steal. He doesn't quite secure the smite. Peanut ends up securing it. Meanwhile, Vladdy is the only carry. He's the only damage dealer. And quickly he becomes the target. Viper and Zeka know who to lock down. Zeus and Delight deal with the front line, and it just becomes a one-sided affair as Kalist joins to watch his team fall apart.
Yeah, Kalist only joining the fight in time to see the remnants of his team fade away, and you can see the frustration on Yike's face, and it has to be such an annoying scenario knowing that you just won that last game, trying to find these engage opportunities, and HLE just playing like monsters, man. Zeus now maybe in some trouble. 1v3. Vlad's pretty tough, but I don't know if he's that tough. Nice shutdown for KC. Vladdy getting his first kill of the game with a response from HLE, starting up the Baron on the other side of the map. They're 7,000 gold ahead, but they're 1 man down. Yike's making his way towards the pit. Baron down to 5,000. Yike throws out the Glacial Prison. Delight's job, mark that enemy jungler, keep him away, stop any sort of a steal. HLE will trade Zeus for the Baron.
And I think that's a worthwhile trade. They'll extend the goal lead even further. HLE now maybe looking for a fight. Targamas is forced to disengage. The tower, at the very least, is going to go the way of KC. Vladdy, level 16 on the rise. That Rod of Ages coming in handy. But at the end of the day...
At the end of the day, Yike might see the end of his day here real soon. Luckily, has teammates nearby. Kalist and Targamas ready to protect their jungler as KC scramble to defend their own jungle. HLE, with the confidence and power of that Red Bull Baron buff, willing to step into enemy territory, steal away whatever they can, just try to make that vision that much darker, that much scarier. It's still a 7.5k gold lead, and now Zeus is back on the map.
The game feels very difficult for KC to turn around at this point. They have a front-to-back composition, but HLE have so many damage threats. Zeus level 16. Yeah, he gets caught in the side lane, but Hanwha Life know exactly what to do in this situation. You cross-map, you focus the Baron that just spawns, and I think you could argue maybe they should have given that kill over to Kalist, but it ends up being picked up by Vladdy. He's very close to that Rabadon's death cap. Would be a nice item spike for him to grab.
Targamas looking to threaten Zeka there, maybe just make him sweat a little bit, but no, Zeka calm, cool, and collected on that one. TP from Zeus to join up with the rest of HLE here on the top side, putting pressure onto the tier 2 turret. Cannon minion ready to keep on free firing into that one. Voidseeker is going to interrupt the potential recall of Vladdy as Zeka keeps the pressure on a second tier 2 turret. This one over in mid lane. Remember, the tier 2 in bottom is already gone. 4-1 in the turret count, favoring HLE.
HLE have such a massive level advantage as well. Another tower will fall.
Yikes, sliding forward there with the Arctic Assault. Gonna lose the glacial armor. And now HLE continuing their pressure, continuing their push. They want to try to go in, but they only find the CC on Zeus and Delights into the back line. One to hard force the fight. Viper's ready to follow. Two already down on KC, and Vladdy's about to join them 6 feet deep. Another kill almost comes through. Yike barely walks away as they at least get a shutdown onto Zeka. Peanut and Zeus chasing after the remaining members of KC as HLE will leave Viper in the enemy base to destroy the inhibitor. Kana trying to rough up the minion wave so that Viper can't just walk in and keep trying to end the game. There's not quite enough time for that, but the base of KC is broken.
Hanwha Life return to business as usual. A nice engage comes through from Delight as CC is thrown onto Zeus, but there's no follow-up. Kalist gets chain CC'd, he gets locked down as Viper comes in towards the back line, assists the rest of his team, and like you could just see the dive threat on the side of HLE. Zeus, Peanut, and Viper make it look so easy. The base now falling apart, inhibitor gone. Hanwha Life, they're likely going to wait for the next dragon to spawn, set their sights on the final 2 outer towers, and looking to close out this series in convincing fashion.
Nothing other than just a completely random perfect pick, I feel like, onto Viper and Zeka both, is going to put KC in a spot to win a fight from this position. It's a nearly 10,000 gold lead. It's all of the map that belongs to HLE. And again, what we were talking about, the damage on the composition that HLE has drafted, everyone that's not Rel is a damage threat. And Rel is ready to set it up for everyone else. Kana forced to flash away there as Delight made the engage. Just so much pressure from HLE.
Vladdy able to clear out that wave, but look at the bot side.
Oh. Peanut jumping in on Kalist. Killer Instinct follows it. Draven's dead before you can blink your eyes. Targum is about to follow as Yike's your next target. The Sejuani trying to slide away, but Peanut takes him down. HLE have already killed off 2, and they're looking for even more. Delight finally gets traded back, but Vladdy's Seraph's Embrace is the only thing keeping him alive. The Realm Warp doesn't matter. He dies to the Hemo Plague. Targum survives with 100 health. Peanut still chasing after him, getting juggled around a little bit, but it doesn't matter. HLE is on to the Nexus itself. It was a valiant battle from KC. They proved that HLE are indeed mortal, but they are some damn tough League of Legends players, man. HLE, despite the fact that they may have gone the distance, will do it in style and take down KC 2-1.
I love the draft from HLE. I love the respect that they showed to their opposition. KC definitely made them work for it. But at the end of the day, Hanwha Life cemented their authority in Game 3.
Hanwha Life, I feel like that guarantees them moving on to the bracket stage now with 3 series wins. I don't know the exact math, but it would be impossible, I feel like, for anybody to be able to force them out, and for good reason. This has been the best team at the tournament. Their one single loss was a massive battle where their opponents had to show absolute grit just to force their Nexus down. And as soon as they lost one, all that did was piss them off. They come back in Game 3 looking monstrous.
They certainly did. And I mean, This series was nothing but fun to watch. Hanwha Life showing us the peak of what League of Legends can look like right now. KC showing us their grit and determination and just the individual playmaking potential. I think in Game 3, they dropped the ball a little bit on the draft, and unfortunately for them, Fate isn't in their control anymore. They are now very reliant on CFO beating top esports to give them a chance at staying in the top 4.
It's the reality of tournament formats. Sometimes you only get so many chances to control your own destiny. Again, I'm so impressed with the evolution of KC from those first 2 days to now these second 2 series. They looked so good in their 2-0 sweep of top esports, and even though they might have lost today, I think that's one that you can hold your heads high and say, damn, we really gave them a challenge on that one.
Well, they certainly did, and I think, again, you got to remember the experience, the circumstances for this roster even coming to this tournament. They showcased a lot more than I think what people were expecting, and I think that having that opportunity and that performance was something they should definitely be proud of. And again, they're not out of the tournament just yet. That will be KC's final game, but everyone will be looking at CFO tomorrow to determine the fate of KC in this tournament.
Yep, CFO versus top esports ends up being the battle to determine who doesn't make it to brackets.
Pretty much.
I believe if CFO wins, it's Team Liquid eliminated. If Top Esports wins, it's KC eliminated. That one's gonna be spicy for sure. But now that we're wrapped up with games for the day, let's send it back to the desk for first stand cooldown.
Thank you so much, Flowers Vet. It's great cast on the day. Welcome back to a very, I would say, very LCK-centric desk. You guys still work for probably the best region and have the best team in the world. How are you both feeling?
Actually, I really enjoyed the series overall, especially Game 2. It was so intense. It was very exciting to watch for sure. I'm very relieved that Hanwha Life won in the end, but I think KC definitely made Hanwha Life sweat.
I agree, and I think as someone who came to this tournament thinking that Hanwha Life were going to be the big favorites, and they continued to be so, I was more excited to see the growth of KC and see the team actually reach the expectations that people had for them coming into this tournament, because the first 2 days looked really rough, right? And then they took out top esports. We've seen some really high highs from this team, and now it feels sad that their destiny is not in their control. But at the same time, even if they are out from here, they went out with a bang, and that's really awesome to see.
Definitely. And we'll see what happens for KC tomorrow. But for now, I'd love to talk more about Hanwha Life Esports because we are joined by Viper. Hi, Viper. Welcome.
Hello.
Really good to have you here. Yeah, thanks for being here. I guess the first question, as great as Game 3 was, can you talk to me a little bit about Game 2 and what did you guys feel like you did well? What do you feel like you could have done better?
사실 3세트는 또 굉장히 압도적으로 승리하셨는데 2세트에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 어떤 부분이 잘 됐고 또 하지만 어떤 부분이 잘 안 풀렸다고 생각하시는지 플레이하시면서 또 어떤 생각하셨나요?
저는 상대가 아이번 같은 걸 좋아해서 잘하기도 하고 할 줄 알고 있었는데 저희가 초반에 좀 주도권으로 게임을 잘 풀었던 것 같은데 그 용 한타에서 좀 상대한테 잘 압박을 못 줬던 것 같아요. 그래서 한타를 진 게 가장 아쉬웠고 그게 패배의 요인이 됐던 것 같습니다.
방금 저 하나일까요?
아 여기는 아니고 초반에 두 번째 용이었는데 그때 상대한테 킬을 너무 많이 줘가지고 좀 후반에 갈수록 상대가 좋은 조합이라서 그게 어려웠던 것 같아요.
We definitely had the idea that they really prefer Ivern. They're really good at Ivern comp. But we were able to get a lot of early leads. However, in the second Drake team fight, we were not able to exert our pressure. And KC ended up picking up so many kills. And we were not able to have the best late game value as we expected.
I had a question about the Zed pick and the Vladimir pick. At first, it seemed like it was, to most people, thinking this is just for fun. But you picked the Vladimir now twice. I mean, obviously not you, but your team has picked the Vladimir twice, and you guys did pull out the Zed. Is there any merit to this pick right now in the meta?
저번에 등장했던 제드 픽이라든지 벌써 두 번 등장한 블라디 픽에 대해서도 궁금한데요. 사실 처음 봤을 때는 이제 좀 뽐내는 픽일 수도 있겠다, 좀 스타일리시한 픽일 수도 있겠다라는 생각을 했는데 블라디는 벌써 두 번이나 등장했습니다. 지금 메타에서 그런 픽들이 갖는 이점이 무엇이라고 생각하세요?
저는 첫 번째로는 피어리스 다전제 이제 BO5에 대한 대비이기도 하고 결국에 챔피언을 많이 활용할 수 있는 팀이 더 뱀픽에서 유리한 고점을 차지한다고 생각하고요. 그리고 두 번째로는 저희 탑 미드 선수들의 좀 자신감인 것 같아요.
First off, I think this is the way we prep for best of 5 fearless mode. You know, the deeper the champion pool, the better you are in the drafting game. So I think that's already a big win over there. And secondly, this reflects a lot of confidence coming out from our solo laners.
Speaking of, I think HLE have been the clear best performing team so far in the tournament. So from your perspective, what is it that you're doing so well that allows you to be so consistent, to consistently beat out the other 4 teams in the tournament? What strengths do you think you're leveraging to just win so consistently?
여태까지 퍼스트 스탠드에서 가장 압도적으로 잘하고 있는 팀이 하나생명이라고 말해도 손색이 없을 것 같은데요. 하나생명의 어떤 점이 이런 다른 네 팀과의 차별점이 있어서 이렇게 압도적인 경기력이 꾸준히 나오고 있다고 생각하시나요?
사실은 우선은 패치에 좀 적응을 잘 한 것 같고요. 저희가 원래 수업을 많이 했었는데 수업을 하지 않는 상황에서도 좀 운영이나 이런 게 상대 다른 팀들보다 조금 잘하는 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 보이지 않는 곳에서 좀 계속 이득을 보고 있다 생각하고, 물론 어떤 교전이나 뭐 이런 것도 잘하지만 운영에서 저희가 가장 앞서 있다고 생각합니다.
I want to point out that our macro play is really good because we have such a good read on the meta. Hana Live used to be a team that opted into a lot of lane swaps, but now we know how to play out the game without the lane swaps as well. So there are a lot of leads that's happening without being visible, you know, on the map. You know, it's not very visible, but still we are getting snowballs after snowballs. Also, yeah, our skirmish and team fights are really good, but I really want to point out that our macro play has been really good.
Maybe as a final question for me. Your last opponent is Team Liquid, a team that has had some ups and downs in this tournament, but does seem to be quite strong overall. And your lane opponent is considered to be one of the best in the West in Yun. So what are your thoughts on the matchup against Team Liquid and also about Yun as your lane opponent?
이제 다가오는 상대는 팀 리퀴드고 사실은 좀 업앤다운이 있었지만 좀 그래도 강력한 모습도 많이 보여준 팀이라고 생각합니다. 다가오는 TL전에 대한 생각은 어떠신지, 특히나 상대하는 바텀 레이너가 또 연 선수, 서양에서 가장 촉망받는 이제 바텀 원거리 딜러인데요. 바텀 매치업에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하세요?
제가 팀 리퀴드 경기를 봤을 때 바텀이 이길 때 굉장히 좋은 모습을 잘 보여주더라고요. 그래서 일단은 저는 라인전을 최대한 상대보다 더 잘해서 상대 바텀 듀오의 움직임을 제한하는 게 좀 승리를 향한 가장 열쇠일 거라고 생각을 하고 좀 기대됩니다. 어떨지.
When I saw them play, I kind of noticed whenever they get the early lane prior on the bottom lane, they know how to snowball off of it and play out the map really well. So I think it's really important for us to have the lane priority and kind of suppress them early on so that we can limit their actions around the map.
Makes a ton of sense. Thank you, Viper, so much for taking the time to talk to us. Jason, thank you so much for translating. Good luck in your game tomorrow and the best of 5 series to come. We'll let you head out now. Thank you again for coming on our show and giving us so much insight into your team.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
So, as we continue over to give Viper a chance to take off, player of the series, sadly, Oppa player of the series, sadly not Viper, but it was Zeka. Zeka, an absolute monster. The solo laners that Viper talked about. Viper used to be a chef himself. He used to play weird stuff, but I think with 2 other crazy cooks on the team, you gotta take a back step. You gotta play some Ashe, and Zeka was obviously the guy who most consistently popped off. It was tough between both solo laners, but this is a man who had a fantastic performance.
Yeah, especially in wins, obviously looked really good. Extremely dominant performance on both the Sylas and the Jace, and allowed some flexibility, right? Allowing us to play the Aurora top, and you know. He's a player who sometimes has these picks that he's super known for that in the past you'd go, oh, Zeus is so reliant on the Akali, he's reliant on the Sylas, for example. He got better at the Azir than people are like, oh yeah, he needs to play Azir to do well. But his champion pool is now just so diverse that they could use him to reliably flex Zeus onto these carry picks on the top side. And he's not only just facilitating in draft, but in-game popping off as well.
Jason, this is a guy that you've seen for a long time. I know you've interviewed him a number of times. What's your impression of kind of his development over the year? How does he compare now to what he was, kind of to what Wolf was talking about when he first started as a player?
I would like to define himself as the best clutch players because when the team needs him the most, he always shows up. But I have a very scary story about him because turns out when he was playing Zed the other day, he was actually sick because on the team interview team content that was released today, he said he had too many frozen yogurt ice creams the night before and he was feeling very, very under the weather and then he popped off on Zed. So imagine him not having frozen yogurt anymore and then coming to the low park and to play.
That's scary for everyone who's not on HLE, but I'm also wondering if we just have to feed him more various sweet treats to get weird champions.
Do we just have to like?
Was it the sickness that gave us Zed?
Yeah, maybe, or maybe he's just the type of player that like, no matter how stressed he is, no matter how ill he feels, like League of Legends is what like cleanses him. You know, he's like good League of If I just play a good League of Legends game, I'll feel better. You know, some people like to drink a water, you know, take a nap to feel better, take a break, lie down for a minute. He's like, no, I'm just gonna pop off in this game 5, and then I'll feel better afterwards.
It is scary how consistently he does well in game 5s, or in this case, game 3s. He also played really well. It's looking like a tall task for anyone to beat HLE, and Team Liquid are going to have to figure out how to handle that task tomorrow. So let's take a look at our schedule. Only 2 more best of 3s. Then we head into the best of 5s, but it's high stakes. You heard Captain Flowers mention it earlier on, all the KC fans praying on the downfall of TES so they can find a way in. It really feels like only HLE are comfortable at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, I think for CFO, if they are able to take that win, which I think people would have considered an upset at the beginning of the tournament, now seems a little bit more realistic. If they are able to do it, maybe they'll solidify themselves as the second best team in this tournament, which I think is crazy to see, especially with some, like we've seen for many of our teams, up and down performances, but really finishing on a high note like KC.
Would be the case. G-Sun, I want a prediction.
Predictions.
Prediction. Sorry, but if you want to make, you can make a point first. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
Well, predictions. Let me see. I think Hana Live tomorrow, match 2. 2-1 maybe, but there's a I see a world where TL actually get a 2-1 victory there. CFO top Esports, I'm really excited for the most because both teams have so many things on the line. No matter who wins, it's gonna be a banger of a series.
I'm feeling like top Esports is gonna win tomorrow. And I know there's been a lot of kind of voodoo around this, like, oh, this is what KC needs. You know, TES lost to KC. They looked a little bit shaky, but they've had some extra time to prepare for tomorrow as well with having the off day today. I think they're going to make some big adjustments and we'll have a better performance. I'm going to say probably top Esports 2-1 and HLE 2-0.
It is a scary time for the West, though. I will say CFO having an incredible tournament, TES stumbling a little bit, certainly not out, and HLE looking so dominant. TL, of course, winning tomorrow would be great, but if they don't, their fate's not in their own hand anymore. It's a similar story for KC. Tomorrow will be the last day of the round-robin stage, so we'll see who ends up luckier or if TL can find the miracle upset against Hanwha Esports, but that is it for us today. And stay tuned for day 5 to see who will make it to the semifinals. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Many times I have seen it go wrong. Asante is a tough champion to dive, and Team Liquid's going in for it. Raz doing a good job buffering away. All out on APA, and Team Liquid is made to play the full. Raz puts them to sleep.
Raz just broke their ankles.
I got easy. I'm coming. Flash.
Can I vision? I think he'll jump out.
No flash, no take.
And they're going to take out APA. Doggo's ready to grab more. He takes down 2. Humpty's left in the back. Doggo just destroyed him. CFO are so much better.
Hey guys, the finals, there's no pressure. The pressure is on them, you know? Like the doubt, they will feel it. Hey Vladi, hey, you cook night and cream. You bring these guys?
Nice sneaking scream once again.
Zach of a long range of dots. First blood solo kill over in the mid lane, knocks the rock out of Vladdy's hands. And I can fall asleep, but right now, a lot of damage on the target. Let's see who's still only level 5. Tried to make the outplay Flash, but Fuck for rears his fangs. He's ready for it.
Oh, it's ready to fight? Yeah, we can fight, sure. We win this.
I got dash, I got dash. Lucas. Looking good. Dash dead.
In it, right? No.
Yeah.
Make it.
Nice. Oh my god, guys. We're gonna win this game, okay? Oh my god. Good job.
But into the back line goes Viper. They've already found another kill, as well as the autocop for HLE. Now Vladdy's gonna die too. It's an absolute slaughterhouse, and it's KC falling to the floor.
Turn off the system. Wire me up, I'm jacking the system. Jacking the system. Wire me up, I'm jacking the system. Nigga, never need a breather, nigga. Come along, start the procedure. Everything's tasting sweeter. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Stand up, please down. My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, yeah.
Can I please get a witness? Better go handle your business. What they spinning? Better be stacking. Quit all of that capping and really start winning. No mercy or pity. Gotta get dirty and gritty regardless, no matter the city. All in or nothing. If you know like I know, you gotta hustle like going to something. All that hype, man, that's a heck of a price. I'm not the kind of the type pretending to be something for the majority just so I can get a million of likes. I know it's time, relentlessly, that's why I grind. Get on my mission cause I see the vision when I see myself in the mirror, reflection of my competition, so I keep my
team
mind
relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, 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 yeah,
we in it to win it, win it, we in it to win it, win it. I just continue to ride my own wave. You can catch me in the beach a lot, serving the streets to get paid. 24/7 around the clock. I'm cutting up like a barbershop. Look, people who listen to eavesdrop. Loyalty is the key, no more flip flops.